2026 to order. We'll start off with a roll call. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Morgan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Jans.
Horlock Park is open.
There you go. Thanks for the shout out. Good morning. Councillor Rutherford. Not there. We want Councillor Tang. Nope. There were in Councillor Parmar.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Councillor Elliott.
Good morning, Chair.
Good, good. How are the eyes? You getting better?
Slowly but surely.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Councillor Wright.
Good morning from the other side.
From the other side. Good to see you. Let me get the sheet.
We're on item 3.6 if you want to get started. Yes.
Okay. All right. We are on item 3.6. So I think we already had the presentation from...
This one we haven't. So
we haven't? Okay. Yeah. We had the last. Okay.
Yeah, we finished on the department overview with city operations, and then went into the fleet and facilities presentation. And then in city operations and then both in community services, there's like a branch specific presentation. So this one is the one for parks and roads. Okay,
we will continue with the presentation on 3.6. Go ahead.
I think that was my intro speach there.
Is that it?
This is now the branch presentation for parks and roads. So we've got a host of slides here. Caitlin will walk through them, and then we'll get into Q&A on this branch.
Craig's work here is done. So good morning, everybody. My name is Caitlin Zarabeski. I'm the branch manager of Parks and Road Services. Good morning. We weren't able to get team t-shirts together, but I do have my team as well up in the Hollywood Squares here to be able to support with questions as we walk through the presentation this morning. We're really excited to, next slide please, really excited to share the overview of Parks and Roads. PARS supports 3 core outcomes for the city: public safety, the movement of goods and people, and environmental protection. These outcomes are delivered through 4 key services, including roads and active pathways, parks and open space, traffic safety, and parking. These services are citywide, asset-driven, and operate 24/7 with demand growing as population and the physical footprints of the city increases. You have to bear with me for 1 second. I'm operating on one hand and I've got to shrink my screen. The services, delivering these requires careful planning and prioritization to maintain safe, reliable, sustainable services for Edmontonians. Like other city operations services, our work is fully work planned, using results-based budgeting to ensure value for money and delivery within approved service levels. Next slide, please. Most people are familiar with our branch because it's the things they see when we need action, such as snow and ice, but we're beyond just repairing we do more than just that. We repair potholes, we deal with snow and ice. Parks and Roads is like an iceberg. You only see about 10% of the service. This slide shows a small portion of the over 240 sub-services we deliver under the 4 main services that the branch provides. So yes, we mow the turf, and we're great at it, but we don't just cut grass. We manage complex urban ecosystems, biodiversity initiatives, and specialized horticulture. It's beyond keeping turf well maintained. We're also managing the urban forest that includes a total green infrastructure inventory with a value of over $3 billion. If we had a nickel for every time somebody reported a pothole, I wouldn't have a structural budget variance, but potholes are just the maintenance part of the operations and maintenance role we play. Beyond the asphalt, we handle everything from bridge inspections and traffic signals to streetlight maintenance and active pathways. We don't just fix the roads, we also oversee and govern the movement of people, cars, and ensuring safe mobility on our streets. It is on the road and open space. If you can see it and you can touch it, we probably look after it. Our best days are the ones where you don't notice us at all. Whether it's pest management, growing and maintaining our urban canopy, inspecting a playground or spray park, or delivering festive light displays, our over 240 sub-services ensure the city is vibrant and safe. Next slide, please. In order to deliver those services, we sit in the maintain, operate pillar of the corporate weave, taking the great city imagined and built by our friends in UPE and IAS and creating the conditions for successful and sustainable animation and activation of our city to support the priorities of economic growth, development, safety, and quality services. Next slide, please. PARS is made up of parks and urban forestry, which keeps us green, mobility infrastructure services, keeping the roads solid all year, safe mobility, which includes Vision Zero and parking, which ensures we travel safely, while technical and regulatory services handles the invisible essentials like engineering reviews and permits. This binds us together through our branch integrated support services section. They are the operational backbone that turns our strategy and analytics into execution. While the number of almost 1,700 FTEs is accurate, it does not necessarily equal to the number of actual humans doing the work. It's actually a strategic labor bucket. We take those budgeted dollars and stretch them to over 2,000 real humans on the front line. We're leveraging fractional FTEs. We are able to ensure that every cent of our budget is converted into active quality service delivery. 94.3% of our staff are unionized frontline professionals. If they aren't wearing high-vis or steel-toe boots, they're probably the ones ordering them. We are overwhelmingly boots on the ground and asphalt under the feet. Our exempt staff isn't just administration. They are the branch's technical nervous system. We're taking bridge engineers and senior biological science technologists. They provide the engineering, the math, and the science that ensures when a resident drives over a bridge, it stays underneath of them, or that we're meeting our legal requirements and keeping controlled weeds and pests at bay. Management roles aren't here to add layers or red tape. They're here to oversee the multi-million-dollar operating and capital programs, the safety and experience of hundreds of staff, and ensure 24/7 operational continuity and accountability. Next slide, please. Parks and Roads work is inherently cyclical, specifically within parks and urban forestry and the mobility infrastructure services, with the programs moving through distinct maintenance and operations programs as the seasons shift. We don't hire a new crew every 6 months, we move crews. Every year, 1,200 of our people migrate twice between seasonal programs. To be as fiscally responsible as possible, we share staff wherever our skills overlap. It's a massive logistical puzzle, but it ensures we're maximizing our permanent workforce while augmenting gaps with our temporary workforce. We do this to retain institutional knowledge, optimizing labor efficiency, ensuring fleet optimization and utilization, and that we can meet our service levels. A prime example of this synergy is our snow and ice and our pothole crews. The very same operator who keeps your commute clear in January is the one who's repairing the same road in July. This keeps our institutional knowledge high and our costs down. With the retention of this expertise, it's important to remember if we tinker with one, such as the snow and ice budget, without unintentionally tinkering with spring sweep, turf, or potholes, it becomes difficult and more seasonally sensitive. Not everything stops or moves from when the seasons change. For our teams in business integrated services, safe mobility, and technical regulatory services, core staff remain always on to provide the foundation of our frontline work. While the tasks shift fundamentally, moving from winter roads to summer turf, the critical background work like engineering reviews, training, procurement, data analytics, and even ensuring posses and media are answered, we operate 365 days a year. In the summer sun, we have teams planning and getting ready for winter operations. Once the snow falls, we have teams preparing and planning for the summer season. We're always learning from our last planning and looking forward to the next season. We're evolving and often unpredictable political, economic, and environmental conditions. Of all the assets we talk about today, our people really are our most valuable. They're proud to deliver quality service, and I'm very grateful for the dedication and the services that they provide. Next slide, please. Speaking of assets, our list reads like the fine print of a Connor McDavid's next contract extension. It's a massive commitment, but worth every penny. 11,890 lane kilometers of roads, over 400,000 trees, and nearly 2,000 traffic signals from Center City to beyond the Henday and intandex areas. If it's within the city limits, it's on our to-do list. To manage this footprint, we use a district-based deployment model. Basically, we're strategically surrounded the city. These red dots on the map are our major district hubs, and the green dots are our satellite outposts. We position our crews and equipment close to the action so we can respond to a pothole or a fallen branch before it becomes a local landmark. It's all about maximizing efficiency and minimizing travel time across a massive geographic area. The more the city grows out, the sooner we need to add yard or deployment capacity. We're excited to be opening up the new Ambleside yard in the southwest, which will help improve travel times to that growing part of the city. We have not made significant investments in yard capacity and are quickly outgrowing our existing deployment models as we keep up with the needs of a growing city. Again, we are a 24/7 operation that scales up and down based on the climate. Our scale is significant, our scope is diverse, and our deployment is tactical. We ensure that cities' vast and complicated assets stay functional and safe. Next slide, please. Across the branch, we manage several subsidies that are better viewed as strategic investments. For example, the Center City program and our support for the BIAs provide enhanced services levels designed to help council achieve long-term economic and vibrancy goals. We've also evolved how we deliver community programs like patios and communities in bloom. By transitioning these to a community-based or a cost recovery model, we found a way to maintain these high-value shared value services without pulling resources away from our core legislated mandates. Parking is a program familiar to many for its shared value subsidies. I want to note that Council has already requested a detailed memo on this topic, which is currently on its way to provide a deep dive into these specific arrangements. Some of these are long-standing community support, such as providing monthly passes for the Winspear Center donors or supporting United Way staff and volunteers with parking access to help them carry on their work across the city. Finally, we provide broad public parking subsidies that benefit all Edmontonians, including free parking for the first 15 minutes at all street e-park zones and 2 hours of courtesy parking for those displaying a valid accessible placard. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The 2026 operating budget is primarily sustained by a $256 million tax levy. This funding is the critical driver for our baseline service delivery, ensuring that essential infrastructure maintenance from snow and ice control to open space management remains consistent and reliable for residents year-round. This represents a direct investment in the core services that we execute. We don't just rely on the taxpayer. We leverage other sources. We strategically pull $19 million from specialized revenues, specifically the tree reserve and the traffic safety automated enforcement reserve, also known as TASER. We take revenue generated by safety and tree loss and reinvest it directly back into the canopies and Vision Zero. We also have been strategic and successful with securing federal funding with the 2 Billion Trees grant. We've aligned our urban forest goals with the federal climate priorities to accelerate our canopy expansion in line with city plan. Next slide, please. In terms of capital budget this cycle, we activate the investments in urban forest expansion, where we leverage the federal 2 Billion Trees grant in order to meet our canopy goals. Safe mobility, these initiatives include the safe crossings or street labs that you'd be familiar with through the TASER. Growth-related infrastructure, which is through new development traffic signals, which are 100% funded through private developer contributions and arterial assessments. Operational modernization, we've recently completed the LED streetlight conversion, which will help long-term energy and operational efficiency. And also community amenities, such as playground and commemorative site renewals, which utilize a combination of community partnerships and composite capital profiles to help maintain neighborhood vibrancy. Next slide, please. Our operating expense budget represents the literal cost of doing business for a growing city. It's used to maintain the sheer volume of existing assets and any new assets added to our inventory balanced with the unpredictable volatility of our northern climate. The vast majority of our expenditure is concentrated into 4 critical areas: our personnel, which is our boots on the ground, external services, such as contractors for seasonal surges or contract needs, and fleet and materials, which are required to keep the city moving. While the tax levy is our primary engine, we don't rely on it alone. We utilize recoveries like being reimbursed for specialized work we do for other departments and leverage the reserves that I mentioned earlier. We further offset costs through user fees and permits, ensuring that specific services are supported by those using them rather than the general taxpayer. The main ones being parking fees and OSCAM permits. Next slide, please. While this slide breaks down our 2026 budget, I want to highlight that these numbers actually mean in the field divided into our 4 core services. So on the screen, you'll see mobility infrastructure services, which is actually your roads and active pathways. This is the physical foundation of the city. Unsurprisingly, our biggest operational lifts here are snow and ice control, followed by roadway maintenance and the engineering required to do that work. But this bucket also funds the unsung heroes of our commute, bridge maintenance, street sweeping, sidewalks, and active pathways being open and clear and accessible. Simply put, this budget ensures you can get from point A to point B without needing a hovercraft. While total expenditure of $80 million in the summer and $71 million for snow and ice in the winter. Services delivered by Parks and Urban Forestry, which is your parks and open spaces. That's the city's living, breathing ecosystem. Yes, we mow the grass and we plant the flowers. Turf and horticulture are a big part of that. But the bulk of this investment goes into managing our urban forestry canopy and driving naturalization efforts. The area also funds pest management to keep the mosquitoes at bay, along with open spaces and play spaces, also known as playgrounds. It's the work that ensures Edmonton remains a place where people actually want to spend time outside. This service has a total expenditure budget of $75 million, and the budget also supports the public washroom strategy and the community programs like Roots for Trees. Technical and regulatory services is the section of the city's technical nervous system. The team monitors the critical infrastructure you probably only notice when it's not working. They manage the bridge and asset engineering, providing the math that ensures our crossings stay up, along with streetlight and traffic maintenance to ensure our intersections actually make sense. They'll also handle the administrative lift of permitting, OSCAM, also known as on-street construction and maintenance permits. They are the regulatory guardrails that ensure that when work happens on our streets and it's done safely, and that's done with a total expenditure of $28 million. Safe mobility and parking. This is the group that is all about how we move and where we stop. By combining safe mobility and parking, they manage the entire life cycle of a trip. On the movement side, this funds safety engineering, overall traffic safety, and automated enforcement to ensure our streets are safe for everyone. So whether you're walking, rolling, or driving. On the stopping side, they manage our parking assets. They are our crucial gear that influences driver behavior, manages vehicle flow, and ensures parking turnover in our highest demand districts so local businesses can thrive. This service has a total expenditure of $30 million. Branch Integrated Services is the operational backbone for our entire in execution. This team might not be physically driving the plows or planting the trees, but they're ones making sure our frontline workers and new recruits are trained, recruited, and supported. They handle the internal logistics that turn 240 distinct services from a logistical coordination into a coordinated daily reality with an expenditure of over $17 million. Next slide, please. You'll be familiar with this slide as we talk about it on a regular basis. We have been very upfront about them, and more importantly, we've been actively managing them. We've already been successful in securing $5.4 million to stabilize critical pain points like spring sweeping and corporate inflation to manage our structural budget variances. But the variances that we have left come down to two simple realities: outdated revenue estimates where market behaviors have shifted, and underfunded service mandates where we are required to deliver a service but lack the budget to actually sustain it. We're actively closing these gaps. Every single identified SBV, or structural budget variance, currently has a concrete action plan with a firm target to fully resolve those by the end of the 27 to 30 budget cycle. Next slide, please. If you look at this chart, the red line is the city's overall growth, and the blue line is Parks and Road Services. Since 2018, our budget has increased by 28.6%, while the city has grown by about 37%. To put that in perspective, our branch's growth represents only approximately 6% of the total corporate increase over the last 8 years. We are expanding, but at a noticeably slower rate than the organization at large. You'll notice we made adjustments to assure an apples-to-apples comparison for 2026. This is specifically due to the Greener as We Grow program. Trees are a natural resource and not traditional tangible capital assets like a bridge, so the $23 million we spent for planting that was tracked as capital is recorded as operating at the year end. We've included it here so you have the true transparent picture of our operational footprint. You'll notice a sharp rise at the right side of the graph, specifically from 24 to 2025. We aren't just spending more to do the same. Every increase in dollar corresponds directly to an approved increased service level or mandate that Council has asked us to deliver. This specifically references the enhanced snow and ice control level services directed by Council, the urban canopy expansion supported by the federal grants, and the corporate-wide union salary settlements from existing staff. Next slide, please. When you look at our current budget, it's easy to focus on the upward slope of the right, but I want to draw your attention to 2020 and 2021. During that time, our budget didn't just stall, it actually went backwards, dropping by nearly 5%. In alignment with corporate reduction strategies, we took substantial cuts to our core services in areas such as roadway maintenance, turf maintenance, among others. The operational reality of those years, while our funding shrank as we managed through the pandemic, the city didn't stop growing. So we've added more lane kilometers, more population, more drivers on the road, and more green spaces to manage with fewer dollars to do it. The upward climb you're starting to see in 2022 is intentional, and it's based on the approved service level increases through council directives. Again, those are linked to the enhanced snow and ice control standards and the canopy expansion. Next slide, please. Just like our budget, it's critical to remember where our staffing started. Leading up to 2021, we shrank. We saw a 6% decrease in our workforce due to the pandemic era of 0% tax increases. This was the era of doing less, which saw reduced mowing, delayed maintenance, and holding of vacancies. Now let's look at the steep climb, particularly the jump in 2024. You'll see a sharp 21% cumulative increase. But I need to be very clear. A portion of this is from a net zero accounting correction. We added nearly 73 FTEs on paper, but we didn't actually increase the tax levy. We simply realigned existing budgets, moving money out of contracted services into our personnel to more accurately affect the city staff who are already doing the work. The other major driver of our 27% overall growth is entirely policy driven. Again, the enhanced snow and ice control levels that council requested and invested in. That mandate alone saw 105 new positions added progressively since 2023. Any positions added since 2022 are tied to a specific outcome, whether it's public washroom strategy or building our operations and maintenance for the active transportation network. We've added people to deliver on council and the public's expectations of quality of service. Next slide, please. The great debate of levers versus levers means that we can adjust our level of service to scale our labor and our material costs up or down. However, many of our mobility and structural operations have legislated minimums. Our real flexibility to reduce resources lives almost entirely in enhanced or discretionary services categories. Recent examples of that were we made changes to eliminate the funding in vibrant streets as a result of the automated enforcement and the blooming boulevards reduction. To reduce our reliance on the general tax levy, we can adjust existing user fees or establishing new ones, whether it's adjusting parking rates or charging a license of occupancy fee for a patio on a public space or cost recovery for beautification. This lever ensures that people directly utilizing a specialized service are the ones actually funding it. Our best defense against rising operational costs is strategic and consistent capital renewal investment. By prioritizing lifecycle management and capital renewal, like paving a road before it completely fails, instead of rebuilding it with a pothole truck, we actually reduce the need to spend heavily on reactive emergency maintenance later. Next slide, please. We talk a lot about routed maintenance and the inventory outpacing our resources. If you want to know what that looks like when asset growth outpaces resourcing, look at our traffic signals. Since 2012, our population has grown by 40%. The number of physical traffic control devices increased by 50%. And we see in recent accelerations through a number of licensed drivers on the roadway by approximately 17% from 21 to 25. Daily monitored traffic volumes at intersection safety devices increased by 14% from 2019 to 2025. The volume of signal projects we handle annually has nearly doubled, jumping to 98%. But the staff required to actually operate and maintain the complex system has only grown by 27%. For years, the funding focus has heavily favored the design and construction phase, but every time we turn the power on at a new intersection, we take on permanent operations and maintenance obligations. This results in a gap where we can deliver on the services of what the public expects. Because we're stretched thin, our day-to-day focus is consumed by localized construction-specific mitigations. We simply lack the capacity to step back and look at the transportation network as a whole. Instead of proactively optimizing signal timing across the entire city to adapt to new travel patterns, we're stuck playing defense and catch up. We mitigate some of the pressure through our new SRI, or our service review organizational structure, which functionally aligns our branch. We're streamlining workflows where we will see an improvement because we're able to focus specifically on that work, but we will not fully address the gap. Next slide, please. We don't just hop on a mower or in a plow and go. The actions we take are bound by environmental and engineering legislation. We're adapting to shifting external rules where other levels of government change directives, like the province's recent shift on automated enforcement. It can upend our revenue and operational plans. We don't just follow the rules, we also enforce them. We manage permitting for road and parkland access and even issue compliance orders to private citizens, such as mandating the removal of diseased elm trees to save our city's broader canopy. When residents ask why things can take so long, this can be the answer. Navigating these essential safety and environmental regulations is non-negotiable, and it's an invisible hand that drives our timelines and our cost. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Behind the scenes, we actually use hundreds of internal KPIs to track the health of our system. We've selected the ones you see on the screen specifically today as a handful, not to cherry pick our best scores, but to give you an honest, cross-sectional snapshot of where we are winning, where we're battling the elements, and where we're potentially falling behind. Our grass mowing is sitting solidly in the green. This is a result of council providing $600,000 in SOBA funding, which allowed us to hire our seasonal teams, which saw an increase in the service and allowed us to meet our service level. It proves that when proactive resourcing matches operational reality, we hit the target. For streetlights and snow clearing, we are amber. These metrics reflect the daily reality of managing aging infrastructure and fluctuating weather. Even as crews prioritize safety and mobility, we're often at the mercy of the external variables like back-to-back snow events, including a 1 in 30-year snow event, that stretch our response times and our services. Our proactive signal timing is the absolute clearest example of asset growth outpacing capacity. As we discussed earlier, our signal inventory has grown and our staffing hasn't. Next slide, please. It isn't enough to simply have service levels. We have to effectively communicate them so Edmontonians know exactly what to expect. We're getting creative and leveraging technology to be fully transparent. By using real-time tools like our snow and turf tracking maps, alongside proactive social media campaigns, our goal is to answer residents' questions and explain the why beyond our deployments before they feel the need to call 311. But effective communication cannot just be one-way broadcast. We're placing an emphasis on actively listening to the public as well. We rely heavily on those 311 posses and satisfaction surveys to understand where we're succeeding and where there is confusion. We have to remain agile enough to adapt our messaging and operations based on the direct feedback. We also know we cannot do this in a silo. As we saw clearly during our last major snow event, integrating our community partners, specifically our BIAs, or business improvement areas, and community leagues is an absolute game changer. They are vital for amplifying critical information, managing localized expectations, and coordinating with us on the ground. We're proud of the real-time responsiveness that we built, and we look forward to rolling out the enhanced traffic management communications approach to support our current...
Excuse me, could we just pause it so I can give an
Yeah.
intro to
I
the
can
class
take a
there?
drink, yeah.
If you guys sit back down for 1 second, I want to make sure we give you your proper shout out. Okay, it's my pleasure to introduce the grade 7 and 8 class of LY Karens, home of the Colts. I saw the bus out there this morning when I was coming in. They're in Ward Papasteu, and your counselor is the one and only Mr. Michael Jans right there waving to you. What's that? There's two of you. So I want to introduce you to City Hall. Thank you for being here. Right now we're having a council meeting. We're going over budget presentations, which is actually pretty exciting stuff from every department. And we're doing that for the next few sessions. And it's really great. So thanks for being a part of it. You caught a little bit of it. But I guess your teacher or lead, Mr. Newsell. There you go. So are you guys doing a tour today? Or are you doing a City Hall? Are you going to be doing a mock City Hall, or haven't selected that yet? Okay. Well, enjoy the tour. Thanks for being here. Check it out, and thanks for stopping by. We really appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you for that. That was actually
Sorry,
much
Craig.
needed, so Caitlin could take a sip of the triple espresso that she's got there beside her. So
That was it, just one.
it's one coffee.
Yeah, one coffee, but roll into 3.
Appreciate that. Thank you again. Please continue when you can.
Absolutely. As I mentioned, we're really proud of the real-time responsiveness we built, and we're looking forward to rolling out our enhanced traffic management communications approach to support our current disruptions map. However, we aren't taking a victory lap yet. We know expectations are high, and we are truly committed to continuously improving how we connect, listen to, and inform the public. Next slide, please. This table compares the scale of core transportation and open space assets across major Canadian cities. The intent is not to compare service qualities or outcomes, but to contextualize the size and complexity of Edmonton's assets based on relative to our peers. Edmonton maintains approximately 11,000 or close to 12,000 kilometers of roadway when we include alleys, alongside 70 square kilometers of parkland and open space anchored by our river valley system, in addition to maintaining over 8,000 kilometers of active pathways, 1,200 traffic signals, and over 350 city-managed bridges and structures. Definitions and reporting practices vary by city, where the differences exist, such as Toronto reporting center line kilometers rather than lane kilometers is noted. The figures shown reflect each municipality's open authoritative reporting and asset management practices. Overall, the comparison demonstrates that Edmonton's assets portfolio is large, diverse, comparable in scale to other major Canadian cities, reinforcing the importance of sustainable funding, life cycle management, and coordinated service delivery. Next slide, please. A key piece to the work that we provide is around research and engagement. In 2025, we collected over 20,000 survey responses. And the data isn't just for data's sake, to have it for the sake of data. Its insights directly shape our policies, bylaws, and service improvements. Beyond the survey, we create tangible ways for residents to influence their own neighborhood. Last year alone, we led 23 major engagement projects, including 15 Vision Zero street labs. This ensures that community input is physically baked into our infrastructure planning. We pair community sentiment with hard science. Through our permanently endowed Urban Traffic Safety Research Chair and multidisciplinary working groups, we turn academic research into actionable, real-world safety measures, like optimizing our playground zones and photo enforcement deployments. As mentioned in our communication slide, we're constantly monitoring 311 calls, advocacy groups, and overall public sentiment to ensure we remain agile, we learn, and we're responsive to the city's evolving needs on a daily basis. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. We don't actually view audits as a critique. We embrace them as a blueprint for modernization. These independent reviews give us the objective data we need to refine our services and ensure we are strictly aligned with the best interests of Edmontonians. A prime example of that is the snow and ice control audit from March of 2021. That review resulted in the current snow and ice policy you see in action today. As part of our commitment to keeping those policies relevant, we're scheduled for a snow and ice policy refresh this August, which we'll be bringing forward to Council in detail after the snow melts. I also want to highlight the 2019 yard operations audit. While it is a few years old, its impacts are ongoing. It directly informed our capital budget ask for the current 4-year cycle by highlighting exactly where our maintenance yards need physical investment so they can effectively deploy our fleet across the city. Looking forward, we do have 2 exciting audits, and I mean that, which is the parking operations audit, which is coming forward in May of 26, and the temporary road closure planning, or also known as the OSCAM report, in April of 27. We're already reviewing these programs internally, but these upcoming audits will serve as a North Star, enhancing our current work and guiding our implementation strategies for the years to come. Next slide, please. If we remember earlier in the presentation, we talked about the overall budget and what that meant for increases. But it's an important piece when you're looking at that 26 budget, it's viewed from the lens of the last decade. PARS has absorbed, as mentioned, continuous significant budget reductions, which totals to about $26 million cumulatively over the last 10 years. To protect our core legislated infrastructure, we had to pull back on high-valued but not legislated services. This meant not replacing e-park machines to save on hardware, stopping programs like the Front Yards in Bloom, hanging baskets, reducing our service of dust abatement in our annex areas, and reducing service levels in alley pavement repairs. While our overall expenditure has grown since 2018, most of that simply covers inflation of raw materials like asphalt, salt, and fuel. Very little of our current budget represents true new capacity. Ultimately, this means for Parks and Road Services is fundamentally leaner branch today than it was when it was formed 10 years ago. We don't roll historical budgets over. We work plan every available dollar through zero-based budgeting, through people, time, and equipment, constantly reviewing demand to maximize our allocations. We've also completed a full reorganization in 25, which went live on January 26. Each service was reviewed to streamline our branch, aligning our teams directly with the physical assets they operate and maintain. Every dollar we ask for beyond 26 is built on the strict foundation of efficiencies first and directed squarely at the front line in the services we deliver. Next slide, please. Innovation is also important to us, and we're adopting technology to stretch our operational dollars. We're currently deploying things like drones for specialized bridge inspections, material takeoffs, rapid open space inspections, and preventative wildfire monitoring. This saves countless hours in manual staff time and increases safety in reduced access areas. We're piloting high-precision line marking robots for 1,600 sports fields, averaging things like artificial intelligence and LiDAR data to map our canopy and plant trees. We have proactive testing and health monitoring for critical infrastructure to optimally manage in real time when and where maintenance is needed. Think of things like our bridges. We're trialing other things like artificial intelligence and machine learning for pothole detection and optimized route deployment. We're also working towards developing automated shift selection tools for an optimized seasonal deployment and an overall better employee experience for our staff. The University of Alberta Faculty of Engineering is an integrated partner of ours in the development of the world-leading winter road maintenance systems with data intelligence and analytics for the City of Edmonton. Beyond the scenes, we've overhauled our financial math, contributing to the total cost of ownership, creating absolute transparency between asset growth and the true operating costs required to maintain it. Innovation isn't just about technology, it's about how we deploy people. We constantly evaluate where contracted services are more efficient than in-house, such as looking at snow and ice operations or things such as microsurfacing. We have optimized shift structures over the years and have ensured that we're working within our union agreements to meet the service levels that are committed to. Through our reorg or service review and improvement realignment, every program uses results-based budgeting, meaning that annual funding is actively adjusted based on the actual expenses and tangible accomplishments realized in the previous fiscal year. We don't operate in an echo chamber. We're constantly benchmarking our operations against other municipalities, and we actively seek out and implement direct feedback from our frontline staff and Edmontonians to find our next efficiency win. Next slide, please. So what does this mean? Some of the challenges that we have is we're battling extreme weather, but we use that, and what we do with that is we take data-driven deployment maps and longer-lasting materials to help build true operational resiliency. Also, to prevent asset growth from outpacing our budget, we now provide council with permanent operating costs of every new neighborhood or signal before it's approved. Those are also known as operating impacts of capital. We're breaking down our silos with our capital partners to ensure infrastructure decisions are based on decades of maintenance and operations experience, not just the initial price to build. We navigate changing public and policy demands through transparency, providing the hard performance data and financial trade-offs required to make informed decisions. Next slide, please. I know that was a lot. That was listening to me talk for almost 50 minutes, but we're also happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great. Thanks, Caitlin, for the presentation. I appreciated the added color and the sports analogies. It was much appreciated on my end. I think my council colleagues as well. Now we'll open up for questions, so everyone can sign up on the board, put your name on there, and we'll go from there. Anybody else want to join, or should we start with Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Chair Clark. So I have a question. I'm just going to stick with the budgeting that we were talking about and not so much service levels. But I'm trying to get an understanding because as you stated in the presentation and prior, often crews move from snow and ice, like from winter to spring, summer, fall. So I'm trying to get an understanding on page 5 of attachment 1. It has a number of folks for labor for snow and ice, and then a number of folks under street sweeping. So I'm trying to get an idea because there are two numbers, even though from my understanding it's supposed to be the same people. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the best way to describe it, Councillor, is that so if you think of snow and ice as the main hub of the majority of the folks that execute, there's over 680 people that do that program. When they shift into spring, a portion of those folks will go to spring sweep, and then a portion of those folks will actually go back to their role in turf. So it's not always a one-for-one, and that they're always working in a roads type service. They actually disperse within the other services within parks and roads. So that's why you see a discrepancy between that. So you would have to look at snow and ice, sweep, turf, horticulture to get that combined number together.
So the snow and ice is kind of the,
So
the main.
snow and ice is about 7 months of our work, so that's kind of the main foundation.
Okay.
Turf and horticulture surge to about 1,200 staff within the summertime. Those are seasonal, temporary laborers that come in
Okay.
to do that. But we try to maintain the flow of permanent staff within our permanent programs, within the budgets that we have.
All right. And then what about also with the supervisors and team leads? Same idea?
That's correct.
They
So-
would continue on to summer or?
Correct, yeah. So I'll give you an example. In wintertime, we have our district supervisor would be called a roadway maintenance supervisor. That individual oversees that geographic footprint that we showed on that map. That supervisor will oversee, in the wintertime, snow and ice operations on roadways, so think of plows, graders. In the springtime, they'll oversee the street sweeping that's happening on the streets. And then in the summertime, they're overseeing oil and gravel roads, sidewalk maintenance, pothole repair, et cetera.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Over to you, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. Really, really great presentation. Grateful for all the information and just sort of talking us through some of the logic of how you're moving resources around. Signalization, that was a big one that was sort of already on my radar prior to this presentation, and then sort of seeing the proactive traffic signal service standard. So again, I just want to confirm this is an area where we don't need to provide direction to be investing here.
So we did bring forward a unfunded service package part of Fall SOBA, which was ultimately not funded.
So that's an important question, maybe for the city manager as well. Is administration's assumption that something that we've previously not funded, that's come forward as unfunded and we haven't funded it, is that now considered sort of off the table?
Just because you don't fund something once doesn't mean it's off the table. If it is connected to your priorities, or if it's an unfunded service package, we will bring back service packages of that nature. We may not fund, like if we fund anything that we feel is necessary, but there will always be unfunded service packages that allow you to make adjustments to service levels where you want.
Great. And yeah, just wanted to be really clear about that too, that you know, if it had previously not been funded, that's not a reason that administration couldn't bring back as funded if you felt that was the priority.
Yeah, I think right now we have a clear set of priorities from council, so I think, you know, reassessing previous decisions is part of that process. So
Great.
I don't think that inhibits us from having a conversation on some of the other things that we might think are important now according to the priorities of council.
Great. Yeah, and I think there's just a tension too that, you know, there are many things that I would like to fund that at budget time, you know, they just don't weigh out in that moment. Or, you know, I think we've been explicit about waiting to make some bigger moves until the 4-year budget. So really pleased to hear that that's the understanding, that, you know, things that administration considers priorities and aligned with our strategies will come. And just to confirm, my thinking is that the signalization is really critical for quality services, just in terms of optimizing our infrastructure and how people are moving through the city.
I think anywhere you can get to a place in operations where you can be as proactive as possible means that people's experience within the roadway and how they navigate Edmonton is optimized, yes.
And I think this was, we talked about this in the past, you know, other jurisdictions have much more responsive light signaling. So if, you know, if it's late at night, there's no traffic in any direction, there's a car sitting at a red light, like that can be automatically switched. Do we have the technology needed for that sort of automation?
Mark Pivovar is sitting up at the top. I'll get him to answer that.
Yeah, for sure. That's something actually our safe mobility team, now that the signals design and constructions with that team, is looking for future signals to have advanced looping. That technology does exist. It does come with a cost, but and it does come with future maintenance and operational costs when loops break. But there's cameras. There are those initiatives that our safe mobility team is looking into for the design of new signals. And then in our world, in operational maintenance, we're looking at, you know, retroactively doing some of those in certain, you know, high volume pedestrian locations to prevent some of those things, or some of the issues with the bigger arterial intersections at late at night and everything too.
To answer your question, we don't have that today. We're working towards
Don't have
that.
it. Okay. Okay, no, that's really helpful to know, because I think, again, there's maybe a tendency to be thinking around operations as it's like people out moving physical things around, but there's some of that back of house investment and innovation that I think, are huge wins there. And then I'm so sorry, this is just my mind being slow today. Safe mobility is IS, not
No.
it is ops.
So Safe
in-
Mobility is in Parks and Road Services. So they are run by Jessica Lamar. She's the director
Yeah.
of that area. So our partners in IAS will help with any type of adaptable construction and through renewal or reconstruction. So we work very, very closely with them and very closely with UP with developer type work as well.
Great. Okay, no, that's wonderful to hear. I think that's some great alignment there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan.
Thanks. So just kind of building off of that, then the barriers on the streets at the crossings, that's under safe mobility too, those temporary ones?
So it depends on what barrier you're speaking of. So if you're thinking of like a guardrail or those high tension like guy lines that are along the places like Stony Plain Road, those are within our area. Anywhere that you would see with it, let's say it's a curb extension or there's let's say movement of cars around, something to slow traffic down, that would be safe mobility, all of which falls within Parks and Road Services.
Okay, cool. So what's the feedback on, like, how's the response on those? And like, I guess, I'll back it up here. Are those like a precursor to permanent extensions?
Yes, so the goal of those temporary, or I would say, temporary ones is to, when renewal or reconstruction comes into those areas, that they become permanent. So the goal of them are usually what happens is there's an application done by the community to say, hey, we have a need or we have some demand for this in this area. Those are those street labs that go in and review that. So they take community feedback, they do engagement, they try to understand what the problem is, and then there's a full engineering review that's done to determine what's the best type of infrastructure to put in there to slow cars down or to address the safety concerns. Okay. What happens after that, there's a full review process within a year of that being installed to see if any adjustments need to be made or if there needs to be anything changed with what was put into place.
Okay, cool. What's the feedback like in general? I'm not getting great feedback on those, and I'm not sure that they're like the intention of what they're there for is really known for people, and so I'm just kind of curious what your thoughts on that are.
Yeah, so I would say that the feedback is varied. I think whenever you change how somebody normally drives on a roadway, there's always going to be potentially some frustration. Understanding the why that those happens is really key, but also at the same time, they're in place to address safety concerns. They're meant to keep pedestrians safe, cyclists safe, maybe even cars on the road safe.
And I don't disagree with that. I guess just the communication piece then to the education piece, communication, like, are there ways to improve that?
Oh, always. Yeah, absolutely. And we have our Safe Mobility Strategy refresh that's coming to council in May, and we can absolutely highlight some of the communication things that we're doing within that strategy.
Okay, sounds good. Another thing I was kind of curious about was just, and I think you touched on a little bit, was that adaptive standards. Maybe is that like flexibility in response to major events? And I'm a little bit thinking about this winter and the snow removal, our big event over the holidays there. How's our flexibility in responding? Like, can we do better in that?
I think we would always say we can always do better. I think that we can always look at things, look at our operations that we're delivering. If in the context of snow and ice, we learned a ton. It was a 1 in 30 year snow event. We have a handful of individuals that still work for us who worked in the last 30-year snow event. So we can learn from that and adapt, absolutely.
Yeah, can we adapt on the fly?
So we have optimized the budget that we have. We have as much on board we can with resourcing for people as well as contractors. And we also have the ability to surge if we need to. The things that we can adapt and do better on the fly are our communications, explaining those pieces, getting that proactive messaging out.
Yeah, it felt like we were like much better at adapting to the one right after that. Like we had another big dump of snow.
I think that's a great example of taking what we learned through the previous one and incorporating that into the new one.
And going forward too?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
I don't want to go back.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then
me neither.
And then expanding that across programs as well. So we learned a lot in the December-January timeframe in snow and ice, specifically on like proactive communications. But then taking those lessons learned and applying them to other citywide, very popular topics, traffic being the one that comes to mind right now. Like, how do we take those lessons learned in terms of being as proactive and sharing all the communications we possibly can? So there's a lot of work we're doing between you know, a few different departments, UPE in terms of modeling, IIS on the project side, but then traffic operations in terms of managing the system once it's in place. How do we be as like coordinated and proactive as we can? So there's no surprises in the public when some of these projects kick back up again in construction season. So not just taking the lessons learned and keeping it within snow and ice, but then like applying that across the city is how we're trying to work, you know, moving forward here.
Sure. On another topic, are we seeing a reduction in revenue from the loss of our parking machines?
We did initially. I think with any change that you have out in the field, you're going to see that initial kind of, it takes time to adapt to new technology. There were some challenges with the technology that we worked through, but as of now, we're not projecting any difference within the revenue had originally to the revenue you have planned for 26. I will note, though, parking has a structural budget variance on revenue, and that is not attributed to the removal of the machines.
Do we have any plans on further review of that app?
So we have a full parking program review report coming to council in May of this year.
I think it's, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Could you remind me where cemeteries live?
Community services.
I probably need a better turn of phrase for that.
Yeah, sorry. That would be under Jennifer Flaman, also under Roger Jevney. So it's a part of the activation piece within the community programming.
So it's not under parks. It's not under parks.
No.
Cemeteries are not parks.
No,
they're a
not.
service.
Correct.
Okay. Say for instance, I noticed that we have some aspects like say cremation or burial plots, but we don't. We do some pieces of the funeral process, but there's others that we don't do. I was looking at the price guide. If the city identified, say, a line of business or something they wanted to do, is that something that could be done? I guess I'm thinking like it is a question for the other department, but say, for instance, there was equipment required or something, would that still be under the other department, or would that be under PARS?
It would be under the other department. So any like, if you're thinking like turf or any of the tree maintenance in a cemetery as an example, that's done underneath of community services, the other department, with the exception of some of the trees. Our urban foresters will manage those from an urban canopy perspective.
Okay, awesome, thank you. I know I've emailed about this, but I'm very curious. We know carting snow is incredibly expensive. We know the snow storage is incredibly expensive, and I've been very curious about those snow melting hot tubs they have in New York City. So for a capital ask like that, if we wanted to get a dozen of those or something, how would that come up? Is that something that administration's reviewing, or?
Great question. So we are coming forward to council in August of this year with the policy review and incorporating some of the feedback that we have around different ways of being able to handle large surges of snow, how we operationalize that, with a report on what those options could be. And if there's council direction to do that, that can be done through a capital budget or operations ask.
So that could include ice chippers, that could include ice smashers, that could include snow melting hot tubs?
I think anything's on the table in terms of how we operate and do things creatively within the city in order to achieve service levels, yep.
Awesome. The parking program, could you confirm if we have, what did I say? There, it is a problem, yes. I was looking at the OSCAM there. So how many we have some city parking staff and some city attendants, but then we also have contracted attendants, right?
No. So we have 8 city staff that run the entire parking program, period.
That's it. That's not enforcement. So if I get a parking ticket, the person who gives the ticket is a contracted employee.
In community services, reporting in through Dave Jones's area, and there's only 4 of those people who do that.
And that's by law.
That's correct.
Hold on a minute. We only have 4 people?
Yeah.
There's only
5. Pardon me, I misspoke. 5 people total.
There's only 5 people giving parking tickets in the city of Edmonton?
In snow and ice events?
It's snow and ice
Correct.
events. Okay.
And then in regular parking enforcement, it's through bylaw officers or through contracted services.
And do we know how many those are?
Jordana? No, wait, I will have to get back to you.
Okay, so
on
I'll
that
follow
one.
up. Yep. Yep, great work. Thank you so much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Going to the snow storage, the other option is looking at who we're storing the snow for, right?
It's a great question.
So what are we doing to look at the private contractors that are bringing?
It's a great question. So in the last budget cycle, there was direction given by council to invest in technology at our snow sites, which effectively would allow us to start charging a tipping fee. So that will come into effect into 2030, of which that we will start charging external parties, whether other municipalities or contractors, to utilize our snow dumps to recover the cost of managing those snow dumps, to help with some of the flow of the volume, but also to help manage and balance out our environmental risk and liability.
Okay, is there, I guess, would there be a potential as well, or I guess it would be up to those private contractors and other municipalities to decide whether they want to pay our fees or have their own storage, right?
Correct.
Okay. Any feedback from?
So we haven't started that just yet. So we need to get the technology in place and figure out the how before we can go and solicit feedback. But the whole idea would be is we're not going to, do this tomorrow and make it so it's a surprise for folks. There would be engagement. We're started trying to get some idea around who our major customers at this point are, even if they're not paying anything, to be able to do some of that engagement around what they're looking for and what that kind of price tolerance would be for what they would charge.
Okay, thank you. And then some of the other barriers, I guess, to the snow clearing. Enforcement is, I'm guessing, is a big one, or lack thereof, to get people's vehicles off the roads. That would make it easier, right?
So it is a challenge to get people's vehicles off the road with 5 parking enforcement officers. One of the things that we're looking at, which is coming in May of this year through the parking program, is looking at bringing in automated parking enforcement as an option, which would help drastically increase the capacity to ticket during those parking ban events. But one of the things that we do battle with is large amounts of snow accumulation do result in windrows, which creates congestion on the roadways. So,
okay, but that automated parking, that would only be like on the major roads, right? Like it wouldn't be residential areas.
if you call a phase 2 parking ban, you could use automated parking enforcement to utilize ticketing during that, yes.
Okay, interested to hear more about that. And do we have the right equipment? Because I was told, like in some of the residential areas with the narrower streets, that the larger plows can't get in unless it goes back to being frozen again. Is there other equipment that we could use to get in?
So if you're referring to the last big snow event where we had to call in the graders instead of the plows to go in there, that would be our lever to pull on to change the type of equipment. What it does is it changes how we clear the roadway. So if it's soft and you have large pieces of equipment in there, they do sink and it makes it challenging to operate it. One of the big pieces is that it also changes what our snowpack is. So if you bring in graders, we go down to bare pavement.
And that creates larger windrows.
Larger windrows. Okay. With the approved service levels that we have is to maintain a 5-centimeter snowpack, which is based on the equipment we have, which is the plows. Other municipalities use graders and they go down to bare pavement. So this is a bit of a discrepancy between expectation versus the approved service level, and the equipment that we have is able to achieve the approved service level that we do have.
Okay, thank you. Safe mobility, the package that was not approved, will that, like, I know we talk about unfunded service packages, but can it be built into the base budget, Mr. Robar? Or?
Can I know you directed this to Mr. Robar. I just want to explain base budget.
Yeah.
Base budget is what you actually do right now. So anytime you want to change the base budget, you must do that through a service package.
Okay, but that service package can be funded.
Yeah, we do, and that's how we do it. You change the base by funding service packages.
Okay, and that will be looked at, right?
Yeah, I think
our
what we've said
priorities.
in the past, in the conversations, is that we'll take those unfunded service packages, line them up against your priorities. We'll fund the ones through the budget that align with those priorities, and I will say it time and time again, your tax tolerance.
Okay.
And balance those things out as we walk along the process here.
Okay, perfect, thank you, and I'm out of time.
Just to clarify, Councillor Wright, that was a traffic signals service package, not a safe mobility package.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, my next question was on traffic signals, so I'll come back.
Thank you. Councillor Parmar.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Yeah, great presentation. You really understood the assignment, being in the middle of all of these large budget presentations and able to capture our attention well. So good job. I had a question about like the innovation in snow and ice. There was there's conversations about like the hot tubs, but there's also conversations about other innovations in snow and ice. like, what do those look like, and will those be as part of the package that you're bringing forward to us?
So it'd be part of the policy review, not a package, but it'd be part of the policy review. And the things that we're looking at, Councillor Parmar, are around the feedback that we've gotten. So there is a desire for more service level within neighborhoods, so not just doing it within a certain snowpack. Windrows continue to be a concern or a point of frustration. Icy conditions, access on bus stops. So the things that we're looking at is like, how can we provide suggestions around different services and what innovation or types of equipment or different ways of doing it that we could look at in order to achieve those service outcomes.
You seem to be very restricted by the province's environmental and protected areas. Are there things that we would be able, like, from a higher legislative piece, are there some things that we would be able to, you know, ask the government of Alberta to make changes, like, for example, where we put snow, what goes down the drain, those types of questions?
I'll turn that over to Michael Gunther.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. So the way it stands right now, when we remove snow, there is a pretty comprehensive set of legislative requirements and regulatory requirements in terms of what we do with that. And that's in part because what's taken off the road does have contaminated material in it, so we have to be very careful in terms of how we store that. So whether or not there would be changes that would allow us to do things, if we're looking perhaps at new technology that's not enabled by the legislation, I think the best approach would be to be precise, but also to demonstrate why the new technology complies with the bigger picture and isn't going to create contamination issues or pollution issues. So large scale, probably the answer is no, but if there's something we're looking at that doesn't work because of the legislation, it would probably need to be a targeted approach.
When you mean targeted, do you mean us lobbying the provincial government in a targeted approach? Or?
Yeah, I don't know if it needs to be lobbying per se as much as just demonstrating and working with Alberta Environment to show that there's an alternate option that accomplishes what they want, and that is obviously we're not polluting the water, we're not impacting the groundwater or contaminating the streets. But at the same time, whatever we're proposing works within the parameters of environmental law and regulation.
Okay, that's great. I find it hard to understand. Things already go down the drains, right? And so things on road contamination and salts and things that are used, and then we truck it off into yards, and those probably go into groundwater anyways. So I'm trying to understand.
Well, just if I can just add, then I'll turn it over to you. That our snow dump sites are engineered, they're lined, and there's a lot of engineering in place to make sure that the road salts, the contamination doesn't go into the groundwater.
Okay.
Yeah, to add to that, Councillor Parmar, it's not just road salts. You get hydrocarbons, you get other contaminants that are in there. So when we look at potentially using parkland as a potential place to put that snow, it does become problematic because you run the risk of contaminating some of those lands, maybe unintentionally, by not knowing what's in that snow when you're removing it. So there's benefits to having it so you windrow it and it naturally runs off, which is then treated by EPCOR, versus us trucking it or putting it somewhere else, specifically on a park as an example.
Great. Can we also talk about cul-de-sacs? That's something that is, I've heard from the builders. I've heard tell me more about cul-de-sacs.
So there's over 3,500 cul-de-sacs in the city of Edmonton. Within our snow and ice budget, cul-de-sac clearing is not part of the service level that we provide without a certain snowpack of 30 centimeters or more. And the reason for that is around access. So cul-de-sacs are tricky to clear. You need specialized equipment in order to do that, and you have to haul it away. We can't center stack or make those really tall pyramids that kids like to play in because they're actually incredibly unsafe. So what the goal of those is to clear the snow out and then to be able to remove it. Usually we dictate it now based on the resourcing we have and the budget we have, based on the snowpack. If there's a desire to do more, we would need more budget in order to do that.
And do we have the equipment to do it, or do we contract it out?
It's a combination of both, but it's majority contracted out.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I just have a hodgepodge of questions, so bear with me. Pardon? What is Edmonton Locate Consortium? It was in the slide. It was where there's a structural budget variance, and it's actually the first time it's flagged to me as something I don't think maybe likely in the plethora of information we've received before, but.
It's been there. It's, so if I'll give you more of a residential example. So if you're gonna build a fence in your yard, you have to call before you dig. So that's where they come in and they do a locate. So they'll identify if you have power or gas in those areas, and they put the flags that are up on your yard so you don't hit anything. The utility owner or the owner of that asset is responsible for that charge to go out. So it's no charge to you if you were to call for a locate, but if I have a street light in that area, ATCO has an ATCO line or EPCOR does, there's a requirement for that asset owner to reimburse the locate company for that.
Okay, so that budget variance is because of assets on city land in which we have to do that locate service?
Correct. And part of the solution on that SPV for the locate is that all of that right now is residing in Parks and Road Services. There's going to be a redistribution of some of those funds to some of our capital partners for some of the work that they're doing on their side.
Okay.
Yep.
With the safe mobility, I know this is a point in time, the 30 million and then the 28 million in revenue is from the taser, right?
Correct.
So but that's not ongoing. Like we are gonna that's one of the things we're gonna have to deal with as part of the 4-year budget, because we will not have that revenue source.
That's correct. So
on a go-forward basis.
That's correct. So we have a business case to the province asking for reinstatement of speed on green at 16 locations across the city. That we haven't heard back on those ones yet. However, automated enforcement through the mobile enforcement that you saw previously, that revenue no longer exists.
Yeah.
So as part of the safe mobility strategy that we're coming back in May, we're going to speak through some of those things.
Okay, I just wanted to because again, it looks healthy now, but it in this point in time, but it's not healthy on a go-forward basis.
That's correct. It will be at a deficit.
Okay, what is a user fee white paper? So it was in one of the policy drivers for the city, and I was like, I haven't seen this.
So I don't know if some of our partners comms is up top, they don't have a microphone, but a user fee white paper is basically doing a research around what those user fees could be, what the tolerance those are, and ultimately how we can bring those into policy, but also how we can ensure that we're charging either market value, below market value, and what that looks like.
And Councillor Rutherford, the city does have a user fee white paper that was done some time ago and available on our website.
And are we I guess my question was, when is that, is there a refresh on that white paper?
The user fees are going to come back to you in terms of policy documents, not necessarily white paper.
Okay, thank you. Time check, okay. I also, in looking at the table on slide 24, it kind of struck me the same way that around the traffic signals as the community sandbox program did, with how kind of out of sync we are, especially with Calgary. And I've had that feedback from residents that, like there's a signal at every intersection, and is that even necessary? As part of this work, will we be looking at where we've put signals up that maybe are not serving? Or like, how are we right-sizing our signalized inventory?
So we're not looking to divest of any of our signalized inventory. Right now, any growth in signals is based on what development needs are. So through approved development plans, you typically don't see a growth in signals specifically within the city unless it's required, usually based on data information. You see more of those crosswalks or optimized crosswalks.
And then as we get into the conversation on service levels, while we talk about, I know the Windrow removal in neighborhoods was 12 million estimated back in 2022 when we had that report. Is there an opportunity for more strategic Windrow removal? And are you going to be bringing forward some recommendations on that? So maybe we're not clearing all windrows from neighborhoods, but this is where an expansion of windrow removal would have a real accessibility advantage.
So the answer is yes, we're looking at that. So some of the feedback that we got was, in school zones as an example, we clear the windrow from specifically in front of the school. But in the case of this last winter, we had so much snow that there was windrows adjacent to the school, which is actually not a windrow-free zone, which means do we need to reevaluate that, and do we make that corridor windrow-free in order to be able to access? So
perfect,
yes.
That's exactly my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Do you want to move another round of questions?
Yes, I'm happy to do that. I'll move a second round.
Second.
Please vote.
Councillor Councillor Salvador, can I just confirm that was you?
Yes, that's me.
Thank you. We have your vote. And we have your vote as well, Mayor Knack.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. All right, that is carried 11-0, and we will move on to Councillor Morgan. You're back up.
Thanks so much. Just kind of building off of what Councillor Rutherford was saying there about signalization. What are the standards for install on like distance between crossings? I guess is there?
Yeah, it's a great question. Mark Pivar, if you could help out with that, that'd be great.
Yeah, we see signals mostly for sure at arterial intersections and arterial collector intersections. I think the standards are really based on traffic counts, what we've talked about for twinning roads recently, traffic counts, the volume of pedestrian crossings at that point. You know, in new developing areas, we're looking at the number of rooftops in the area to really determine if we have to put a signal there immediately. So there is engineering reasons to put it, but there's also some of that softer side of like, you know, requirements or historical incidents that happen at those intersections and everything too.
Sure. Is there a set distance that has to be before we can put a crossing? And I heard something about like 200 meters in between. Is that?
Yeah, there's access management guidelines that are done by urban planning and economy that state like, you know, how often a collector should be intersecting with an arterial. And then you would normally see signals at each one of those intersections along an arterial ultimately in the ultimate situation. So it's based on sort of the access guidelines and how often collectors come out to major arterials.
Okay, cool. I'm dealing with I'm talking to somebody's looking to build on Ellerslie, and I know they're looking for a signalization there. And like, I guess I'm wondering about like even just getting like east to west on Ellerslie there. They can go one way, but they can't go the other way. Is that factored in?
Yeah, that would be factored into the overall intersection design. Some intersections along arterials are right in, right out only. Like we don't allow left turns out just for mobilities, and in that situation, we wouldn't have to have a signal kind of things.
Okay.
The other piece to add to that, Councillor Morgan, is part of the development permit. That would be part of things that they would look at is access to those.
Yeah, that's asked, and part of that is consultation with you guys.
With our partners in
That's correct. Our
urban.
partners in UPE would actually condition if a signal is required, and then that developer would have to pay for that signal through our teams and work with the design and construction of that.
If there was enough housing or traffic into an area, you would require both ways.
Correct. Signals are conditioned at UPE, and then our teams in PARS would really develop when we would put that signal in based on sort of like the certain numbers and the engineering guidelines.
Okay. No, that's great information. Thanks. Center stacking and cul-de-sacs, I've seen it, and I've heard a lot about it from people in my ward too. And so, but we're not doing it?
We did.
We did?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the last 2 winters we did. So last winter we did it between February and March, and this winter we did it in January to February.
So we are doing it? Okay. Cool.
We had to do it based on the percentage of snowpack that we had. So it's a service that's provided based on the snowpack, not based on a continual routed service that happens on the regular.
Okay, so I misheard then. I thought we said we don't do it. Okay, and then we get rid of it, or we just let it melt?
So it goes to our snow dump facilities, and then it's moved and addressed with dozers and equipment that's on site to move it around, and then it ultimately melts into what we have our tailing ponds, and then it's dealt with through our environmental monitoring.
Okay, cool. Right on. Thanks. Last question here, just safety of our crews out there right now, and I heard a lot about some situations where our snow crews were getting shovels thrown at them, and I worry about our encampment removal teams as well, and some of the situations they're put in. What do we need to do better on that, or do we need to do better? How are we doing?
I think we can do better, absolutely. I think education with the public is a starting point. Not so much around like, please be respectful. I think that's an underlying expectation, but it's more so around the service levels so we don't increase those frustrations. So when our crews are out there, they see the crews as the city and that they're not, frustrated with the crews specifically. They're just trying to do the work, number one. Number two is being able to give our crews enough time and space. So when they're working really, really hard on things and working long shifts, it becomes tiring for them. So being able to give them a sustained break in between services is a key piece, because with that allows them to take mental health breaks, allow them to access things with peer support or anything that they might need through those pieces. Can we do better? Yeah, we can educate the public more on our service levels, but we can also make sure that we're providing support to our crews.
The other thing I wanted to add on that is I feel like we ask the public to be very patient in a period of time where there was 74 centimeters of snow and there was weeks between that sitting, the temperature swings, it got really soft. And so we, communicate our service levels, but essentially we asked the public to be patient and give us time to get to it, but we didn't reiterate over and over and over again. So things like daily media availabilities, getting into those Facebook groups where people are talking and posting photos, like there was almost this pent-up frustration that I don't think we appropriately addressed as proactively as we needed to. And so I think that contributed to the frustration that was then taken out on our staff. And so we want to look at this from all angles, like how do we protect, whether it's like security, resources, or things like that. We've been working with our union partners, but how do we be as proactive as possible to the public so they're not, so that frustration doesn't get generated and then get lashed out onto our staff. So there's a host of things that we've learned in this last season on how we can better communicate and protect our staff from those types of events. Sorry, I took 30 extra.
Perfect, thanks.
Great, thank you. Councillor Wright, over to you.
Okay, I'll be 30 seconds less then, okay, just to make up for it. I do think the communication is really important, because I think once we were able to tell people when they were scheduled in that residential clearing, I think the temperature did come down a little bit, but not knowing when in that 14 weeks or whatever.
I was going to say, that was a fascinating point. Yeah. Because we did that deliberately in terms of like the scheduling on the website, because things can change. And so we didn't want to add a date and then change it later. So we were thoughtful in terms of when we add dates on those maps. But it was fascinating to get the overwhelming amount of feedback for those neighborhoods that weren't yet scheduled. All they wanted to know was when they were scheduled. And so it was almost more time spending back and forth in terms of, we'll schedule that at a particular date. So that's a good lesson learned. Like, that's what people need to know. When am I scheduled? So then I can mentally prepare and figure those things out. So that's part of the lessons learned in terms of how do we communicate and put those dates on the map so people can prepare for it.
Yeah. And with the caveat, it might change, as did a number of my neighborhoods that ended up getting done a day ahead of time.
And didn't I'll hear about this later. It didn't help when there was, a couple mishaps with the app and the notification tool as well. Minor in the grand scheme, but when it says phase 2 when it meant to, or says phase 1 when it meant to say phase 2, it just plants that small seed of doubt that we don't need. So there's a host of things that, like I said, we've picked up and we'll continue to learn on. Sorry, Caitlin.
Okay, perfect. Did you want to say anything more to that? Or?
Thank you. I want to just add really quickly that the transparency around seeing when a neighborhood was scheduled is brand new this year. So that was a new adaptation that we made to the snow and ice clearing map. We learned some things. So around that, being able to see it ahead of time and what that looks like, and that things do change. So being more clear and transparent on that. We have some plans over this off season, which would be the summertime for snow and ice, around what further map enhancements or kind of like redundancy that we can build into it, so it doesn't go down and have the glitching that we did see during when you have a huge 1.2 million people all invested in the same service. We need to make sure that those systems are in place.
Everybody's refreshing at the same
Correct.
time. Yeah.
Councillor Wright, I just want to add one thing as well for you, really quickly. I had misspoke earlier on the survey for the snow dumping. We actually have started. So there's a phase 1, which is a survey that's gone out already to some
and
of
that
those.
Was to business users
Correct.
already. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then there'll be a phase 2 that's coming, but basically the engagement is looking at how users access that, and then the best way to find tech to support it. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. The signalization, the difference between Edmonton and Calgary, I know when I drive to or through Calgary, there seem to be a lot more freeways and thoroughfares like that you wouldn't normally have signal lights on. Like, is that part of the reason why they don't have as many, or?
So I think you can see the shift of that on the yellowhead. So we've removed signaling along the yellowhead, so there's some removal of that. What Mark mentioned earlier is that signals typically go in when there's an intersection of a collector road to an arterial road to allow for safe access, depending on traffic counts, the engineering, the road design. So without looking at how, like Calgary specifically, I don't have an answer to answer that specifically, but from an Edmonton context, those are the reasons why you end up seeing those signals in place.
Okay, and you said that we need to take a more holistic view of the overall traffic flow?
That's from a traffic signal optimization perspective. So when you have a traffic signal that's already in place, how can you time it in such a way that allows you continuous movement without a disruption, while factoring in things like transit and LRT and allowing for that priority service to go through as well.
Okay, and that is being done, or that's planned on being done?
So that's the measure that we're only sitting at 5% on
okay.
because of the resourcing.
Okay. And active pathways, the concern around bus stops and even mailboxes. I guess, is that going to be looked at? I mean, can we not put windrows in front of them in the first place? Or like, how would that slow down the overall work being done?
So bus stops are already a windrow free zone. So
Okay,
you
and
wouldn't
I'm just wondering, going from the sidewalk behind the bus stop to in front.
Okay, so yeah, so the service levels that we have around P1, P2 are already established in terms of being able to connect some of those higher priority bus stops. We had brought forward a unfunded service package as part of FALSOBA to increase services on those bus stops and some of the post box areas, which ultimately wasn't funded through council. But as we look at the policy and the things that we've heard from this winter plus previously, those are some of the things that we'll bring in from an accessibility lens as part of that policy review.
Which could then be looked at as a service package, which could be funded depending on our tax tolerance, correct? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think you said you were originally going to give an extra 30 seconds back, but yeah, that's fine. That's a shortfall. That's a structural budget variance on your time. We'll rectify it next time. Councillor, or wait, no, I hear the board bump. Councillor Rutherford's now going. Yes.
Thank you, sorry. I don't know why I disappeared. Oh, there I am again. I just want to focus on the staff complement for a second. And so this is the slide 5 in the presentation. And, you know, like I do see, it looks like on this bar graph, it looks really good, you know, with 3.5% management, 2.2 exempt, and then 94% unionized. But I think one of the things that I've heard more directly from frontline workers is still the layers of management. And I, you know, even in looking at the description of the unionized people leaders, there's a lot of supervisory and leadership roles even within that 94%. Are we looking at that at all? Because I have heard from frontline workers that it does create inefficiencies.
So we have. So as part of my reorg last year in 2025, we did a full holistic look at all leadership levels from branch manager right down to what I would say is a crew lead or a leader 1 in the field, and establishing things such as span of care, and span of care encompasses how many direct reports you have, what you're responsible for from a technical side, et cetera. And it was found that our org structure, and we made some tweaks through the reorg in order to rebalance some things. We've combined some teams together in order to make sure that span of care is equitable across the operations.
So what is the ideal ratio that we're looking for in that span of care?
That's a great question. I'll have to get back to you on that one. I don't have that.
And I think I'd actually like, I might, you know, again, if you're amenable, because I don't think we got any did we get a memo on that reorg?
You did, yeah.
What was that memo called?
I'll go back and have a look at it. It was around the Parks and Road Services SRI reorganization.
Was it right in the middle of like September, October?
It was in July of last year, so it was around the crazy time, yeah.
Okay, I'll look. That's fine. I don't need to
I can also send it to you if you need.
We talked, and the city manager in his first sort of overarching presentation about the city talked about the risks around WCB. What is the percentage of WCB claims in PARs? Are a lot of them coming from PARs, or is it on par, with the other departments across? Because like I would imagine there would be a lot more physical labor, right? So you would assume there would be a higher amount.
It's about on par with the organization, pun intended. The things that we see majority from a WCB perspective are psychological safety-related pieces, just based on the nature of the work, but also sprains and strains, just based on the physical nature of the things that folks are doing.
Sorry, I saw the city manager kind of lean towards the mic. Did you have anything to add?
When you look at the higher risk areas in WCB, it actually isn't PARs.
It isn't
in
PARs?
ETS
Okay.
and fire.
It's fire and
ETS.
ETS. Okay, that makes sense. Yes. Okay, and nope, that helps because I would have assumed it would have been in PARs, but good to know where those areas of highest claims are coming from. I think that's all my questions for now, I mean, I think one of the things I just in general want to ask about is with regards to the area that I see of concern that's kind of not mentioned, and I was wondering if you had any KPIs, is on our response times on mature tree maintenance.
Around how often we trim them and
And if we're meeting our service standards and how our service standards are, because I am seeing a lot of diseased elm trees and trees that have those bugs that are creating the black sapling, and I want to know if we're not meeting our service levels or if it's a service level enhancement conversation on those. That's what I'm trying to get at the heart of.
Yeah, I think in general, we trim, I want to say, every 5 to 7 years. I don't know exactly the stat on that one. I do know we do keep like a host of KPIs on trimming, inspections, especially with Dutch elm disease in the city.
So I guess my request is I would like to see some of those KPIs specifically to the urban forestry area that I know you have, but I'd like to actually see those.
yeah, we can give you a memo on that for sure.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. I think on a first round, it's Councillor Clark.
I was holding off because I had the chair for a little bit, so now I'm back on.
You did a great job. Thank you.
I did my best. Just one question, then I'll kind of get into some snow and ice stuff that I had. Just on the federal grant for the 2 billion trees program, so that ends this year, and I don't think it's coming back. Is that correct? And just see how that kind of affects your capital side.
No, so it doesn't end this year. It goes to 2030 is the grant. The grant that changed at the federal level was that they didn't expand it or continue to do it at a federal piece. So they weren't doing any new applications or any new offerings of it. The city of Edmonton was able to retain the one that was already gifted or provided to us.
And that was because our deal was signed before the federal government made the change on their granting program. So they honored the signed agreements, which the city had. So we essentially lucked out because we were locked in already.
Good to hear. Okay, going to just snow and ice. So I know we've got the policy refresh coming in August. I guess so your advice to us, like as we start this process now, we'll start getting into kind of conversations, right away on what we want to do on budget. But that's obviously a really important report that we kind of need to see before we start pulling some levers, right?
I think it's part of the policy around what you're looking for service levels. We're taking, many of you had gone on some ride-alongs. We got some really great feedback from the ride-alongs that you went on with our frontline staff. We're pulling information and feedback that we got through 301s as well as posses and making sure that we have that incorporated to try and align it best with what we're hearing from Edmontonians. Most important piece on this as well is we're going to do some extensive staff engagement to hear about what they want. So what are the things that they see as boots on the ground and being able to pull in their considerations, old, new, future, and innovative around what that could look like.
Okay. And then you kind of mentioned in your presentation about tinkering with snow and ice and how that affects turf and maintenance. If you could just give me a little more detail on that, just from a budget perspective, how they kind of correlate.
For sure. So I'll give you an example in a permanent employee perspective and then a temporary employee perspective. So in a permanent employee, Parks and Roads is divided into 4 distinct seasons. You have your shoulder seasons, and then you have your summer season and the winter season. With that permanent employee will shift between all 4. So they effectively have 4 different hats that they wear in the year. So if you are going to reduce snow and ice as an example, and that permanent employee no longer has work within the snow and ice realm, then their corresponding summer role would be affected by that. In a positive way, if you increase the budget on snow and ice on a permanent perspective, then you also increase potentially the budget on the turf side. On a temporary basis, it's a little bit different. Temporary employees are hired by the season and by the work that they're doing. When we're looking at things like temp to perm conversions, that's where we start to match up a winter and a summer role to be able to see those pieces. So if you increase the budget in one, we're always going to try to see where we can optimize, looking at permanent employees for retention of institutional knowledge, the operational experience to cut down on administrative overhead of onboarding as well as training. But that's effectively how you can pull on the lever to increase service level somewhere. You can increase it within a specific season, or you could look at it holistically to increase it at its corresponding summer season as well.
The intention behind slide 6 that we just had up was to try to show a bit of that, but it's for both people and the equipment itself. Mm-hmm. So those belly plows that are out doing some sanding and plowing, they'll take the box off and then use that for paving operations as well. So the equipment gets shared too. So we'll look at how to maximize like a people throughout the entire year, but then also some of those pieces of equipment that can shift between seasons. So if you were to make a change in service levels, say buy a bunch of equipment and hire people in the winter, you would either have those same pieces of equipment sitting in the summer, or you would increase on the paving side as well in order to keep those people and those vehicles employed year round. So PARS is relatively unique in that sense where it's all connected across the seasons. So looking at one particular service in isolation is tricky.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. And next is Councillor Jans. Please go ahead.
Did I hear you correctly that we've been storing snow and ice for private contractors for free as well?
Yeah, the snow dumps right now don't have a fee. So we have a capital project right now, and that's what some of the engagement was for, is like what type of technology in order to say scan license plates, add fees, line in order to be able to charge and track. But right now it's provided at no cost, and we recognize that's something that we need to change. And so there's a capital profile right now to bring in the infrastructure so we can start charging those fees. But I think it's the vast majority. I want to say, this is dangerous me making a quote, but I think it's closer to 60 or 70% of the snow that goes into those snow dumps are from the private side. So think like Sobeys, Safeway, Superstore, those types of parking lots. They'll haul it to our snow dumps at no charge at this point in time.
Interesting. What is the, and that's not considered like illegal dumping?
No.
Because it's just open season, I guess.
I wouldn't say it's open season. It's an established facility to take in that type of material, such as snow, and to be able to process
Didn't
it.
we get so full we had to close a couple of these? Was this
So we had to close one this winter. So there's two types of closures. So right now there's capital investment closures, Poundmaker being one of those, which is on the west end of Edmonton. That's getting the technology installed that we're talking about. So those liners, as well as some of the environmental kind of safeguarding that needs to be in place, and those are going to be rolling to all 5 of those snow dumps that we have. The closure that we had this winter was because of the amount of volume that came into a specific area. We had to move things around to allow for safe access to the site.
And regional municipalities also get to dump for free?
That's correct.
For now,
they don't have their own sites? Like Sherwood Park hasn't looked at building a snow dump or something?
No, I'm not sure if they've looked at it specifically. I know other municipalities have looked into it. I'm not familiar if they've actually endeavored to take one on themselves.
Okay. We are on a good path to increase and install that technology in order to add those tip fees. And also say that it's not necessarily open season in terms of bring anything you want. There are controls in place that it has to be snow, so it's not like, you know.
They're not dumping gravel or leaves or some other product.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
cool. Appreciate that. I'm glad to hear that there's a plan underway to look at that. When would we get an update on that?
It's in the works now, and the idea is that the tipping fees will come into play into 2030.
Awesome, and that'll be a little more money towards our snow removal budget,
Absolutely.
hopefully.
Yeah,
Better
or
service.
offsetting the cost, yes.
Or a lower tax rate or something. Great for Edmontonians. I guess on that line, I'm curious. I feel like we could buy 10 tow trucks and run them 24/7 and probably pay for the cost of those tow trucks. I feel like we could hire probably 25 more parking officers and again pay for the cost of those officers, if not generate revenue there. How is your department empowered to spend $1 to make $2?
I think it's based on the program and what we're looking to achieve, and that's part of the parking program review that we're bringing to you in May, is that how can we effectively deliver a parking program that allows for equitable access, that looks at the revenue streams within commercial parking or residential parking, and ensure that we're able to enforce the rules within that program and that people know what to expect with the program, number one, but number two, what are the mechanisms or the operations in order to achieve and deliver it.
What about tow yards? Because we tow, or do we tow vehicles, or?
There was previous council direction and budget in order to tow during phase 1 or phase 2 parking bans, as an example, and those are towed to private lots, not necessarily a city lot. That would be a better question for Dave Jones.
How about abandoned vehicles? Is that the same?
Same with Dave Jones. So their community services is next week, so you'll be able to answer all those questions.
Yeah, I just there seems to be a number of, and I guess going back to this one metric I'm interested in is just when 311 complaints come in, what is our time to respond, and and we don't have to get specific now, but I don't know, maybe this is for when 311 is up, but getting kind of a memo of the top 25 311 complaints and our response times, because just anecdotally, I reported an encampment 2 weeks ago, and actually, I think it was within hours. It's almost like they were following me. It was very impressive, the response time. Others, I hear from constituent, it can seem very long. So I'd be curious if there's for future work, getting some kind of a memo or deliverables around, just so we have a sense of where the most common are.
Yeah, absolutely. We can look to see the 3-1. As an example, though, Councillor, for us on like potholes as an example, we have a 2-day window to inspect. We inspect every single pothole notification that comes in. So for us, we measure it based on 2 days from the time we receive it to the time we inspect it is 2 days. And then published on our website has the targeted repair timelines, and those are really are driven by volume, time of year, resourcing, et cetera. But we monitor those very closely to make sure we're repairing them within it.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
I think Councillor Morgan is first, right?
No, he's on another round.
Oh, you're on a
after.
third round.
Yeah.
Oh, look at you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. I had a question about the comments around the success in utilizing BIAs and community leagues, and I'm wondering how that could be. Like how you're looking to maybe expand that. When during the snow and ice, I had lots of people come to me, like HOAs, community leagues, BIAs, not BIAs, sorry, community leagues and HOAs, about how they could help the city. And knowing that might be complicated, but like I think about sports fields, snow removal, even just the sign deployment itself in the neighborhoods. And like with catch basins, like has there been a thought of how we could engage, working with other community partners to help us with our city services?
I'll start by saying that's definitely something that we realized in the January timeframe with all of the snow and ice issues. And then that second snowfall in February, we wanted to provide the community leagues, like we noticed there's a lot of chatter on Facebook groups, not something we were typically monitoring. What we wanted to do is then provide, say, community leagues, hey, here's the real information that you could then post on your community league Facebook page to help share the information on how things work. So we want to be able to get creative on how do we meet people where they're at, not just the conventional methods, like our social media channels, but how do we reach out into those other areas that can leverage some of that communication and they can help us get the messaging out. But I think what you're asking is also, how can we activate communities to do some of that work for us, like physically clearing catch basins as a resident? I know we thought about that. I'll ask Caitlin to elaborate further on how we can approach that topic.
There's a couple mechanisms you can do it, Councillor. You can do it through assigned maintenance agreements or agreements with the city. So they're not impossible. The challenge that comes into play is just being able to protect infrastructure. So if there's damages, how does that work? But also, if you bring on volunteer groups, there still requires a management and oversight of that volunteer group. So as an example, through our operations and planning group, they do partners in parks. So that group actually requires city administration to oversee the work that they do because they actually fall under the city OH&S rules. So we have to make sure that they have adequate PPE, that they're site orientated, they're fit for duty, all of the same pieces, even if they're not paid versus a paid employee. So while they could be an additional surge, absolutely, there comes a requirement to have to oversee that work. With that said, though, that doesn't mean we can't not do it, and that's something that we can take away and look at what those options could potentially be. But to Craig's point, we're already planning to meet with the community leagues, the school boards, and the BIAs post-snow and ice season to see around what do they want to see. And we made some very, very substantial concerted efforts to change how we communicated with the February snow event, and it positively landed. So we want to take that momentum and say, okay, you can see the difference between the two. What was good, what was bad, what do you want us to stop doing, and what do you want us to more from?
Yeah, I think that's great because the community leagues are one of the things that really just like kind of push that information out. They actually tend to take information from the councillors, and so to have that information come directly from the city administration is much better versus coming from our accounts. And I agree, and that volunteers and just working with other community partners is sometimes more work, right? And for a lot of those higher risk, but there are some, I think, activities that I would consider lower risk, maybe, that, you know, like I said, those yellow signs, I feel like that is something that you could like contract out, you know, some sort of like payment, and then like the facilities managers who are paid at some of the leagues may want to take that on. I don't know if that, it's hard to understand, but it could be like, I'm thinking about just very, very simple activities, like just putting out those signage, that sign.
Totally, and that comes down to budget and resourcing. Those signs are very integrated into how we do things. So just for awareness, the minute that sign goes out, there's a bunch of communication that happens internally with our partners in community services, because that's what triggers enforcement, but also with the crews coming in. So not to say it's impossible, but there is a bunch of tied logistics to it that make it really important that they're done properly.
Okay, no, that's great. I don't have enough time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. So, since I missed 45 minutes while we were getting a great federal announcement on bridge housing, that's important, bridge healing housing units. With that said, if the question has been asked, I just want you to tell me it's been asked, and I will go back and listen to it. I don't want you to repeat the answer because we got a bunch of stuff to do. So, in your presentation, you did talk about the opening of Ambleside. Were there questions around the current locations of our maintenance yards and the need to look at other spaces?
So we referenced the opening of Ambleside as being a key piece of being able to service the Southwest, but we did not talk about the expansion of others. We did mention in the presentation that the current places that we have for deployment are quickly outpacing our ability to deploy crews out of.
Okay, so yeah, I guess I wanted to just get a better sense of that, because like, I mean, from the ward I used to represent in the West End, like, I think you have to go upwards of 80 blocks west to be able to get to some of those spaces. How much time, I mean, at this point, some of those trips must be taking in the range of up to an hour before somebody can even begin their shift. And how are we sort of weighting that and thinking about that in terms of the work? You know, Ambleside's going to be great for one part, but there's West Edmonton, Northwest, Northeast, South. So just curious about if we're having chats, because I think we have a separate chat about even a satellite yard for West End might or might not be able to happen. So.
Yeah, so we have what's called a service location strategy that we're working on internally within city operations that's looking at the deployment model. So think of like heat maps where the services are, what needs to be deployed out of there. We have mixture right now of what I would call permanent brick and mortar facilities, which would have your everything full servicing, what you would see in a district. We also have areas where you have, let's say, trailers that people are deployed out, which aren't ideal, and those are more seasonal in nature. So as the city is expanding, we're incorporating as part of that service location strategy with looking at things through planning and development around where we need to have those operational deployments. As it stands now, there are gaps. So we have to look at things creatively in order to service it, such as trucking or trailering certain equipment to areas to cut down on that travel time, or looking at mobilizing out of fields instead of mobilizing out of a brick and mortar. The service location strategy is intended to look at that 10 to 20 year lookout around where the city's growing. We haven't done a great job of that historically around meeting those expanding needs.
So what's sort of the timeline for you? Like, because, you know, we got a 4-year capital budget. I don't think we're going to build a brand new maintenance yard in the next 4-year budget, but do we need to say, because we're spending X amount of dollars on trailering equipment, we should instead use that money and lease out a parking lot or an industrial site in community X to make sure that our equipment can be there to cut down travel times? So
we look at that stuff continually. So we're looking at what is the operational output that we're spending to do X. Is it cheaper to do like maybe a temporary deployment yard in an area to be able to service that? So we're continually looking at that. We work closely with our partners in IIS around what that could look like, but also internally within our department around can we leverage even other types of facilities to be able to play out. A great example of that is Ellerslie, which is the fleet facility. Right now we have an integrated site with them, which is they service all the fleet. From a maintenance perspective, we actually deploy some of our forestry folks out of there in order to be able to meet the needs within that inventory.
would we, you know, and again, just trying to think of all the types of creative solutions, and you know, I think about Northwest. The one part I know the best is, you know, can we talk to St. Albert, and is there a spot on their, you know, for the next 5 years, they're building out their industrial area, literally right on the other side of the city limits. Can we go say, hey, for the next 5 years, can we use this space? Can we work with you on that so that we can have a space to work out of and partner? I'm just trying to think of different ways to help in the short term here.
I don't know if we've looked at necessarily neighboring municipalities, although we could, and we can take that away. We do have like a service location strategy team that's like, or not team, a project that's looking at exactly this type of thing. Like, And we're keeping close contact with our partners in UPE, like, how is the city growing, where is it going, what does that densification look like, and what does that mean to each of our programs, not just snow and ice and turf, but, you know, waste, and how do we plan and proactively adjust our operations to meet the growing city, whether it's densification on the inside, or as we, I'm not allowed to use the word sprawl, but as we grow outwards. So we have some ongoing work on this, and I'll make sure we embed looking at those types of things as well to see if that's something we can incorporate.
Sounds good. You can use sprawl, you can use outward growth, whatever word you want to use, whatever you feel is most relevant.
Kim will talk to me later.
Very good. I'm probably out of time. I'll take the chair back.
Would you like to move another round?
Yes, for Councillor Morgan, of course, I'll move another round. And maybe others, but for sure, Councillor Morgan.
Seconder?
Second.
Please vote on another round.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Councillor Principe, just checking if you're online.
Yes, I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. Now I'll return the chair.
Thank you very much. So I think next up is Councillor Morgan. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much. I'm just going to go back real quick to safety again of our workers. And I know that within transit, there was a movement to protect our transit workers, uniformed transit workers, similar to police and peace officers. Is that a possibility for, or is that something that is there a threshold that we need to meet to kind of have that discussion?
So you saw some of that with the integrated service within encampment cleanup as an example. So they're an integrated team that works closely with peace officers, EPS, as well as the encampment team. So you see that team come in first, do an assessment. They make sure that they're within peace officers and EPS to make sure that they're safe. And then our crews come in and do the cleanup after the fact. That was a big shift. Previously, encampments would go in and just clean up prior to that enforcement going in. We looked at this winter because of the increase in hostility that our crews were receiving, is having accompanied security officers to go out with our crews, and they did go out. The best way that we can kind of combat that hostility that we see is by demobilizing our crews out of the field. So if they're out there and they do see these things happening, they have full permission to stop that service and go do something else somewhere else in order to de-escalate. On top of that, we are tracking hostile or volatile situations. We have a heat map of where that looks like. We know where some of those things are occurring. So we have some proactive look-aheads to see if we need to deploy additional resources, larger crews, maybe more on-site supervisors to make sure that those things don't happen.
Sure, so there's an enforcement angle there too, which I appreciate. But is it like, I guess what I'm trying to get at more is that like, is there policy that's needed or some advocacy that's needed to like, if our guys get, or men and women out there get assaulted, is there increased, like, could we increase the penalties for that, or like just as a normal person or somebody that's not uniformed to work and they get treated one way. If police get offended or assaulted, they get treated it's higher.
Yeah, similar to those stickers you see on the sides of every bus, right? That's what you're referring to. Like, is there a way
I miss those stickers. I'm sorry, but
I think there's there's an increased. I don't know that off the top of my head. We'd have to take that away and look at that. We'd have to take that away.
Okay.
We have safeguards in the field as well. Like, all of our equipment says, please don't approach operator. If you have any questions, please call 311. We do our best effort to not engage, and our teams are trained to disengage, pardon me, from those if needed, and they have processes that they can follow. But to Craig's point, we don't know the information on additional fines, and we can get back to you on that piece.
That'd be awesome for sure. Thank you. And like, I don't even know if it's required. I'm just starting to see more and more of this stuff out there, and I just worry about our people. So.
No, I appreciate that.
Cool. Communication, and I know we talked a little bit about like talking to community leagues and stuff too. I'm on, like, for better or worse, I'm on about 50 like community groups that are just independently run on Facebook and such too. My frustration, I guess, especially with the snow event, was just getting the information to me so that I can help you get that information out there. And so.
And what I want to do with this is, what I learned personally here in January specifically was, because we were essentially asking the public to be patient for those residential times, and it was a unique situation with the amount of snowfall, the repeated events, and the weather warming up. but the public was going to council a lot, and then it was putting you in the position of having to respond to council. What we want to do is get more directly to the public, and so I don't know if we'll be able to get to all 50 of those Facebook groups, but how do we leverage as many as we can to try to get the information to the public directly, so they don't rely on going to one individual like yourself for information, that we're doing the, mainstream media, but the social media, but then getting creative on all those other ways. And so those are the types of things that we're, challenging ourselves on the communication side. Like, is this a co-op student that can help? How do we help with getting those creative ways so we as administration are communicating clearly to the public directly, so they don't have to go to you, let's say.
Yeah. No,
I think as well, Councillor, the more people use 311, the more information they have accessible to them. And I think sometimes folks will default to maybe a Facebook group for information versus calling it or looking for it from 311. Number one, if we use the last snow event as kind of that pivot or being agile to what happened with the 72 centimeter one to the one that happened in February, we showed that we were communicating things more proactively and putting out to the point where some comments are like, okay, we get it, enough, no more. So I think, like in that case, it's a great sign for us is that people get it. So using that as kind of the new goalpost, I guess you could say, around what and how we can do that, that's where we're looking.
Sure, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
I think just the mayor's questions twigged another line of questioning for me. Are we currently using do we have confidence that we are currently using all of our existing facilities to their max capacity?
We're using all of our existing facilities. They are not all at max capacity, but they're nearing max capacity.
And I ask that because, again, and I don't know if maybe you can validate this, like for example, is the Grand Trunk Service Yard used in the winter?
Grand Trunk Service Yard, yes it is. So they're deployed out of Grand Trunk. I can double check on that one if it would be an APR team, not a roadways team. We can double check on that piece. I'll get back to you.
Because I had heard again from workers that there was concern that was sort of not being as actively used or as maximized optimally from workers. And it's one example of many, but it's the one that I talk to workers about, so I'm gonna bring it forward.
Part of the work leading up into the August report is like significant engagement, and part of the ride-alongs and the surveys with council, having that same approach with staff and the union, so they have those easy mechanisms to provide that feedback. Like, we want staff to come to us with those ideas through surveys, in-person engagements at the halls, at the yards. So yeah, we'll take that feedback, take that away.
Yeah. Which budget line, like when we look at any of these tables in the report, where does gas and diesel come from? Where is that categorized under?
So gas and diesel would be under.
Or is it in fleet? And so this is
no,
it fleet?
No. Let me have a really quick look here for you. So anything, it would come under fleet services or under materials and goods, one of the two, but I'll have to have a double check for you on that one.
And I ask because I'm just like, are we concerned at all? Again, and this is where I think it goes to the question about the travel and distance time, and if there's the business case to be made. I know that with some of the conflict we're seeing internationally, the projections on oil and gas is significant. So I can see our fiscal gap, especially on travel times, increasing, where even if we do invest more money in snow and ice, it'll get eaten up with higher costs of gas and diesel. And I see Mr. McEwen nodding, so what are your thoughts on that?
No, I'd say like that's absolutely the types of things that we're incorporating into that service location strategy. And I don't know if like fuel prices are gonna come down anytime soon. So that, like, I think that's a fair point in terms of like how do we factor those types of things and do those business cases to say like, is there a leasable land that has the right facilities that we could leverage in order to cut those deadhead times down.
So sorry, and I know you mentioned the service location strategy, but I don't think I got what the timeline is for that project and or if it is coming back to committee or council.
That one's an internal facing project that we're working on, so I don't know if we have a date that we intend on bringing that to committee at this time.
Is your timeline for it in advance of the 4-year budget?
It would be working as a part of it, so it wouldn't be completed at that particular time, but it's been ongoing for a little while now, so the type of, you know, products that are coming out of that work would be incorporated into our 4-year budget.
Okay, because like I do ask that because I feel like there's examples where, you know, it's like, wow, if we'd been a bit more put more forethought in other departments, we wouldn't be in the predicament we are where, you know, for example, fire rescue services is asking for 6 fire halls.
Right.
Right? Like, we should not have gotten to that kind of critical point and so I don't want in another 4, 8, 12 years.
We say we need 10 yards.
Exactly. So that's what I'm kind of wanting to make sure I mitigate and flag.
Before you you move on to the next round of our next question, Councillor Rutherford, it comes out of fleet services, which is the line item for fuel. The other one on Grand Trunk, it's shared year-round. So currently, ice maintenance crews operate out of Grand Trunk. And then on the for the fuel pricing and the movement, that's hedged through our partners in Fleet and Facility Services. They presented last Friday. They manage that risk for us on that
So if there's volatility, it goes into the okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good to know. Interesting.
Thank you. I will, before I turn the floor back over to Councillor Salvador so I can ask some questions, we have some guests in council chambers right now. I am so excited to welcome, this is the grade 6 class from St. Martha's School with their teacher E. O'Hara. Where's our teacher? There we are. Oh, there. Hello. Hi. They're in Ward CP Winniewalk, and your city councillor is Ward 2 Parmar, who's right there. You can see her waving at you. So you are on a tour right now, is that right? Yeah, absolutely. Excellent. So since it's 11:30, that must mean you've also probably done a mock city council. No? Are you going to do one? No? Oh, you're just hanging out. This is great. Okay. So you just had a full morning tour. You didn't even have to do, you just got to do the fun part, not the work of the council meeting. Wow. What's, somebody, you just have to shout, what's your favorite part of the tour so far? You can just shout it out. Right now? This is, wow, I'm sorry. Goodness. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, I love council meetings, but I'm a big nerd, and maybe, are we all nerds? This is a class full of exciting folks who love governance and public meetings, so very excited to have you. You have your hand up, so yes, please let us know your favorite part. Say that out loud.
What are we talking about?
Oh, what are we talking about? That's a great question. So we are in the process of doing budget presentations right now. So I've been around for a little while here, and normally these types of conversations don't happen until sort of the November time. And what we decided to do as a council, in partnership with our city administration, who's working very hard, is to start providing some high-level discussions around how different areas of the city work. So right now we're talking about our parks and roads and figuring out what are the best ways we can be successful, what are the right ways for us to try to spend money or save money. And we've been going through, this is day, what are we, day 3, 2? I don't know. Day 3 of what is like a 6-day long meeting spread over the entire month, where each branch or department gets to present and share their feedback, share what they work on each and every day. And then we get a chance to ask a bunch of questions that they'll use to help decide how they create the next 4-year budget. So excellent question. And then, this is great, we haven't publicly announced dates yet, but like we're coming up next week, I think, right? I'm looking over at our team. Next week, I think we get to publicly announce a bunch of dates, or like in a week and a half, where we're gonna be doing budget engagement sessions, one in every ward. So we're going out into every single ward where everyone is going to be welcome, including yourselves, to come share what you want to see in our next 4-year budget. So as soon as the dates, I think, are getting finalized and the locations are being finalized by our city administration right now, and then that'll get advertised. And so we encourage you to come out, be a part of those. They're going to be really important. They're drop-in sessions where anyone can come. Bring yourselves, bring your family, bring friends, because we only get to do this once every 4 years. So it's a really important body of work, and we need to hear from all voices about that. So, and I have one last question, and then we'll go. This is we're breaking the rules, but I like it. So it's Friday afternoon, Friday morning. We got to break the rules on Friday. Yes. Do all our council meetings go on the news?
YouTube.
Well. We should all look at Eric. Do all of them go on the news, Eric? I look at him, I will say, sadly, not as much as they used to. So we live stream all of our meetings on YouTube so people can watch them at any point in time. When I first started on council about 12 and a half years ago, that spot where Eric was sitting used to have typically 6 to 8 people literally every day from the start of the meeting until the end, and our local media outlets would cover every single day what we were doing. Sadly, local media is, it's not dead yet, Eric, right? You're still working, good, right? But we're hanging on for dear life. But it's a lot less, so there's a lot fewer people covering it. So no, not every meeting we do and not every topic we discuss gets covered, which I actually, it's really disappointing. But that's why we try to put it on YouTube now. It's why you see councillors. We use our social media accounts to try to tell people about interesting things. But yeah, if you're ever just, either really excited because you like governance or you need something to help put you to sleep, you can jump onto YouTube and watch our discussions. I find them riveting, but not everyone finds them as exciting as possible. So we have to keep going because there's a lot of business to do. So I'm going to turn the chair over to Councillor Salvador. Oh, sorry, let's welcome you. It's just let's get you a clap. Thank you very much. Excellent questions. Feel free to reach out to Councillor Parmar if you have more.
I'm visiting on March 23rd.
You're visiting on March 23rd, so you're going to think of all those great questions, come up with a lot of tougher ones, and Councillor Parmar is going to answer them for you when she's visiting. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
Hi, the chair. Go ahead.
Fantastic. Thank you. Well, this is great. I think the last series of questions touch a little bit on, I think, where Councillor Rutherford is going with the increasing costs. So, I know we're going to have a separate conversation about tax tolerance, about trade-offs. Let's assume that we want to start shifting or further increasing the service standard. Are you, as part of your budget work, doing different scenarios? So what I mean by that is that, let's say we're going to increase it by X million dollars, $10 million. There's a scenario where you say you hire all in-house staff, and that's going to then give us a benefit for both summer and winter and spring and fall. There's another argument that you say you use some of that to do that, but then you have some set aside for further support for contracting out or towing services. So are you doing that type of analysis, assuming that council might want to have a conversation about improving service standard as part of our quality services?
Absolutely. We do it all the time. And the one thing that we look at, Mayor Knack, is that around what is that institutional knowledge you need to retain in-house versus what can you surge, or is there a specialty type expertise that you could contract out and bring in as needed? Okay. Some of those requirements. The other piece is just around surge and the ability to expand that dollar as far as we can. Also respecting our unionized partners, and we have a heavily 100%. Unionized workforce, and we value that workforce. So we want to balance those pieces.
Yeah, because I think, for me, I've clearly seen opportunity for more in-house on the APR teams because, I think we're still 14 days or, whatever, the pretty long out. There's some priority 2 infrastructure that should go to priority 1, and so we'll have a chance to dig into that.
And we did talk about that the policy was coming for snow and ice in August, and some of those pieces will be coming in forward in that.
Great. Last question just on, I think, well, it will sort of tie to your area, but I'm almost probably going to look at Mr. Robar here because this is a bit, we've heard a lot of conversation about the communications, what we learned from the January event to the February event, and really, again, I should actually just want to say out loud, it was fantastic. You clearly saw the difference, and yeah, I heard from a lot of folks about feeling far more informed. How does that, to you, maybe Mr. Robar, shape the conversation around the 4-year budget and our, we have our 4 priorities, but this is really one of the guiding principles of relationship-driven and communication. There's been a big shift since COVID in the downward direction on the communication side. How are you thinking about that, approaching this 4-year budget and our need to maybe take what we learned in February and how to apply that across the organization?
Yeah, I think we've taken it loud and clear that ramping up the communication front is part of that desire. I think, we've seen that those budget cuts hit us in that communications division. It's sometimes an easier place to get stuff from, but it doesn't necessarily win you the benefits that you're looking for from a public consumption perspective. So as we start to build a budget out, that is something that we're looking at in terms of what does that mean, how do we do a better job at that. I think the Snow and Ice program gave us a good indication of what ramping up looks like in a way that really was received well. from that perspective. So I think we'll take a hard look at that as we start to build out that budget. And it's very loud and clear from council to admin on the desire to make sure that we're enhancing that.
And it plays into the changing landscape that we just got, got asked about from the grade 6 class. It is, I'm not naive to the reality. There's only one person covering our budget. I'm sure, a couple others might be listening on the side while they're doing 3 other things, but the ability to rely on the folks there is different today. And so how does that shape that work?
And I will always caveat that with tax tolerance matters. And we're dealing from a structural budget variance deficit already. So working through those outcomes, tough decisions, we'll have a council conversation that will kind of lead into those objectives, but looking at those enhancements in places where council have their priorities, and then shifting that from places where they may not be as important.
Mm-hmm. And are you able to, and maybe not answer this now, but like you think about, there's a tax tolerance question. There's also a question about, if we're communicating, because like we did in February, does that reduce the number of 311 calls, which reduces the number of times an inspector has to go out and inspect, and then that savings is essentially paying for itself in a way?
I think those are all, there are, those are hard to get the associations with. Obviously when you have a snow event like we had in January, those calls are exorbitant. Mm-hmm. And to say that some communications would diminish some of that, I think it would still be over the top of what we're typically used to. So certainly it has an impact on those things, but it's very circumstantial evidence or environmental based at the time that we're in. And it's probably hard to make that correlation from event to event to event.
Sure. Thank you.
But certainly there's a component of if you communicate more broadly that you're going to see less of that happening at the 3-1 level.
Thank you. I'm out of time. I'll take the chair back.
Returned.
I'm not seeing anyone else on the board for public questions. Does anyone have questions in private for this particular item? No? Okay. Well, let's say thank you. And
I was going to say the ETS presentation is about 25 minutes long.
Let's do it.
Okay.
We're going to do it. We're going to start. If we are running 3 minutes extra, we'll get the presentation done so we can jump out right into questions. So bring the team down.
Giddy up. So while Carrie and Sarah join us, this would be the third and last presentation for city operations. So we did the department overview alongside fleet and facilities, and then we did parks and roads this morning, and then this is the last tax levy branch within city operations, Edmonton Transit Service. And I'll hand it over to Carrie whenever she's ready to go.
Okay, I feel like that's a tough act to follow, by the way. I should have rearranged the order. So thank you for listening to us. Today with me, as Craig mentioned, is Sarah Feldman. She's our Director for Transit Service Planning, Ridership and Revenue. Next slide. So ETS is part of the City Operations Department, and we are responsible for the daily operation and maintenance of Edmonton's public transit network. We connect hundreds of thousands of Edmontonians to the people, places, and services that matter most to them every day, enabling them to thrive, live, and work within our city. Next slide. ETS is connected directly to the movement of people and goods. We are guided by 5 specific service objectives: building a service that is convenient, reliable, safe, accessible, and inclusive. Ridership is affected by all of these objectives, and they are the key levers, and yes, I said levers, not levers, to inform ridership decisions. So as an example, we have been really intentional about our focus on transit safety with our partners like the Transit Peace Officers, community outreach transit teams and community services, and with the Edmonton Police Service. Overall, transit is an affordable mobility choice that links people to employment, education, essential services, and our research shows it also reduces social isolation in our city. Transit boosts productivity, contributes directly to economic outcomes, encouraging job growth, income generation, as well as commercial activity. It has been shared during our national transit conferences, which include some academic sources, that for every $1 invested in public transit, there's between a $4 and $7 return. And I wish Councillor Paquette were here because he always brings it up when we talk about that. Next slide. So this slide provides an overview of the service design that we have within ETS. So overall, there are two sub-services for transit. So the first is conventional transit, and the second is paratransit service. So conventional transit includes things like regular bus service, light rail transit, or LRT, as well as our on-demand transit service. Conventional bus service is a fixed route, scheduled service, and it moves large volumes of riders across the city. Regular bus and high-floor LRT service through Capital and Metro lines is delivered directly by ETS. And then our low-floor LRT service, Valley Line Southeast, is operated and maintained by a contracted service provider. On-demand transit is a demand-responsive service, and it provides stop-to-transit hub transportation in select neighborhoods as well as senior residences. It was originally designed as a first kilometer, last kilometer transit solution in neighborhoods or areas that do not meet the criteria for fixed route service based on guiding criteria directed in the transit service standards. And then lastly, the dedicated accessible transit service, also known as DATS, is our paratransit service that provides demand-responsive door-to-door shared ride service for eligible Edmontonians who cannot use conventional transit due to a physical or cognitive disability. And this service is delivered in-house by ETS operators and also supplemented through contracted service partners. Next slide. So this slide provides context about how we compare in terms of our size of the service to other large cities in Canada that also provide bus, LRT, and paratransit services. We used 2025 numbers for Edmonton to give you the latest information and data. However, the comparator figures are from the most recent 2024 Canadian Urban Transit Association fact book. I get asked a lot about how we compare to Calgary. So Calgary is a bigger system than us, and that's in terms of buses, trains, kilometers of track, more stations, which then has more ridership, and they also have more staff than we do. The same is also true about the larger cities, so Montreal, Vancouver, as well as Toronto. Ottawa is actually a closer comparator in terms of the size of their service to the size of ETS's service. We are members of the Canadian Urban Transit Association and a North American LRT consortium of LRT services known as GOAL, which allow us to compare, benchmark, and discuss best practices with our colleagues. Later in the presentation, we will go through some benchmarking metrics comparing Edmonton against these large urban centers. Next slide. So this slide, although it looks really busy, is giving a snapshot of the variety of roles that we have employed in ETS. Similar to what Caitlin had described, we operate every day of the year and around the clock, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So in order to do this, we have almost 2,500 FTEs in our branch, and the largest cohort are the transit operators. We have several union partners, including ATU, CSU, IBEW, as well as CUPE, and 96.4% of the branch employees are members of one of these unions. Some examples of the positions we have in our branch include directors on our senior leadership team with me. We have track engineers, engineering technologists, inspectors, dispatchers, maintenance repair workers, video evidence technicians, service planners, and instructors, just to give you a few examples. A couple of additional notes: transit peace officers report to Community Standards Branch in Community Services and not ETS. They also hold the budget for those TPOs. And while LRV maintenance is in ETS, bus fleet maintenance, as you heard last week, I report to Fleet and Facility Services. However, the budget is in ETS. I'm now going to hand it over to Sarah for the next few slides.
Thanks, Carrie. We thought it would be helpful to provide this overall context of the branch, and some of this can also be found in our annual service plan. We deliver 2.4 million conventional service hours per year, which includes fixed route bus, high floor, and low floor LRT. Most of the service hours are delivered by the bus network, approximately 92%. Last year, we hit almost 1 million trips on paratransit, which is a new record. Our fleet is large, including a little over 1,000 buses, and to deliver that amount of service, we have almost 1,900 frontline transit operators. Next slide. So this is an example of what it means when we add a bus, to provide a tangible example of how we cost out our service, so we know how to scale up or down. Our service levels drive our budget, pardon the pun. What is the operating cost of adding a bus, and what elements do we need to consider? Each bus is targeted to deliver between 50 and 55,000 kilometers per year, and when considering the average speed of a bus, it equals 2,500 service hours per bus per year. We then develop our operating costs related to those service hours. So those costs include personnel costs, such as for transit operators, maintenance, fuel, and operational support. And so that's for roles that support frontline service that we need to add periodically, such as inspectors or instructors. And these are the expenditure components. Lastly, when adding a bus, we also need to consider garage space. So there's a capital component related to both the bus purchase and the facility space. Next slide. Regarding funding support from other orders of government, on the operating budget, we have a one-time grant for the low-income transit pass. We have received this grant annually since 2018. However, the funding is approved 1 year at a time. Our understanding is that it has been included in Budget 2026, and we're really grateful for this continued support. Eligibility for the low-income transit pass program is administered with the Leisure Access Program in the Recreation and Culture branch. During the pandemic, we also received transit operating funding from the federal and provincial governments as part of the Safe Restart funding program to offset the revenue lost associated with lower ridership due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Aside from these grants, there is no established operating funding support from other orders of government for conventional and paratransit service. On the capital budget side, we have received funding from the federal and provincial governments for a variety of projects, including provincial funding from the Green Trip program for the ARC system, and federal funding from the Canada Public Transit Fund for various projects starting this year. Next slide. In addition to this funding, we also receive revenue from transit fares, as well as some non-fare revenue sources. We have a fare policy that was redesigned in 2019 with a lot of input from Edmontonians, and this guides how we set user fees, including the discounts applied for specific rider groups. While we charge transit fares, there's also a portion funded by the tax levy, and that's in recognition of the public good that transit serves for our city. Transit fare discounts include the Ride Transit program for low-income riders, as well as youth, seniors, and UPass. I'll now pass it back to Carrie to talk through the key components of our operating and capital budgets.
Thank you, Sarah. Next slide, please. So this slide shares a few highlights from the 2023 to 2026 capital budget cycle. Our capital budget is mostly focused on renewal. So transit-related growth appears primarily in profiles with IIS, as you may have heard in the earlier presentation last week from them. You can see that the LRV replacement for the U2 fleet for high floor LRT, bus replacement, and the newly approved 25 growth buses are highlighted here. Technology relates to things like our bus technology and our Smart Fare ARC project as examples. We highlighted a few risks. I don't think they'll come as much of a surprise, including things like tariffs, foreign currency exchange rate, as well as renewal levels and related deferred maintenance. Next slide. So this slide gives you an overall summary of the branch expenditures and funding model. Personnel costs make up the largest portion of the expenses at 52%, or $258 million. Our staffing levels are directly related to our service levels and the service that we provide to Edmontonians. Non-personnel expenditures account for the other 48% of the budget, or $242 million. This category is primarily made up of, so firstly, fleet service costs to maintain our bus fleet. That's about $116 million. External services, so those are our contracted services. So that's where you'll find Valley Line expenditures, ARC Smart Fare, on-demand transit, etc., and that comes in at about $83 million. Utilities, so this includes the cost of electricity to power the LRT service as an example, so that's $18 million. And then within materials and equipment, we've got things like shop supplies, LRV-related parts, and that's about $10 million worth. Expenditures are really heavily influenced by people and service hours, fleet size and age, contracts for service, fuel, maintenance, as well as inflation. And the funding model includes a small amount of grants, as you can see on that chart, transfers from reserves, transit revenues, and tax levy support. Next slide. So this slide is just another way to demonstrate the proportion of expenditures relative to the revenue amount. The transit revenue is combined for both bus, LRT, as well as DATS, and it totals 129 million. Next slide. Okay, we made it to the halfway point. Thanks for sticking with us. So we're now on to structural budget variances. We resolved some of them last year, and we just have 2 more that we continue to work on. So the first, for fare revenue, our projections at the start of the current 4-year budget were made in 2022, and they didn't accurately forecast our revenue, particularly changes related to work patterns like hybrid work. They had a bigger impact than what we had anticipated at that time. We've made progress to shrink the gap, and we brought it down by more than 4 million in the last year. The other one is related to transit operator overtime. We're working closely with employee services to dig into prevention and early intervention to address WCB-related absences, as well as the use of sick time. These put pressure on overtime because we need to maintain our service levels and need to ensure we have someone to operate the fleet in order to complete the assigned shifts. Next slide. So this slide, it's a bit busy, but it shows council's decisions related to transit, and it's generally trending along with the overall investments across the city. So while there were no significant increases to the conventional transit network for an extended period of time, as you know, we haven't kept up with growth, some service additions have been made in the last 4 years. A few examples include launching the Valley Line Southeast service, making on-demand transit a permanent service layer and adding 25% more capacity to it. And then we've added some bus service hours in both peak as well as off-peak times. Next slide. So this slide is a continuation from the previous slide, but it layers in revenue. So this shows the impacts of, as an example, council decisions about user fees and the impact on other funding sources like tax levy. I want to note, in the 2020 to 2022 timeframe, we did receive, as Sarah mentioned, operational funding from the Government of Canada as well as the provincial government to offset the significant revenue changes associated with drops in ridership due to the pandemic. And this was a national program that Alberta participated in, and it was referred to as the Safe Restart Program. Next slide. So this slide compares our FTE trends to the cities. We've made reductions to staff over the last 10 years in our branch, and more recently, we've grown to meet the city's transit plans. While in the past few years, we've remained leaner than the corporate average. So overall, ETS's growth is 0.9% below the city's overall FTE growth rate. So I wanted to share a few examples of FTE-related changes. So EPCOR transferred a cohort of employees to our LRT operations and maintenance section in 2022 as they felt the work, and we agreed, was better integrated directly into our team than to keep it in their org structure. Then in my time with ETS, we've reduced management positions, including at the manager and director level, and we've also transferred a number of FTEs to support other parts of the city over this 10-year period. These changes represent about 34 positions. During the 2019 to 22 budget cycle, to balance our base budget, we reduced 20 FTEs from the branch. And more recently, during the 2023 to 26 budget cycle, we removed a director position from our senior leadership team and 2 other out-of-scope positions as part of the budget reduction exercise, and I'm sorry to reference it again, OP12. Next slide. So this slide talks about the key levers where council direction has a really, really strong impact on our budget. So the first is related to transit service levels. So as we outlined at the start of the presentation, we can adjust our service levels, and we have a really structured way to cost our service to inform the budget. The second opportunity is related to user fees. So this directly affects the amount of fare revenue that we collect from riders. And then thirdly, it's about capital renewal. This directly impacts our operating costs. So as we slow down renewal, it costs more to maintain our assets as they age, and we defer renewal to future years, which creates some urgency about replacing assets, and it can have a direct impact on our service levels. And then the flip side is also true. If we do more renewal, it can reduce our maintenance costs and provide a more reliable service. And with that, I'll now pass it back to Sarah.
Okay, that was a lot of heavy budget content onto some slightly different topics. Like all city services, we operate within a set of legislative requirements and policies that guide our work. So these are just examples, not an exhaustive list. They range from occupational health and safety legislation and traffic safety legislation to bylaws and policies that shape how the city grows, to operational bylaws and policies that inform safety, service design, and faring. Next slide. So next we'll talk about how we measure our service, benchmark with other transit services, set service levels, and how we listen and learn from transit riders. Next slide, or this slide. These are some of our core service performance measures. We monitor a lot of KPIs, and these are just a few examples. We measure transit rider satisfaction through our monthly satisfaction survey, as well as our annual DATS rider survey. And we also receive feedback from on-demand riders through ratings in the on-demand app. We measure on-time performance across all modes for bus, LRT, on-demand, and DATS. Essentially, what we're measuring is if we deliver service according to the schedule for bus and LRT, and if we're delivering according to the booking time for DATS and on-demand. So this is how we understand if we are delivering a reliable service that riders can depend on. Next slide. As Carrie mentioned earlier, we have the ability to benchmark with comparator cities through our membership with the Canadian Urban Transit Association, or CUTA. We aim to compare with other large systems and with services that have both bus and LRT. So some core metrics related to our budget include the total number of in-service hours, or revenue vehicle hours. This helps us compare the size of the systems and how much service is being provided. We also look at operating expense per capita and service hours per capita. This gives us a sense of how much service we provide to Edmontonians compared to what other cities provide. When we track these over time, it also helps us understand how we're keeping up with population growth. As you can see, our service hours per capita is currently on the lower end when compared with other cities, as is our operating expense per capita. In other words, we're spending less on transit service on a per capita basis than our comparators. Next, our operating and maintenance expenses per vehicle hour, which reflect how efficient we are with our operating expenditures. You can see we are one of the most efficient for maintenance expenses, and we're middle of the pack for operating expenses. Operating cost per hour is strongly influenced by service type and fleet age. So cities with more built-out LRT or subway systems generally have a lower cost per hour and can move higher volumes of people in their fleet. So that's the case for Toronto, Montreal, and Calgary, for example. Also on Calgary, note that they have a younger fleet age, and that also lowers their overall costs compared to us. And then lastly, we can compare our fare price points, generally with the cash fare and the standard single trip fare. It can be complicated to compare price points as each system has variation in their fare offerings and their structure. However, when we compare these two fare offerings, we see that we are closely in range with our comparators, and we're neither on the high or the low end. Next slide. So I mentioned earlier that we are guided by some city policies, one of which is the transit service policy, and this is accompanied by our transit service standards administrative procedure, which is essentially our guidebook for planning and evaluating our conventional service, and it was developed with significant public engagement in 2018 and 2019. The service policy and standards talk about these four key components. So service warrants guide when and where we introduce new service. However, having a service standard say that a neighborhood warrants service doesn't automatically mean it will receive service. For example, we know we have neighborhoods that warrant conventional service, but we do not have the fleet or operating budget available to serve them. The network design guidelines, this provides parameters for how we design bus routes, such as walking distances, stop spacing, span of service, and frequencies for each type of bus route. And then service quality guidelines and service productivity guidelines are how we understand the quality of service in terms of things like crowding and on-time performance, and also how efficient and effective we are with deploying our service hours to maximize our ridership. So these service standards taken together, they drive our service levels. And we use these service standards regularly to assess each route in a very in-depth and very detailed way to understand if our service levels are meeting the standard. Next slide. ETS leverages public opinion research, public engagement, and other listening and learning tools to ensure insights from our diverse riders are incorporated into the decision-making process. Under public opinion research, we have a transit sector leading rider research program. It builds on the rider journey map, which means we look at the rider experience from the moment they leave the door to the moment they reach their final destination. Each year, we conduct multiple surveys and qualitative studies to understand rider experiences and satisfaction along the transit journey, to inform our program evaluations, and to gather feedback on new initiatives such as ARC. In 2025, we collected over 10,000 responses from online surveys. Under public engagement, we create opportunities for people to contribute to decision-making about major ETS initiatives. For example, seating configurations for our new LRV fleet, or more recently, our work on the ETS at Work program review. We also collect insights from various other tools such as 311, indirect feedback from rider outreach events, rider ratings through the third-party apps, and engaging with transit rider groups. And lastly, we also have partnerships and agreements with post-secondary institutions. Next slide. So as you can see on this slide, our rider research collects insights through a variety of tools, from the online monthly rider satisfaction survey, to the low-income transit program survey, to qualitative studies such as mobile ethnography research and traditional focus groups. This allows us to gather a more holistic view of both riders and non-riders, and we don't rely on a one-size-fits-all approach. Over the years, our rider research program has adapted to the changes in public transit and the rider journey. And this is a really thorough approach, and we have been recognized in the transit sector as leading in this area. I'll now pass back to Carrie.
Just as you're doing that, I appreciate we are just past 12. If members of council have a 12 o'clock and you have to leave, that's okay. You've got, I think, 4 slides left, so we'll be done in a couple minutes. But I think let's just let them finish. And if you have to leave, no worries at all. We're not going to start questions till after. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to go as fast as I can. Next slide. So we've had several important reviews and audits over the last 10 years, including an overall ETS bus and light rail transit review, revenue management audit, as well as a DATS program and service review. Some of you, I'm looking at you, Mayor Knack, may remember the Edmonton Transit System Bus and Light Rail Transit Review in 2016. It led to extensive public engagement to develop our former transit strategy, the bus network redesign, and then our fare policy redesign, and these all took place between 2017 and 2021. At the time, it was the largest public engagement that the city had ever undertaken. Most recently, ETS underwent an audit of DATS, and we closed all of those actions by the end of last year. In addition to these audits, we've also conducted extensive program evaluation and reviews, including a program evaluation of ride transit, on-demand transit, and related work done for transit safety, including a GBA Plus review. Next slide. So in terms of efficiencies, this slide demonstrates the cumulative reduction to our operating budget over a 10-year time frame. $17 million is how much savings we had in 2025 that had accumulated over the course of the 10 years. In total, we have reduced our net requirement by 4.5% over that same time frame. Reductions to the ETS branch were most significant during budget reduction cost-saving exercises, including the 2% initiative between 2016 and 2018, as well as exercises to minimize tax increases between 2019 and 2022. These reductions include, as I mentioned, reducing staff positions. We also changed our maintenance activities, adjusting budgets for fueling, IT, as well as fleet. And during this time, as you know, we undertook the bus network redesign, which was about resetting the foundation of the bus network to be as efficient as possible with our current resources while aligning with rider priorities. No new service hours were added to the network in support of that redesign. Next slide. So this slide highlights areas where we have found cost savings in the last few years. The first is renewal innovation. This includes replacements and refurbishments conducted in-house to save costs. And if you do get a chance to review this video, it's a video clip from CTV News that highlights some of the efficiencies and savings in our LRT maintenance area. It's a really great opportunity to hear directly from our staff about the work that they do. These innovations include recycling and modifying parts, rebuilding power auxiliary units, as well as the train body repairs. The next category is around service planning. So our annual service plan process informs active reallocation of service hours based on meeting targets outlined in the standards, and these changes help us stretch every dollar to maximize the return on our service hours. And then lastly, regarding fleet deployment, our high floor LRT train lengths are adjusted within 24 hours based on demand, and then as of January 1st, Valley Line Southeast train lengths have also been adjusted to align with demand. Next slide. So
money is always.
Thank you. This slide outlines a few things that are on the horizon for ETS this year, and we wanted to make you aware of it as we approach the next 4-year budget. So planning is underway for the implementation of Valley Line West as well as Capital Line Southeast extension. They will enter service commencement in the next 4-year budget. We have a lot of regional collaboration underway, including work related to the Canada Public Transit Fund, and we're excited to learn more about the Provincial Passenger Rail Master Plan and how our transit networks in the region align to support it. From a bus service perspective, we are also navigating the Provincial School Growth Plan and more population growth across the city. We know there are gaps in the network, and we've shared in previous council reports, and unfortunately these pressures will add more pressure on bus service levels. All wards are impacted, and I know that it's been frustrating for both the Edmontonians and for you as councillors. In addition to reports later this year about transit service in the Northwest at the end of June and a report about on-demand transit in the fall, we have a couple coming up sooner that I wanted to flag. So firstly is a report providing an update on bus rapid transit and transit priority measure opportunities. That'll be on March 23rd. And then we have a report providing an update about our conventional bus fleet renewal needs, which will come to you in May. These are responding to specific motions from Council. And then you're going to see our annual service plan for this year. That'll be published on March 27th. Next slide. Okay, that brings us to the end of the slides. I want you to know that despite all of our challenges, I've seen real change in progress in my time with ETS, particularly over the past several years. And it's because of all of the collaboration and work with our community, including transit riders, our union partners, regional colleagues, service partners, and all of you as council. This stuff takes time, and it takes this community to make it all happen, so we wanted to thank you. Next Wednesday is National Transit Operator and Worker Appreciation Day. Our partners at Transit App surprised us yesterday by sharing more than 400 individual thank you notes directly from riders. And it was created during the last week of February to share with our teams. I know some of our staff are listening to the presentation. I want them to know just how proud I am to work with them. They do really, really great work. And now I can confidently say that our riders agree with me. Thank you so much, and we'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Well, we will take our recess. We'll be back at 1:30 where we'll have lots of questions at that time. Thank you very much.
Councillor Morgan, I think, is on his way. Councillor Jans?
Orlek Park is open.
Yes, it is. There's Councillor Morgan. Councillor Rutherford?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Clark?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I believe Mayor Knack's on his way. Oh, sorry, Councillor Tang first, though. Not with us until, I think, later in the afternoon. Councillor Palmer?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette? Councillor Stevenson?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Elliott?
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Wright?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, so we've made it through our presentation from administration. So I'll look to the board for questions. No questions. Councillor Morgan.
I start? Okay, thanks. Awesome. Thanks for the presentation. Really appreciate it. A lot of great info there. I'm gonna start with security, and I was just kind of curious your thoughts on how things are going with like transit peace officers being moved over to community services. Like has that improved our response or hindered it or?
Yeah, I think generally it's a very collaborative relationship. Our manager of transit safety and security works really closely with their manager, and they're coordinated in terms of deployment. I think we're all focused on improving the rider experience, making it safer for riders and staff, and I think they've made a real difference. That transition took place, I think it was back in 2018, and I'd say, it's probably improved because of the concentrated. I know David's branch has multiple different kind of sections in it doing that type of enforcement work. And having EPS come back to transit has been super, super helpful. So that integration between peace officers and EPS, I think, has been such an important lever to pull in terms of improving the safety stuff.
Are we seeing, I'm not, like I know EPS are out there now and it feels better out there already, but are we seeing, are they out 24/7?
I don't have the particulars in front of me, but we could follow up, or during the community standards presentation, you could ask David. He would have the deployment hours.
Okay, sounds good. I'm going to go to something else now at the top of my page here. So comparisons with other transit authorities, and I know you said you get asked about Calgary a lot. Ottawa's probably a better comparator. Are they like for like, or like other cities facing similar aging challenges? I know like we have half our fleet buses are old.
Yeah, I think we have one of, or if not the oldest, fleet composition in Canada. So it's difficult to do that comparison. I think that's why you see, as an example, Calgary's expenditure per capita being a bit lower. They have a younger fleet than we do. Most cities have a bit more renewal happening than we've had. And yeah, we'll have an updated report coming in May about the bus fleet in particular, but it's not good news. Like over half the fleet are getting into the 20 years plus. You're supposed to retire them much, much earlier than that. And it drives up our operating cost. And I think if we were to lower that level or that age and do more renewal, our operating cost would come down as well.
Yeah. So I just feel like it's like the comparators are just not like, there's so many factors, eh? And like, would that be,
yeah, and
is it even valuable?
Yeah, I think that's why we show the per capita figures and try and draw as many comparisons as possible. And CUDA is really good at setting standardized questions that we all answer to because they want that comparability. And you have to get approval from them to actually report those measures. So there is like some rigor to it. And then on the LRT side, we're part of a consortium of 16 North American LRT service operators. They do really detailed benchmarking and comparisons. So between those two, I feel like we do have good data and we can monitor how we're doing relative to others.
Sure. And I was actually kind of like surprised to see like maintenance is lower, even though we have like such a old fleet on both LRT and bus side, I think, right? And so
I think that speaks though to the kind of innovations from the teams and the hard work they're doing to kind of do those midlife refurbishments on the bus side, and then on the LRV side, they're magicians. Like they're just the recycling parts. They can't procure the parts anymore for the U2s. they're doing a lot of innovation, and that helps lower some of the cost.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I've definitely noticed that the ingenuity there from our LRV mechanics, anyways. So I really appreciate that. I think the next thing I wanted to ask about is going to take me too long, so I'll probably go for a second round. So.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, can you take the chair, please?
Taken.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Really appreciated the overview. Maybe just to pick up on some of the questions that were being asked around how far we're stretching things with our in-house refurbishments and sort of that mid-life cycle boost. Can you just help me understand, are we kind of at the, how much farther can we take that? Or are we kind of getting to the end of our ability to do those refurbishments, or is that just an ongoing thing that we are constantly doing?
Yeah, it's definitely not a rosy picture. I think that's part of the work we're doing on that council report. We are definitely towards the end of how far we can stretch things. And unfortunately, unless we can rejig our renewal figures, we're probably going to have to table a conversation about service levels, because it's just not going to be possible to ensure reliability of the fleet, and they wouldn't necessarily meet our safety standards. But that analysis is actively underway, and we're probably the only city in Canada doing an end-of-life extension, but that's literally like just maintaining buses on a lifeline. It's not a good, sustainable approach, but you'll definitely see more of that detail in the May report.
Right. And in that May report, I don't have it in front of me, but was that asking specifically about potential service implications for the immediate term, or was that more future-focused?
No, it was about current state and updating kind of the metrics from the last fleet report, so bringing it up to today, and what would those service implications be? That was part of the motion.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity. I wanted to understand, so just in terms of the interplay between fleet and facilities doing maintenance, but then you folks having the budget, can you just help me understand how does that work? And has that been longstanding?
Yeah, it's been long-standing, and I think across the country there's different models, and others use a similar model. We want to have a total cost of the service, so having the budget allows us to do that. We're very integrated in city operations. We collaborate a lot, and the director for the bus maintenance side, it might be challenging in terms of probably feels like he's reporting to two people, but we're all on the same team, and we're all about the same objectives, same outcomes. He attends leadership meetings in fleet and facility services. And I think there's common elements of fleet management that sit in FFS that serve all of us. So you can slice it different ways, but ultimately we achieve the same outcomes, and it works really well.
Okay, great. Sounds very integrated, and that's really great to hear. The other question I had was just around, I guess, the overall age of our fleet. So how does, when we're looking at balancing growth and renewal, how does the overall age of the fleet change when we start to have additional growth buses being added? Does that improve the overall state and age of the fleet? Does that allow us some greater flexibility to manage the overall fleet and service?
I think the proportions don't match, though. The size of our fleet and the age of our fleet is significant. Like, we have a significant backlog, and our recommendation going into the next 4-year cycle is all about renewal, because we're just at a very, very serious stage of pretty big impacts. And maybe I'll let Sarah jump in a bit more about that.
Yeah, all I would add is, while it may bring down the average a little bit, there's still this chunk that are 20 years old, right, that need to be dealt with, that were purchased around 2006, 2007. So this big wave that unfortunately there was a large purchase in those years. While the average might come down a bit, there's still this issue we need to work through.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely agreed. And then on the low-income transit pass, just making sure I heard you correctly, so it has been included in budget 2026?
Yeah, that's what we're hearing from a couple of different sources, so we feel quite comfortable in saying that it's been maintained, which is great news.
Okay, but not not ongoing, still sort of year by year?
Yeah, they do one-time grants, and then they renew each budget cycle.
Okay, thank you. I'll take the chair back.
You have it.
And go ahead, Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Yeah, just looking at the presentation, I just want to touch on kind of fair revenue for a second. Because we had 129 million in fair, but we were off by 8.5. And I'm just looking at like the graph that you have compared to other cities, right? I guess I just want some clarity on this. When we look at the cash fare, the 375, that doesn't obviously like that doesn't include the discounted passes, the monthly passes. That's just like one time I jump on. It's 375, correct?
Exactly. For every rider, if they pay with cash, that's the fare they pay.
And then kind of as we implemented like the new, tap on, so there is the service fees, were those in your external services in the budget? In there, like have we adjusted for that at all, and what are they, I guess?
Well, there's a contract services fee that you pay to the vendor to set up the system and maintain the system. In terms of this $3 per trip fee, that was factored into the user fee schedule several years ago as part of the transition to ARC. Does that answer your question?
I think it does, yeah. And then have we ever done any modeling? You probably have. He's gone up through fares, like if you increase it by 25% or this, like what that equals in terms of revenue.
For sure. And we've brought different scenarios to council, and ultimately council then directs which kind of scenario they want to proceed with, and then we submit it. So in the 4-year budget, you'll see a proposed user fee schedule, and it can be discussed. But we have very detailed modeling and work closely with finance on that.
And what you're speaking to is more like on the elasticity side, right? Like in terms of, you increase the dollar amount by this much, you might lose this many riders or what have you, and all of that's built in to what Carrie's been talking about here as well.
Yeah, that was my next question. Where is that kind of sweet spot, right? Where is that point where you're going to deter too many people from taking transit or not?
Yeah, there's elasticity calculations. We're in the process of trying to get updated modeling up to that point, so we can have more accuracy around understanding the elasticity impact. And it's, in my opinion, it's about trade-offs. So you might drop the volume of sales, but because of the higher price point, generate more revenue, and that's a choice. And the revenue is supposed to help offset the operating cost of the service. And as we all know, just like all other services, the costs go up. And the conversation is about how far does council want to take the fare revenue relative to the cost of the service.
Yeah. My next question, I think this will probably come down when you guys are reviewing the routes and everything, but just where are the really big opportunities to increase the frequency, right? Because my idea is if you get to a point where, a customer just knows the bus is coming 5 and 10 minutes, they're going to hop on, and that might actually change their behavior instead of driving. So I'm just kind of curious on, are you identifying those opportunities, which ones they are, where they're already packed, but they're more frequent and be even more riders?
Yeah, I'll touch on it, then Sarah can chime in. Her team leads that work. Right now, in the service standards, we have Super Express service as an example, which is where you see what you're talking about. So I show up at Lewis Farms Transit Center. I know a bus is coming every 7 minutes. I don't even check the schedule, and that's ideal. It takes more buses and more operating dollars and facility space in order to scale up and add more buses to make it more frequent. So we're kind of challenged and working within some resource constraints until we get our next garage. But I agree with you. Frequency is freedom. Frequency means all riders can just, navigate the city on a frequent network. And Sarah can describe a bit more details about the other types of routes we have.
Yeah, I'll just add we have frequent transit routes as well, which operate 7 days a week, 15 minutes or better in all time periods. Those are like routes 1 through 9, as well as the express routes Carrie mentioned. And our crosstown service, we've had a lot of frequency there because there's been lots of demand on those crosstown routes. We've done a couple reports to council on the service, looking at our service standards and the current population and some future forecasts and population of where we see gaps. So we know they're there, and we bucket them into different categories like frequency addition, service for new neighborhoods, et cetera. So we have that, and we can always update that analysis. This year, though, in our annual service plan, like Carrie was saying, it's all about reallocation because we don't have fleet or hours, so we're doing reductions in some areas to add to others to increase frequencies.
Yeah, and I guess I'm just curious on that, if we increase, do we see that revenue come up? Do we see more one time? Do we see more monthly, right? And then we kind of look at that cost analysis and see if it's worth it, right?
For sure. Our crosstown routes are a great example. We can't add enough service. we have very, very full buses. People are absolutely enthusiastically using it. The frequent transit network, the same thing. You look at the Route 4, the Route 9, very, very popular, lots and lots of ridership, and that generates revenue for us.
Great, thank you.
Great, thanks so much. Councillor Stevenson.
Just following on those questions around fare, just want to confirm how administration is going to interpret our guiding principle of affordability when we're looking at fare increases.
I might see if Stacy's here because they're doing work on the overall user fees for the city.
Yeah, I'm here. So it is our intention to, so as we're working through the user fee, the wider user fee policy, to look to align that with affordability and take a broad approach to that. I don't know what the outcome of that will be, but we know we need to balance both financial sustainability and affordability. And so we'll be looking, that analysis will likely involve like a wider look at all the things that come into play, including things like where you have a target-based subsidy that helps your low-income riders, potentially you might be able to withstand fare increases for your regular riders. And we'll look across at things like, so part of it is target versus general subsidy. What benefit does the collective, what should be paid on tax levy? So all of those things.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think, I think for me, I think that's an interesting analysis because I think that, we have some really targeted approaches to lower income Edmontonians. But I think there's a lot of middle income Edmontonians that are, sort of facing the worst of the pressures in terms of not being eligible for subsidies, but also not having that higher income that helps buffer. And I'm just wondering too, it seems to me that there's an opportunity that, as you say, we're looking at multiple priorities at once. And for me, it's sort of thinking, if affordability is a guiding principle, and so is growth management, and having a really robust transit system and having more people on transit is really part of managing our growth to avoid, I would argue, fiscal sustainability, avoid some of the road infrastructure that we have to build. We're really looking at it in those holistic ways.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say we're looking at it in a holistic way. I think I heard Mr. Robar come on too.
Yeah, I everything gets wrapped up into this balance of priorities. And I think at the end of the day, how aggressive you are on affordability and how aggressive you can be, it's going to be a product of the holistic package. What's our tax tolerance? I'm going to say it over and over again. But that part of it, that flexibility and balance and how aggressive you get on each end of the spectrum on these balances of different priorities, it's going to be a product of that conversation. So as we start walking through the next few months, what our big moves look like, what does tax tolerance look like, I think that gives us the flexibility as far as the budget, putting together the budget package looks like in terms of unfunded service packages, what affordability looks like. And there's affordability on both ends of the spectrum, which is tax tolerance side of affordability and the affordability of services, right? So, what does that balance look like in the equation?
Yeah, absolutely. And then again, I think it's the immediate costs and then the long-term costs in terms of
course.
Yeah. Okay, well, great. Lots to balance there. And I think, I think for me, maintaining affordability in our transit is going to be really important, and appreciate those other components that will be weighed. Just wanted to go through some of the capital side. So I think Councillor Salvador touched on the bus renewal. I know BRT, again, is another, we have capital funding. How are we doing on that? What do we need for BRT?
Yes, we have a report coming up in just 2 weeks on the 23rd. We'll give an update on BRT, and we'll have our colleagues from IIS there. They're in the midst of the concept planning still that was approved in the current four-year budget. And so that'll be an opportunity to talk, I think, in that report about what might come after that.
Okay, so currently we just have concept, but not, okay. And then this is going back, I think, a little bit to PARS, but just in terms of data, I know we talked about signalization, but do we also have the traffic counts that we need to support the network design? I'm just thinking in relation to BRT. Sorry, Craig, I'm kind of putting you on the spot because I know you're...
No, I was going to say that'll be part of the discussion, I think, on the 23rd, working with Natalie and Pascal And then we engage others like UPE and PARS. Caitlin will be with us on that day as well.
But you're
So-
thinking like traffic counts for the design of the routes, like the alignment?
Yeah, and then also just like writ large in terms of our network designs.
Yeah, I believe I think we have all that.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you. I'll come back for a couple more.
Thank you. Councillor Parmar.
Thank you, Chair. Great presentation. I have a question just about, it's been about 5 years since the bus redesign. And is there, a thought, because that's when we added the on-demand buses, and trying to understand from a cost perspective if that first last mile versus, a different type of service. Have we seen that review yet, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so we did a program evaluation about the use of on-demand and then the service delivery side of it. In terms of thinking about alternatives and comparing it to alternatives, it's typically, in the initial conversations, were about kind of our conventional bus service. And it's much more cost-effective to do a demand-responsive service design like that with smaller vehicles than running, empty 40-foot buses through these neighborhoods that didn't meet the threshold for service. For service productivity. We are going through a planning process right now for the next RFP because the contract is expiring soon. And we're giving some thought to the types of vehicles that best suit the ridership demand. But beyond that, we haven't explored anything else.
Okay, thank you. And do we know how long those buses are sitting idle for? Do we have that statistic?
Because it's demand responsive, we are constantly looking at the right number of vehicles per zone. We could follow up and see if we can get that measure. It's connected in some ways to the wait times for rides, which is monitored really closely. Some zones, it's very frustrating. You might have a long wait. We've been trying to course correct with our providers, but we can follow up on that.
Yeah, it's not easy, right? You can't really predict who's going to get rides that day and who aren't. But then it also makes me think about other areas of the city that might just have so much more demand too, and I'm sure you guys are constantly balancing out which ridership needs where.
Yeah, Sarah's team 5 times a year makes those adjustments, and it's all data-driven at a very detailed level. And they'll work with the providers to actually pull out a bus. If they think that one single bus can serve the zone, they'll redirect that second bus to a different zone. And again, they're assessing all of the data.
Yeah, and I think we are constantly trying to be as efficient with that on-demand service as possible. We're serving about 57 neighborhoods with 55 buses, so we're pretty stretched quite a bit, using it maximizing it as much as possible.
Was it 57 neighborhoods?
Yes.
Okay, with 50, okay. Can we talk about school specials at all? Because I think when we look at how to get more people on the bus is instilling it from a younger, I feel like when you start using the bus is maybe predictive of how you'll keep on using the bus. And so I think about the school specials and can you tell me about that? Because I feel like there is more of a demand for school specials than there is need, just like all ETS.
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, youth riders are a really big segment of all of our riders, and we spend a lot of time planning service with them. We work really closely with the school boards, both Edmonton Public and Edmonton Catholic. We meet every month, and we work closely with them to understand enrollment data, bell times for the schools, and plan for the upcoming school year. One of our challenges, of course, is there's been growth of schools and there's growth of population, and just trying to allocate that service in the most effective way. With the network redesign also, there's intention around using some of the regular routes as well to serve schools. So a lot of students don't necessarily use a school special. They'll use our regular routes as well.
Do you know how many school specials we have?
I can grab it. I'm not off the top of my head.
No, that's
but I'll get
okay.
it for you.
That's okay. And then in terms of when we use the buses, when the schools will rent out an ETS bus for a charter bus, is that cost recovery?
Yeah, so one of the fees in the user fee schedule you'll see is our charter rate, and that's meant to be full cost recovery for the operator, fuel, maintenance, and also some support staff roles. So yeah, we recover costs from the charters.
Okay, and then do we market that, like that people can use the bus as charters?
Yeah, we just have to be careful because of the fleet age and our overtime for operators. So this is like a chicken and egg thing. I think if we had a healthier amount of staff availability and bus availability, we would certainly market it even more. But it definitely grows year over year, for sure.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I was looking at the ride report card, just like, I really enjoyed the presentation, but I just immediately was trying to get specific here. So when I look at, say, the number 9, I see it has a 71% weekday on-time performance. And as a somebody who goes steady with the number 9, that does seem true. It drops to 59% on Saturday. What can we do?
I have some good news for you, Councillor Jans. A sneak peek when the 2025 report cards come out. Just looking at it this week, the 9 has improved quite a lot in the last year. Put some more hours there through reallocation and then also some of the infrastructure. It's really helped on all days of the week. It's improved.
So my layperson's guess is because there's so many choke points along the route, there's also, there's a chunk of it that has dedicated lane on the south side, and I know we have some dedicated lane in Chinatown, but how are there other, well, 97th on the edge of Chinatown, I guess, what other aspects are there? I often wonder, why do we have any car storage at all during peak hours on any transit route in the city? Like, we have school zones. Why don't we just have transit zones across the city? If you're on a high-frequency route, you just do not get to park between 7 and 9 and 4 and 3 and 6 or whatever it is.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something council can, chat with us about when we bring that report forward on the 23rd. So it's a follow-up to a motion that asked about what's next for transit priority measures? What kind of opportunities do we have? And this is the type of conversation I think that fits really well. And then we're also talking about what next steps might look like for BRT-related options. So if you're open to it, I think that would be something that we could discuss.
So hold the questions for that meeting then.
Potentially, you guys are obviously directing us, so
Okay.
if you want to do that today, that's fine, but we'd want to have IIS with us and PARS as well, and they're going to be with us on the 23rd. The 3 of us will be together.
Yeah, so what does the high-level math look like if there's a certain cost of an hour to run a bus, and that if that bus is, if we have to replace that bus, there's a cost of that. If we can get the bus to run a little bit faster, there's a cost to that, but so we either remove barriers like parking or we do signal timing, or do we give like a extra 10 kilometers an hour speed limit to buses? Like, what do we do to actually get more best bang for our buck?
Yeah, I think the previous council reports we did around describing transit priority measures touches on some of those options. The report that Sarah and Natalie did for the 23rd also outlines kind of different examples of what those measures could be. And it's all about, as you said, getting a more efficient bus network. There's definitely lots of tools in the toolkit and levers that you guys could pull.
And what's your thought on rear door boarding?
Yeah, rear door boarding, I think when we get to have more density, greater population size, more ridership, it's a good conversation to have about how quickly we can move people in and out of the buses. It happens a lot with bus rapid transit once it's been well established. So I definitely see it in the future horizon. It's just not in the immediate next steps for me. And bus manufacturers are also talking about it. And in Europe, they have it through some of the bus manufacturers there as well.
Right. Okay, so that's one. I'm not sure. I was distracted if we were going to say hi to the kiddos first, but does the... No, okay. Yeah. Have we looked at providing transit passes for all staff groups? I believe Edmonton Police Service, if you're a member, you get to ride transit. You get to ride transit for free. Have we looked at that for all staff groups?
We've examined the issue. So there's CRA rules that we need to be mindful of, and things. They have language about directly working in transit. It's treated a bit differently, but everybody else, it would be a taxable benefit. So there's a financial kind of component to it. And then we had actually written a memo for council on this, I think 2 years ago, thereabouts.
I'll have to dig it up.
Yeah, we can reshare it with you if you'd like.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it for now. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do you want to move another round?
So moved.
Second.
Please vote on a second round.
Councillor Elliott's yes.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That is carried, but before we go to, I think it was Councillor Morgan who is next on the list, we are going to take a pause to welcome some very special guests who are in chambers with us. So we have visiting school, the Don Getty Elementary grade 6 class. Hi, everyone. Oh, grade 2. Oh, no. I was going to say, you look very mature. And your teacher, Miss E. Jacob. Hello. Thanks so much for joining us. And you're from Ward EP Kokanee Piotzi with your counselor, John Morgan, who's waving at you. And I think, did you get to meet them out in the hallway before coming to chambers? That's fantastic. And are you doing a full tour? Yeah? Just a tour for the afternoon. So you are going to be doing mock council, or? You did it already. Oh, well. Who is the mayor? Hi, Mayor. Would you like to come down and tell us a little bit about your mock council decision? Yeah? Okay, so you can come to the mic over here or on that side. We would love to hear. That's fantastic. Oh, that's very exciting. Yeah, and you can just come to the mic right up here, and it should turn on for you. There we go. So you can let us know your name and the topic that you talked about.
My name is Boston.
Okay.
And we learned about who should be allowed to ride bicycles on sidewalks.
Okay, well, Mayor Boston, that is a very important topic. What was the decision that was made?
All ages are allowed to ride bicycles.
All ages allowed to ride bicycles on the sidewalk. Wow, okay, well, hey, was it a good debate? Yeah, excellent. Well, I appreciate you sharing that with us. We get to talk about that. Well, we have talked about it in the past. Maybe in the future, we'll see. But I appreciate you sharing that with us today, and I really hope that everyone enjoys their time at City Hall. Thanks for being with us. And a round of applause for these amazing folks. Thanks so much. Now, if you want, you can hang out in chambers with us. We are talking about Edmonton Transit, so the way that everybody can choose to get around our communities. You can stick around for questions, or if you decide to wander off, that's okay too. But thanks for being with us, and I'll go to Councillor Morgan.
Thanks very much. I noticed in the cost savings, talking about LRT, vehicle car length reductions there. I've seen it. I know the work that our management and operations team and maintenance have put into doing that, off peak hours there. Do we know the cost savings that we're getting from that?
Yeah, so over the last few years, we've done bump downs both on Capital and Metro line. On the Capital line, we reduced the train cars on Mondays and Fridays to 3. And then on the Metro line, we reduced it evenings and weekends. So between those two, it's about $700,000 a year in savings. And then we also changed the LRT frequencies from 5 minutes to 6 minutes. And that was another $200,000 in savings. And between all of that, it's around 1 million kilometers, annual kilometers a year on the trains we've reduced.
That's great. Have we had noticed any service or any problems with
No.
pass-ups or anything like that? Or?
We're not there yet, although
Okay.
ridership has been growing a lot on the LRT, and maybe we'll be there, need to bump up, but for now, we're been okay.
Okay, thanks. Staying on LRT there, I'm curious about on-time performance and how that's measured right now.
Yeah, so that process changed in about 2024, 2025, thereabouts. So now we're using data. Our director said he refers to it as the signaling system, and he didn't share the deep dive in terms of the technology with me. So we use the signaling system, and then we discussed it a lot with the goal benchmarking group as well. in terms of setting our targets and tracking how we're doing. But it's all automated, and it's about, similar to the bus side, looking at 0 to 5 minutes in terms of the departure time.
So it's like, are we tracking 30-second late departures and
Exactly, and
put
they've
it in?
started kind of monitoring and then enforcing the standard as well, because we were a little bit loosey-goosey in terms of early departures, but that's really significantly changed kind of mid-2025, and they've continued that same rigor since then.
Okay.
Yep.
Overall satisfaction of ridership. Able to go into that a little bit, or?
Yeah, that's a long-standing measure that we have tracked and measured, and the target that we have set for it relates to pre-pandemic kind of satisfaction levels. So wherever we can, in terms of today's target, we try and look at previous performance in previous years and see if we are ahead or below. If we are below, as a minimum, we want to get back to where we were. And then we would, again, compare ourselves to other cities, other transit services, and see how much further we want to take it once we get back to those levels.
Okay. LRT, I was talking to some of my colleagues today, actually, about, what happens after the west leg and Ellerslie extensions on the LRT there. I understand it's probably going to be 10 years out, probably, before we can do some more expansions. But I know Gorman's a thing. I know Northwest is a thing. I know 41, getting down to 41 Ave is a thing. Have we kind of done analysis on the challenges of each?
So I think that's probably more a question for UPE. They do the strategy side related to mass transit strategy, and obviously the LRT network is part of that kind of conversation. We can certainly reach out to them and have them follow up if that's helpful in terms of what they've been looking at and what kind of analysis has been completed so far on that piece. We're just not connected to that right now.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be very interested in, like, if we only have this amount of money, Gorman seems like a very easy ask, just straight up the right of way. Going to Northwest seems a little more challenging. But I don't know. So, and eventually we're going to be needing to expand that LRT system. So, cool. Sounds good. Do we have? I asked the Parks and Rec, PARS staff there about assaults on frontline staff. Where are we at with that request of making it so that our bus operators getting assaulted is the same thing as an EPS member?
Yeah, so nationally, there is legislation that has a separate criminal code penalty for operators, and what CUDA had been advocating for, and I think it passed or is about to, is expanding that to be all transit workers, which is a really, really, really positive step forward. Years and years and years of advocacy from lots of folks on it. So now that criminal code language would be inclusive of everybody working in transit, so that any assaults against transit workers are treated very seriously through EPS.
Thanks.
And so I think tying back to your question, you're over time, but back into the presentation, what you're asking is the years and years of work that got to this point on the transit side, how could then there be advocacy at the federal level to change the criminal code to expand to all municipal workers? So that's not work that we're currently undertaking, but it would be like a federal advocacy effort if that's the direction that you were thinking of heading into.
Thank you very much. Next up, so we are confirming we already welcomed our this is a grade 2 class. I'm so excited. Hello, grade 2 class. Sorry I didn't get to welcome you, but I'm glad you got welcomed by my colleagues. You're on the way out the door, but it's a delight seeing you. I hope you have a great weekend. It's so great to have you here in City Hall, everyone. Thank you. Next up is Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess it's a continue on with a line of questioning that Councillor Morgan had. Has the city been advocating as well for presumptive legislation for when we look at our peace officers, and given that the line of work that they take on as well, dealing with the public?
Yeah, I can't speak specific to what Community Standards has underway. I know their presentation is coming up shortly. The work from the Transit Association is encompassing of all transit-related workers, which would include the peace officers.
Okay, thank you. And I can't recall, so I have to ask this question. When, like, for example, the West End LRT, when that comes operational and becomes part of the budget, is I'll use the word security detail also included in that budget, or is that deemed separate?
Yeah, it's a comprehensive operating impacts of capital process. So all the partners will be engaged in developing kind of the budget requests for what their needs are in order to support that extension and growth.
Okay, so with that being said, then, so I'll talk about current legs. So hypothetically, the one that's heading down to, what makes a difference? All LRT. When the budget is created for the LRT, are the peace officers included in that, or or does that fall under a different umbrella?
No, they're included for sure. That's factored in, just like our control center monitoring is included as well. So that's one of the foundational kind of operating impacts.
Okay. And I guess I don't know if you can answer this, but I'm going to, well, it's one way to find out. I know, like, for security purposes and investigations, are there any I don't know if I can ask this, but I'll find out. Are there any updates? Because, for example, I know we work in partnership with the EPS, and Transit has an amazing video and camera system. And is there any dialogue that you're aware of providing or sharing that information? Because it's my understanding that they're deemed separate and they don't necessarily share. I don't know if that's the right word to use, but are you able to elaborate on anything with that?
I can elaborate on that. In fact, coincidentally, I was just texting back and forth with Deputy Police Chief Keith Johnson today. And so what we do provide right now is real-time view access that EPS in their OICC can access as of today, similarly across the community centers as well, or community rec centers as well. What we're working on with them right now is how can we expand that, grow that partnership to include like pan, tilt, zoom access. So we're just working through the details of that right now, but that's been an ongoing discussion that we've been having in terms of growing that partnership. We've done tours in their OICC, they've come to our control center, and then just kind of like merging the technology and like the parameters around when it makes sense for a police officer to take over that control in a dynamic situation. We obviously want cops to help us out, make our public spaces safe, but at the same time, it's a tool that our transit security dispatchers use on a daily basis to help provide that service. So we're just trying to find that balance of like, how do we continue to use our tools to provide that service, but also allow EPS that right access when we need their help.
Okay, that would be great, because I know it would be very advantageous, especially during dynamic and critical incidents. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next up is Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. Just trying to figure out, get closer, where to begin here. I'm just trying to understand how all of these systems work together. So with things like enhanced cleaning, is that in this budget or is that in fleet and facilities?
Yeah, so I think it's a little bit of both, if I remember correctly. The funding that was provided to maintain the standards, some of it is directly in the FFS budget, and then some of it anything related to the LRVs is within our budget. So it depends on the type of enhanced cleaning.
What's an LRV?
Sorry, light rail vehicle. Thank you, Councillor. Our train cars.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
What about, because we recently were talking about, the garbage pickups in Chinatown and how some are PARs and then some are ETS. Is it ETS or why wouldn't both of those just be I'm just trying to get a sense if there's efficiencies there, and there seems to be a lot of piecemealness to even some of the things that are should be cohesive.
Yeah, so the waste receptacles, we have an active project within the department to simplify the approach exactly to that point.
Good.
So for the bus stop waste receptacles, it's a contracted service. So we're just looking at all of that, and we agree. makes sense that if they're, particularly those in the downtown, let's say, that are adjacent to one another, why do we have different standards? Let's just simplify it, unify it, so that work is actively
And have
underway.
maybe even like 2 different contracts coming on the same day to 2 different receptacles.
Exactly.
And the style, the type, the quantity, we get a lot of requests for a garbage can here. You know, what are the parameters around when it makes sense to add another one, distance to other ones. So there's, I think, 5 different branches that empty garbage cans. We're actively working to, how do we make this make more sense? That's specific to garbage cans.
Yeah. And then under the policies, we're not, like, we have these policies that guide our work, but if I'm understanding correctly, if my understanding to date is correct, we are actually not meeting the policy. I'm just trying to find the policies in this slideshow, the slide presentation.
Yeah, so it would be the transit service policy. I'm looking at the number.
You know exactly which one
539A.
I'm thinking about? The transit service standards
Yeah.
and procedure, no, the fiscal policy, revenue generation policy is the one I'm thinking of. But maybe we're not meeting the other one as well. Maybe there's more than one, but, because doesn't that policy state, what does that policy state about tax levy versus revenue?
So I can speak to that policy. That policy is set at a high level to always constantly remind us to think about who should pay for what services.
Yeah.
And what amount, and how do we do cost allocation of services. It is always meant to be supplemented with a user fee policy, and that's what you'll see coming back in later this year.
So the fiscal policy revenue is not specific to, like, so for, if I'm understanding you correctly, Ms. Padbury, this policy is not specific to any one area of service, but more of an understanding of when we are doing, providing a service, how much of that should, if there's specific demographics or users that benefit directly from that, how much should they pay in relation to the broader general public?
Yeah, so that kind of bleeds into user fees. Like what the policy itself says, it's more higher level, like where we provide a service that benefits the community and where we fund with taxation, and where we provide a service that benefits an individual, we will contemplate user fees. But it's at a much higher level, and then there's some principles within that around fairness and equity, benefiter paying, integration, and how we make those decisions.
But in 2026, it looks like 22.3% of our funding came from revenue only. Is that, how do we feel about that ratio?
So when we bring you, so one of the components of bringing you a user fee policy would be who benefits, how much of the benefit of transit is community-based versus an individual providing a service. Then how do you want to recover those costs? And there, in the past, has been a cost recovery ratio. I believe it's been closer to 40%. Over time, we're seeing that we're recovering less and less of that. That's an indicator that we might need to look at user fees and whether what we're recovering is in line with what we intended to cover, and if not, why, and should we make changes?
Thank you. Councillor, sorry, because I did join that. Has everyone had, we've already made the motion for the other round, because Councillor Morgan's had that, so we're just going to keep going. Councillor Stevenson, that's right. Next up.
Thank you. Just in terms of really optimizing the fleet, one bee in my bonnet is always headway between buses. So on Jasper Ave, I feel like I often, it's sort of 10, 15 minutes, and then 3 buses all heading in the same direction come at once. So just wondering how that, I believe that that's a measure that ETS currently has in terms of headway.
I don't know if it's a specific measure, but it's definitely monitored in the minute by the control center, and they try and avoid bus bunching, and they will provide instructions. Our control center inspectors will intervene and give the operators instructions to not do that in succession and try and adjust it.
But is that just within the same route? Like, do we consider bunching to be on the same route? So you don't want, 3 number 5s at the same time, but what about when it's a 5 and a 3 and a 900?
Yeah, my understanding is it's within the same route, so not, 3 900Xs in a row. They'll advise the other 2 to keep going and that type of thing to get it back to what it should be.
Okay, but we don't currently have anything for, again, that inter-route spacing.
Yeah, we don't really have like a overall headway measure like you were describing, and there's a few things that contribute to it. One is the schedule itself of multiple routes, but then there's also the impacts of traffic, and when we don't have a lot of transit priority, bunching also happens in that for those reasons. But it's a good question and one we'll think about.
Yeah, and I wonder, and maybe we can just leave it there for now, but I would like to think that through, because I think it's a way where we can, again, achieve greater frequency on certain corridors without it actually costing anything at all.
This is a great item for us to take to our extended leadership group, which has the control center inspectors, the service planners, operations. I would love to table that as a good discussion item with them.
Okay, wonderful. And then the last one is just an opportunity that, actually, yeah, I wanted to ask about DATs, because I feel sometimes we lose DATs in the conversations. We're focusing on service hours, for the conventional bus service, which is excellent, and I'm happy for the focus that we've had on that. Just want to understand maybe more broadly, the DAT strategic plan and how that is, being lined up for budget.
Yeah, we actually just had a meeting about it a couple days ago, and it was a 10-year horizon, which is really exciting. So we're doing modeling. Some of this is also stemming from recommendations the auditor made, which were super helpful. So the team is really jazzed. We've got it painted in terms of how we grow capacity, how we maintain the accommodation rate that council had set, and that type of thing. So we'll definitely have a proposal going forward to make sure we maintain that accommodation rate unless council directs otherwise for the 4-year process. And we're talking about the composition of in-house service provision and when we can do more of that versus relying on contractors. We're talking about types of vehicles because there's so many diverse needs in terms of that community, both ambulatory and non-ambulatory riders. So we're really trying to think creatively and again stretch every dollar to go as far as it can go.
Awesome. No, that's really exciting to hear. And another facet that I've learned about recently is some of the external nonprofit ride services and potential linkages with them as well. So is that, again, that's getting more complicated, but again, seems like there could be some cost saving opportunities there.
Yeah, we tried to do that before. I remember doing that in 2018 and then again in 2019. They just didn't have enough capacity to really be able to contribute in that way. We do a competitive RFP process for the external supports. It's a great opportunity if those groups feel that they can be because we like having multiple service providers. It's a multi-party contract kind of style. We would welcome their submissions, and if they can provide some capacity, we would love to kind of partner and entertain that idea.
Oh, interesting. Well, I think my understanding too is that there's a bit of a Venn diagram where some of the services, there may not be the need for, they're of sound body. They can get into a conventional vehicle, even a car, car taxi. But it's sort of determining when does it make sense for DATs to service those individuals, when does it make sense for another group. Anyway, perhaps something to follow up on offline.
Yeah, and I think we just overhauled the eligibility process, and that's exactly the type of data inputs we use, determining whether they're ambulatory or non-ambulatory, and then what specific ways can we accommodate their trip request. We have lots of different vehicle styles, and partnerships with taxis is one of that.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Just wondering, in the last provincial budget, do we know if ride transit funding was confirmed?
That's our understanding from multiple sources that the grant has been renewed for another year.
Okay, well, credit where credit's due. So if the mayor is talking to the minister, definitely glad to hear our advocacy paid off there and that the province saw fit to invest there. Going into demographic data, do we know who transit riders are in Edmonton? Like what percentage are identify as women or Indigenous or racialized or?
Yeah, I'll start and then Sarah can chime in. We know through our research we have, and I'm so excited to have the ARC-related data. I think we're one of the first in Canada to collect gender identity as part of registering your account, completely voluntary self-identification. But we have more women using transit than other genders, which is also part of the Women in Transit study through CUDA. It's a national body of work that we're a part of. And women use transit differently. They do more trip chaining with multiple stops. We know that we have a large proportion of youth riders, and we have a lot of riders with incomes less than $30,000 per year. That's another big segment. And we know that we have less peaky service, and we have more ridership on weekends and in the off-peak as well. And I'll let Sarah chime in with others.
So like, I see a lot of racialized women who work in healthcare taking the number 4 to the Grey Nuns at 3 p.m. shift change.
1,000%. So
that's non-peak.
Exactly. Those
Okay.
shift workers are really important, and the intersection of identity factors is critical. So we know we have, as an example, Indigenous, elderly, let's say women using the service for a different purpose, let's say, than another, maybe a youth, using it to get to and from school. So that GBA plus analysis and the equity lens on it is really important. And the service planning team, I'm really proud of them for now we get to layer in our data and use the ARC data in terms of the fare types, and if they've identified gender, to assess for each and every route what are the demographic profiles of those riders, which I think is super cool to have that lens on it.
Yeah, I would ask, so in our council priorities, and then we have our key performance indicators that we haven't quite zeroed in on yet, but I'm looking for, like, how do we, if we're committed to anti-racism, to reconciliation, to gender equality, all those other pieces, how can we use that sort of transit data to show, like, we are speeding up trips for racialized women so they don't spend as much time commuting? That is a key kind of anti-racism indicator, things like that. Like, I think if we're looking for, because I was at a meeting recently where people are saying, well, your council priorities don't say anti-racism. And I said, yes, but we do say transit, and this is a great way to do that. So if you could maybe in the KPIs help articulate how we're still committed, just like it doesn't say greenhouse gas emissions or climate directly in the council priorities, but it does say transit trips, and it does talk about that. So if we can use some of the KPIs to indicate our continued commitment and as an organization to these other like core principles, that would be, I think it would save the mayor some conversations later on.
For sure, we can draw those connections, and we can definitely spell that out.
And finally on that, about growth, by my napkin math, if we add about 6 to 12 new 6-story apartment buildings by transit stations, that equates to enough people to do over 1 million trips. Do we have any sort of metric on, like, if we build so many bedrooms beside a train station or within X of a train station, that equates to so many transit trips?
I love your napkin math. I'll let Sarah answer.
I'm going to try. I don't know if we have a formula, but we work closely with the modeling team in UPE that can look at land use and transit outcomes together to understand, in this land use scenario, what's going to happen to transit ridership, mode shift, et cetera.
It might be too soon, but I know, like, in Councillor Salvador's ward, there's been some along the Valley Line. There's been some brand new apartments built that I would imagine if we use can we use our data to overlay that? I'm thinking McKernan Belgravia Station. We've got 3 or 4 6-story buildings under construction. Is there a way that we can alleviate neighbors' concern about parking congestion and traffic congestion by showing heightened transit ridership or usage in those cases?
For sure. I think we can take that away. There's also, it's really easy for us to spell out capacity as well, like capacity to accommodate, and then explore ways maybe to incentivize people to use it. I had conversations with some property management as an example, and we were brainstorming. We have an ETS at work pass for employers. Should we do the same for property managers that want to encourage transit ridership and not have to, establish a lot of parking?
Oh, that's an awesome idea. Yeah.
It'd be fun to kind of proceed with something like that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan, do you have more public questions, or do you? No, you do. Okay. Can I get a motion for another round?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote on another round.
You have all the votes?
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 10-0. Next, Councillor Morgan, please go ahead.
Thanks. Just building off of my colleagues here talking about garbage removal at bus stops. I was just talking to a resident yesterday about snow removal at bus stop, and they were saying it was two different people or two different cats or whatever that were. One cleared the bus stop, and the next one cleared a trail right beside it. I don't even know if that's true or not, but I'm gonna ask you like about that coordination, I guess.
I can start by saying a lot of that stuff is routed. So although there might be two different crews doing two different pieces of work in a similar area, those are things we look at when it comes to like how the active path crews can efficiently go through the inventory. So in some cases, they'll need machinery, and other cases, it's hand tools. So I don't know the particulars of this particular like observation, but those types of like, it's not like the same crews are going leapfrogging each other in the same area. It would be routed with the right equipment and thoughtfully done for efficiency's sake, if that helps. But if you have more details on like the particular
I can forward
question,
that to you. I just was curious about the coordination there, I guess, more than anything else. So
Okay.
yeah, sure, sounds good. Thanks.
But like the snow removal for bus stops would be done like through Parks and Roads.
It's done through Parks and Roads, not through ETS.
Correct.
So everything's done through Parks and Roads.
There's some nuances when it comes to like LRT stations, but for the most part, yes, it's a Parks and Roads.
Okay, no, that's good to know. Thank you. And I think kind of my colleague here just touched on a little bit. I was just kind of curious about the appreciation and understanding of the savings that increasing bus and LRT service has on road maintenance or safety on the streets. If there's kind of some coordination there and like in an analysis, or if that's even measurable.
I think we can take that away and follow up and see if there's been anything documented. We can connect with our colleagues in finance as well to see if they've done any studies along those lines.
I think it would be hugely valuable when we're talking about our budget here coming
Yeah.
up. Just understanding, you know, if we increase service this much, we buy this many more buses. How many more roads are we going to have to not pave anymore or not repair or as often, right? So, cool. Thank you. I think that's. Yeah, I guess that's all for now. Thanks.
Great. Councillor Clark?
Yeah, just one quick, maybe obvious question, and I hope I didn't miss this somewhere, but do we have the final ridership numbers for 2025 for ETS, for LRT and bus?
Yeah, we do. So it definitely grew. So it grew, I believe it was just under the 1%. And it was slower last year for a few different reasons. So the closure of schools in the month of October definitely had an impact. Changes to the federal immigration policies also had an impact. We'll notice a trend related to the price of fuel, which sounds a little silly, but it's related to vehicle ownership costs. So when the price of fuel comes down, you see more people probably using vehicles rather than transit. And right now with fuel prices higher, it's probably going to swing the other way. And then across the country, other major cities have shared similar stories. So we heard the same from TransLink in Vancouver, as well as the TTC. But overall, it did grow. So we're looking at about 68 million completed trips in 2025. I think that's the right number. 61.8, my apologies.
And the breakdown, just bus versus LRT?
Actually, I happen to have that spreadsheet open for you, Councillor Clark. The LRT bus ridership was 42.5 million last year, and LRT was 19.3. That's LRTs for Capital, Metro, and Valley Line.
And the percentage, was the LRT percentage increase? Do we know that, or we just gotta
The
math it out
LRT
quick?
increased, hold on, I would need to take that away, sorry. It did increase from the previous year, just don't know.
In general, it has been increasing, and we also are looking forward to having the automated passenger counters on high floor to get a really accurate number. But we do counts, and every time we've been doing our counts, we're seeing it going up and up and up, and we've had some pass-ups as well.
So LRT in 2024 was 17.8, and then last year was 19.3. So I don't know the percentage, but.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Questions in private now. Would someone like to move to go in private?
I'll move that.
Second.
Please vote to go in private.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried, and we'll just pause to make sure we have the right folks in the room here while we all get settled.
Group ready? That way we can like try to power through that presentation before the break.
The doors are open, Mayor Knack. We are live whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Okay, so that's it for that item, and so now we're moving on. Next in line is, this would be fire rescue services. So we'll start up with a presentation.
Thanks, and as our team returns into chambers, I will start with a quick overview of Community Services Department. All right, my name is Jennifer Flaman, and I'm the DCM of Community Services. I am excited to be here to provide our budget presentation department overview. We've clearly saved the best for last, so let's go get it. I love this slide, by the numbers. It's a look back at the work we've accomplished in 2025. With thousands of dedicated staff across 4 branches, we deliver a wide range of services. Our mission is clear. From creating enriching experiences to ensuring your safety, we are passionately working to make Edmonton the best place to live. I also want to take a moment to demonstrate how this department's work aligns with your council priorities. Community Services is the foundational engine for your safety priority. We balance upstream prevention, such as expanding affordable housing options and violence prevention programs, with critical downstream responses, including transit peace officers, problem property enforcement, and fire rescue crisis response. We directly advance economic development by leveraging arts, culture, and sports as major tourism drivers through our attractions, stadiums, and civic events. Simultaneously, we deliver quality services that foster civic pride and continuously innovate, like introducing drone monitoring for wildfires and computer-aided dispatch to handle the rising community demand. We champion affordability through extensive targeted subsidies, community grants, and inclusive access programs like our Leisure Access Program. We are also fundamentally relationship-driven, relying on strategic shared accountability partnerships with nonprofit organizations, the EPS, and other orders of government to fund and execute on our mandates. Our most significant operational hurdle aligns with growth management. Rapid population expansion is outpacing our capacity, resulting in persistent distance coverage gaps for fire and emergency response on the city's perimeter. Crucially, this rapid growth challenges our ability to provide equitable access to our recreation and community amenities. Currently, our service levels and amenity provisions are struggling to keep pace with demand in newly developing neighborhoods. Addressing these geographical gaps and leveraging tools like the Equitable Programming Audit will be essential to supporting strategic growth and ensuring all Edmontonians have fair access to these vital community spaces. Finally, we face immense pressures on fiscal sustainability due to the surging operational costs of addressing complex social, medical, and disorder issues manifesting in our public spaces and facilities. This strain is compounded by aging facility infrastructure and our vulnerability to unpredictable external funding required to sustain large-scale social interventions. But before moving on to the next slide, I would like to share a few highlights of the magnitude and impact of our work. Incredibly, the department leveraged $233 million for affordable housing since 2023. We supported over 130,000 youth in after-school admissions to our rec facilities. Our teams managed over 161,000 non-parking bylaw complaints and investigations. That's over 450 a day. We ensured Fire's first unit travel time met the 4-minute goal 73% of the time. And last year, and this is my favorite stat, we supported 813 festivals and events that represent 1,970 event days. Yes, 1,970 event days crammed within 365, with 3.86 million attendees generating over $400 million in economic impact for our city. I share these numbers to highlight the scale of our impact. Now, let's look at the functional and organizational structure of the department that support our service delivery. So as the last and best department presentation, just checking if you're listening, you will have seen this slide a number of times. So I thought I'd take this opportunity to mix it up a little bit for you. Playing off the earlier PARS presentation that Caitlin provided, where she compared herself to the McDavid contract. And of course, it's never a competition here. I think the contract that Fire Rescue has with this city is even more impressive and greater value for money. Just think about it. This team covers 780 square kilometers, not just a rink, and protects over 380,000 structures, not just a net. Their contract with the city is 24/7, 365 days a year, and unlike a star athlete, they never take a shift off when the heat is literally on. Are you getting that? Picking up what I'm putting down? And I know that potholes seem to be the currency for PARS, but let me tell you, if I had a nickel for every 311 complaint to which our community standards team responds, I could take care of their SBV and mine too. Now, when it comes to recreation and culture, our asset list, from our rec centers to Commonwealth Stadium to Mutart to the zoo, this list is the ultimate no trade clause. These are the places Edmontonians refuse to live without, and we manage them with the same intensity as a Game 7. Right? As for social development, while city operations fills those potholes, we're filling the gaps in the community. Whether it's housing, reconciliation, or safer streets, we're the GMs of this city's social fabric, ensuring every one of our 291 neighborhoods has a winning season. So, if this city is a stage, UPE imagines and plans it, IIS builds it, city operations maintains it, and community services puts a show on worth attending. We're the reason Edmonton isn't just a place to be, it's a home to love. So we all know it's the people who deliver this work, and so I'll provide a quick introduction and overview of the branches. Community Recreation and Culture, led by branch manager Roger Jebney. The core mandate of this branch is to ensure that Edmontonians are physically and emotionally healthy by creating community hubs where people feel a sense of belonging, connection, and inclusion. Their work impacts the daily lives of Edmontonians, bringing together neighbors, visitors, friends, and families, and welcoming roughly 9 million visits to our facilities annually. The teams in CRC provide support for the attraction, coordination, and direct delivery of hundreds of festivals, civic events, and major stadium events, as well as partnership and event liaison and strategy support to our festival, sport, and recreation partners across the city. This branch also books, operates, programs, and animates a massive network of spaces, including 5 large community recreation centers, 22 ice arenas, outdoor pools, sports fields, community centers, municipal golf courses, and 23 River Valley parks. They also manage major attractions like the Mutart, Fort Edmonton Park, and the zoo. They're also responsible for preserving Edmonton's history, managing municipal archives and operating heritage sites like the John Walter Museum and the Prince of Wales Armories Heritage Centre, as well as the sales, operation, and perpetual care of the city's municipal cemeteries. Moving on to Community Standards Branch, led by branch manager David Jones. Community Standards helps make Edmonton a more livable city by supporting safety and a civil urban society that meets the standards and expectations of community. This is accomplished by the identification of standards together with the education, compliance, and enforcement initiatives required to uphold the team. This is the team comprised of municipal bylaw officers who respond to those tens of thousands of 311 citizen complaints. You'll also find our community standards peace officers and transit peace officers responsible for enforcing bylaws in our public and transit spaces. Finally, this is the team that works tirelessly to ensure animals are safe and healthy by enforcing the Animal Protection Act and supporting lost and stray animals through the operation of the Animal Care and Control Center. Park rangers ensure the city's open spaces and public parks are safely preserved and available for the public's use and enjoyment. Moving on to Edmonton Fire Rescue Services, led by Fire Chief David Lazenby, EFRS carries out their core mandate to improve safety by protecting life, property, and the environment from fire and other emergencies. EFRS not only staffs and operates 31 fire stations 24 hours a day, 7 days a week across the city, it's also responsible for enhancing community safety and emergency preparedness. I won't go into all the details, as EFRS will give their presentation shortly. With regards to social development, led by branch manager Stacey Galatly, this team's core mandate is to create measurable impacts on the highest priority quality of life, safety, and well-being challenges for the communities we serve. Through the strategies we design, the standards we set, and the relationships we build, this team directs millions in investment and resources from all orders of government toward Made in Edmonton solutions. Major bodies of work include incentivizing housing development and delivering on the goals of the Federal Housing Accelerator Fund. This team is also active in community and in neighborhoods, delivering capacity building and collaboration assistance. This team also administers community funding programs, grants, and subsidies to nonprofit and community organizations. And our Indigenous Relations Office builds and maintains those essential relationships with Indigenous communities and leads key strategic initiatives like urban reserves in advancing our reconciliation. Finally, you'll see our department strategy and communications and engagement team. These small but mighty teams provide that critical branch-specific support that focus on project, planning, and strategy, as well as ensuring that information and opportunities to participate fully in the life of the city is known, available, and amplified. This work is essential for the successful delivery of the department's many public-facing services. So now that you've got a sense of what our teams do, I'd like to walk you through our expense budget that identifies our cost drivers on the next slide. For this slide, I'll spend some time, like I said, talking about the pressures of what we are needing to respond to. We are experiencing increased demand across various department services, from emergency response times and minimum staffing levels in fire rescue services to increased complexity and volume in needs in social development. We face those challenges like others with aging facility and infrastructure, ill-suited and outdated technology, and growing pressures on Edmonton as a critical health and correction service hub for Northern Canada. Like many other branches, we too are affected by inflationary pressures, which directly increase personnel costs, the cost of materials and equipment for programs and facility operations, and does have an increased construction cost, creating some strain on our ability to meet our affordable housing targets. Growing economic challenges have created greater demand on the department to manage the significant affordability challenges impacting Edmontonians. Population growth is also driving up the demand for all of our services, including emergency response. A higher number and size of special events and festivals, increased demand to provide recreational opportunities to new communities, increasing demand in existing recreation facilities, and a changing world requiring additional security. To support our efforts, the 2026 expense budget for the department is $615.1 million, offset by a variety of funding sources, including $112.5 million in revenue, plus recoveries and tax levy, detailed on the next slide. The 2026 department operating budget is primarily funded by tax levy of $501.7 million, or 81.5%, with additional funding from user fees of $78.7 million, or 12.8%, grants at $31.2 million, or 5.1%, reserves $2.2 million, or 0.4%, and intermunicipal recoveries of $1.2 million, or 0.2%. User fees come from a wide range of programs and services and include, but are not limited to, facility admissions, memberships, bookings, rentals, golf course fees, festivals and event attendance, and cemetery sales. Grant funding supports housing investment, recreation partnerships, and many differing social services, to name a few. The various funding sources will be discussed in more detail in the branch presentations that follow. In terms of expenditures, in the Community Services Department, 68% of the budget accounts for personnel. In these last two slides, I've focused on 2026. Before we go through the 4 branch presentations for our department, I do want to take a moment and recognize the continuous improvement efforts of our leaders who, over the last decade, have been able to reduce budgets by $300 million. That is no small feat in a growing city with an increasing demand, and is a real demonstration of our collective commitment to fiscal responsibility and efficiency. This concludes the overview of our Community Services Department. I will now pass it over to Edmonton Fire Rescue Services Chief Dave Lazenby.
Thank you, Jen, and good afternoon. Edmonton Fire and Rescue Services proudly serves our city, and our mission is simple but significant: to protect life, property, and the environment. Next slide, please. Our team is focused on delivering critical emergency response and proactive safety measures to protect our community. I'd like to share a few highlights of the magnitude and impact of our work. We managed over 111,000 emergency calls last year, with first units reaching the scene in 4 minutes or less, 73% of the time. The scale of our medical support is significant, averaging 148 medical events every day, nearly 5 times the volume of daily suppression events. Beyond emergencies, we conducted over 3,000 property inspections and supported 976 evacuees last year through our emergency support response team. These numbers highlight the scale of our impact. However, these numbers only depict a portion of the work EFRS undertakes in our mission of protecting life, property and the environment. Next slide, please. We deliver on our mission primarily through 3 core functions. Fire prevention. This is our first line of defence. It's the work you see that our teams are doing in communities, in schools and in businesses. It's about being proactive so our firefighters don't have to respond. And fire investigations gives us the data to understand why fires start and where we need to provoke our prevention efforts. Fire and emergency response is a service that's seen when the alarm sounds. It's immediate, professional and compassionate response our crews and dispatchers provide for everything from fires to medical calls to complex rescues. And last but not least, emergency management. This is the crucial work that prepares us for the major events. It's what ensures our city can respond to a large-scale emergency like a wildfire or a flood, providing a lifeline for our community when they need it most. Every member of EFRS, from our dispatchers to the frontline crews, is dedicated to our mission. Next slide. EFRS has a total of 1,361 FTEs of dedicated professionals serving Edmontonians. Management and out-of-scope or exempt positions account for a small percentage, 2%, with 27 FTEs, including the fire chief, deputy fire chiefs, and other leadership positions. Unionised leaders make up 13.1% of the branch, with 178 FTEs. And this slide also breaks down the FTEs and the responsibilities across 3 main sections. Community safety and risk area are responsible for enhancing community safety, emergency preparedness, and critical emergency communications, with 134 FTEs. The operations and training section provide comprehensive emergency response and specialised training services, making up the largest section with 1,186 FTEs. And the area responsible for logistics, technology and analytics, health and wellness and future-focused planning has 41 FTEs. Overall, 98% of the EFRS workforce is unionised, with 1,334 FTEs, which is a higher proportion of unionised staff compared to the city's overall jurisdiction, excluding certain specific offices. Next slide, please. The organisational subsidies on this slide are an example of EFRS's strategic partnerships and its commitment to efficient service delivery. The primary benefit is in the allocation of funding to external partners like the Firefighters Honour Guard, Edmonton's Firefighting Piping and Drumming Society. The strategic investment sustains specialised services and community-focused initiatives, and ensures the city's operational funding is aligned with the council priorities for advancing safety and security as well as service delivery. This approach strengthens the fire and rescue services presence and engagement across the city, enriching the Edmonton's social fabric through the preservation of cultural traditions, professional civic ceremony, and the public demonstration of the elite physical readiness required to keep the city safe. Next slide, please. I'll now go over the highlights of the branch's 2026 budget. Next slide, please. The Fire Rescue Services expense budget for 2026 is $276.7 million, and we utilise that budget to deliver emergency response to protect life, property and the environment, including fire suppression, medical event support, technical rescue and hazardous material response. Manage fire prevention programmes through fire safety codes, inspections, fire investigations and public education, and to coordinate citywide emergency management. Personnel costs make up the largest portion of the expenses at 88.3% or $244.3 million. Non-personnel expenditures account for 11.7% of the budget, totalling $32.4 million. And this category is primarily made up of fleet services, materials and equipment, external services, utilities, and other internal service costs. There are three main programs that perform the key activities for the branch: logistics, technical and wellness with 36.4 million in expenditures, community safety and risk with 25.1 million, and finally operations and training with 215.2 million in expenditures. Branch costs are highly impacted by the number and complexity of emergency events, including medical calls, demands for economic development support through design reviews and inspections, the number of special events and festivals, as well as external factors such as inflation and tariffs. Our cost drivers are also connected to the age and condition of our fleet and facilities through the ongoing maintenance costs. Next slide, please. The branch operating budget is primarily funded by the tax levy at 273.6 million or 98.9%, with a small amount of revenue and cost recoveries of 3.1 million or 1.1% from fire inspection fees, permits and fire response services. When you look at these figures, it's tempting to only see them as a simple expenditure, but in reality they represent Edmonton's collective insurance premium. And like any high quality insurance policy, the value isn't found in how often you use it, but rather in the security of knowing it's there when you need it. Next slide, please. This slide provides an overview of capital profiles managed directly by Fire Rescue Services. This includes two profiles, one related to the replacement of fire rescue equipment for $9.2 million over the 2023 to 2026 capital budget cycle, and a $4.8 million fire apparatus growth profile that was recently approved at the spring 2025 supplemental capital budget adjustment to fund the new fleet required for the Walker and Wellington fire stations. Current trends include procurement delays and a limited pool of suppliers, rising costs for fire equipment and infrastructure, population growth pressure, and increasing need to provide health and mutual aid services. Risks include aging fleet, equipment and facilities, increasing costs for all type of infrastructure. The gap between funding infrastructure and growth areas is a risk to provide quality service. These are serious risks to service delivery that will undoubtedly carry forward into the next budget cycle, particularly in new growth areas. Next slide, please. EFRS has made significant progress in managing challenging structural budget variances, or SBVs, bringing the variances down from 7.4 million in 2024 to 2.9 million by 2026. The remaining structural budget variance of 2.9 million is for overtime costs. The rising complexity and volume of calls have led to higher instances of mental health injuries, presumptive cancers, and other illnesses, resulting in higher numbers of staff on short-term WCB or LTD leaves. Combined with the requirement to maintain minimum staffing levels, these increasing personnel leaves have caused overtime to surge several years in a row. Despite the centralisation of the hazmat team that allowed for the redeployment of 16 firefighters to cover for sickness and vacation time, as well as changing how vacancies related to WCB and LTD are staffed, the branch has been unable to completely eliminate the overtime SBV. Next slide, please. The next few slides are a look at the trend in cumulative changes in expenditures, net tax levy requirement, and FTEs for both the city and fire rescue services over the last two budget cycles. For all graphs, the red line represents cumulative growth for all tax-supported areas, whereas the blue line represents the fire rescue services branch in comparison. 2018 is set as the base year, and all changes are cumulative from that year. The chart on this slide compares the net budgeted expenditures, which are gross expenditures less recoveries. The trend in information shows a similar rate of expenditure increases for FRS compared with the city for 2019 to 2021, and then a comparative decline in the expenditure budget growth for fire from 2022 until 2024. The increase in rates for the branch in 2019 related to the collective agreement settlement with the EFFU for the 2016 to 2018 period, and for fleet growth. Over 2022 and 23, the decrease was due to discontinuation of the EPCOR fire hydrant service, which was partially offset by the addition of the new Windermere Fire Station and the South Hazmat Unit coming online with corresponding operating costs. Finally, the 2025 and 26 increases are related to the EFFU union settlements for 2019 to 2023. Next slide, please. The next chart is very similar to the previous one, with the exception that revenues are included in the comparison. The slide shows that what we refer to as the net tax levy requirement, representing the tax levy dollars needed to support operations. The net requirement is the difference between the total expenditures necessary to run the branch and the total revenue received from sources such as user fees, fines and permits. As FRS generates limited revenue and therefore has a high reliance on tax levy funding, there's a minimal difference between this and the previous expenditure slide. Next slide, please. This last graph focuses solely on FTE growth over the last two budget cycles. FTE changes for the branch were slightly above the corporate average from 2019 to 2023, dropping slightly below that average in the latter years of the current budget cycle. The increases from 2019 to 21 are the result of the addition of the South Edmonton Tanker Unit and Windermere Fire Station in 2019, partially offset by reductions related to the pandemic response in 2020 and 21. The addition of the South Hazmat Unit and additional increases for the Windermere Fire Stations in 22 and 2023 were the main drivers of the increases in those years. As demand for service for the new Hazmat Unit was lower than expected, the South Hazmat positions hired were redeployed in 2025 to address overtime challenges. In 2025, 7 new FTEs were added to support the implementation of Next Generation 911 and computer-aided dispatch. 6 FTEs were added to the Office of Emergency Management in 2026 and reduced the risk of staff burnout as well as work demands far exceeding resources due to the rise in the number of incidents over the last few years and change in legislation and emergency social services framework. Next slide, please. Our why at EFRS is to protect life, property and the environment for all of Edmonton. Our strategic options and levers available to the branch for advancing key corporate focus areas boils down to what and how we do things through scope, scale and service levels. Lever 1, the scope of response. This is what we do. It involves continuing to optimise our medical response, including the 2026 EFRS medical update and utilising targeted deployment models to ensure we are applying resources where they provide the most value. While it helps to increase availability of fire apparatus for fire rescue events, it will not address long response times into newly developed areas. Lever 2, scaling for city growth. This is about the footprint of the service and how we scale, while balancing service need with time, quality and cost. To keep pace with Edmonton's expansion and meet the needs of current population, we have to look at different ways to expedite service delivery in growing communities. Lever 3, service levels to reduce community risks. As first responders, this is about how fast we deliver our service. This could also include investigating more alternative fire safety measures like residential sprinkler requirements. Next slide, please. When we consider our levers, we have to understand that the work we do is governed by a regulatory framework designed to ensure the highest levels of safety and professionalism. As a required municipal service under the Municipal Government Act, we're responsible for enforcing the fire code. We're the authority that ensures buildings and business in this city meet the necessary fire safety standards. Our operations are also guided by established industry standards set by the National Fire Protection Association. These are the same standards used by fire services across the continent, ensuring our training and practices are appropriate, informed and consistent. And in addition, there are numerous other pieces of legislation and corporate policy that govern what we do.
I am cognizant of time, and it is 3:30. If it is the will of the chair, we are happy to pause here because we're about to embark on a new section of our presentation on measures. It might be a natural place to break, but I leave it to you.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. So we will pause now for our 15-minute recess and return at 3:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Councillor Jans.
Horlock Park is open.
Councillor Rutherford. I think it's on our way. Councillor Clark.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang is away. Mayor Knack will be with us shortly. Councillor Parmar.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette is also away. Councillor Stevenson, I think will be here momentarily. Councillor Elliott. Nope. And I see Councillor Tang, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Great. Hello. And Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, we'll turn it back over to administration to continue your presentation. Please go ahead.
Thank you. We can use our levers to understand what we can do to meet our key service levels. Next slide, please. Fire and emergency response is the largest service we provide, and its service level drives much of our business. Fire dispatch has a communication time target of 90 seconds from the start of the 911 call to dispatch a fire truck, and we achieve this 95.5% of the time. Firefighters then have a turnout time target of 90 seconds to get themselves and their PPE in the truck and out of the stations. We achieve this 73% of the time. Providing an overall, the first, I apologise. And we achieve this 73% of the time. The first arriving unit has a travel time target of 4 minutes of travel time to arrive on site, and we achieve this 72.9% of the time, providing an overall target of 7 minutes from the start of the call to fire dispatch to a fire truck on scene at an emergency event. The first truck on scene is key, and the 4-minute travel time is a critical target to meet. The 4-minute travel time target for EFRS, based on NFPA 1710 standards, is crucial because fires can reach a critical flashover stage in minutes. Faster response times increase occupant survival rates, enable quicker rescues, and minimise property damage by allowing crews to intervene before extensive fire spread. This target is a data-driven benchmark that guides strategic planning and demonstrates a commitment to effective and safe emergency response. Between the dispatch time, the turnout time, and travel time, we have the least amount of ability to discreetly control the travel time. This is impacted by road networks, speed limits, traffic density, and construction. We do our best to continuously optimise routing to events and use technology to manage traffic lights, but the travel time is a key factor in where and when we plan for an additional station to have fire apparatus closer to events. It should be noted too that research from the Underwriters Laboratory shows that home fires today spread significantly faster than 40 years ago. UL says you only have 3 minutes to escape the average fire compared to 17 minutes in 1980. Homes burn faster and hotter than ever before. The reason for the significant speed up is due to the increase in plastics and other synthetic materials found in homes now. In addition, there's far less mass in the materials used to build homes today. This lightweight construction fails way sooner than legacy construction. Our ability to achieve the 4-minute travel time can be measured through the lens of our 3 levers: scope, scale, and service level. Next slide, please. With respect to lever 1, we can improve our travel time by going to less calls and being more readily available. We can see that fire incidents have increased steadily since 2022. Medical responses dipped temporarily in 2024 after we revised our medical response policy, but demand for medical calls is rising again. Even with the changes, EFRS leads our colleagues with 59% of total calls being medical in nature. EFRS continues to review our service levels and work with emergency health services to ensure we're going to the calls where we can provide the most value. Looking ahead, Edmonton's projected population growth will further increase pressure on EFRS. The city currently has 1.19 million residents, and forecasts suggest it could surpass 1.8 million by 2045. To maintain service levels and response performance, EFRS will need to scale capacity as demand increases. Next slide, please. With lever 2, we can improve our travel time by changing how we scale for city growth. Extended travel distances occur when an incident falls outside the NFPA 1710 first due target drive time from the nearest station. These exceptions indicate coverage gaps within the city's service area. The purple zones you see align with the areas experiencing coverage challenges today, evidence of persistent gaps and ongoing need. Some of these gaps are expected to be addressed by planned new stations, specifically the funded Athlone station in the city's northwest and the Walker station in the southeast, indicated by the red circles on the map. Currently, resources must travel further to reach incidents in these areas. As a result, none of these areas can be reached within the 4-minute due travel target. In the interim, this demand falls on surrounding stations, raising workload and compounding the operational strain created by the coverage gap. Modelling for Station 8, now located in the Blatchford neighbourhood, shows that the opening of this station will reduce the number of times where EFRS was not meeting first due performance targets by over 400 events per year. It also shows that the first due performance will improve by 9% in Station 22's first due area, and by over 5% in Station 10 and Station 4's first due area. Next slide, please. Both of these last two slides alluded to how we approach Lever 3, our service levels. We cannot meet service levels at our current resourcing with our scope of work, the scale of our footprint, and the busyness of our personnel and their apparatus. Busyness represents unit availability. Unit unavailability occurs when the first due responsible for responding to an emergency call in a specific assigned geographic area is missed because the closest or best positioned unit is already on another call or backfilling elsewhere. They reflect real coverage time gaps. When the right unit is not available at the right moment, it is needed. This differs from utilization, which measures the share of the time a unit is committed. Higher utilization can increase during busy periods, but busyness or unit unavailability captures when that lack of availability directly delays the first due response, most often during peak hours. The highest concentration remains in the downtown core, with elevated busyness also evident in the northeast and south parts of the city. In the northeast, this is due to temporary station closures. Following the 2024 closure of Station 7 in Highlands for renovation, nearby stations experienced a spike in busyness, most notably Station 18, the Clairview station, and Station 5 in Norwood, which absorbed much of the workload and saw busy calls increase by 68%. This means that these stations were less available to respond to calls within their first due area. Next slide, please. Where we have the right infrastructure, we are succeeding. Most of Edmonton is green, meaning we hit our 4-minute travel time targets. However, our performance drops in newer perimeter neighbourhoods where stations cover too much ground, and in areas where renovations, like Station 7 in Highlands, have temporarily thinned our coverage. To address long-term growth, EFRS has identified the need for up to 6 new stations to maintain service levels as Edmonton's population continues to expand. Future planning is dictated by the intersection of scope, the type of emergencies handled, scale, the geographic area covered, and service levels. The specific response time targets set by Council, such as the current 7-minute total response time versus the stricter NFPA standards in place now. Next slide, please. We've been able to understand the root causes of our challenges due to the research and engagement completed in the service. Our path forward is always rooted in a deep understanding of our data. We perform ongoing research into system stress, monitoring how multiple calls happen at once. This allows us to spot potential bottlenecks and adjust our resources before they impact response times. We also engage with external experts to bring next generation thinking to EFRS. By partnering with academia and the tech sector, we're moving toward predictive modelling, using data to stay ahead of the city's growth and evolving risks. Engagement starts in our neighbourhoods. We're active in schools and community groups because the best way to handle an emergency is to prevent it. This direct outreach empowers citizens to reduce fire risks in their own homes. Finally, we prioritise professional communication with our colleagues in corporate communications. Through media relations and development of clear communication products, we stay transparent. We want to ensure that every Edmontonian knows who we are, what we do, and how to stay safe. Our public satisfaction ratings are exceptionally high. We're consistently considered a core strength of this city. Next slide, please. EFRS works hard to support financial sustainability through strong fiscal governance. Next slide, please. Our service adheres to recommendations from the City Audit Department. Accountability and continuous improvement are integral to our approach. We have a strong relationship with the City Auditor, and we've successfully addressed every recommendation from our past audits. We're proud to report that we currently have no outstanding audit recommendations or ongoing audits. An audit of the fire prevention business area and likely the business continuity area will begin in April, with recommendations being presented in November. Next slide, please. In the past 10 years, EFRS has made $13.1 million in reductions to its budget, with an annual cumulative average of $9.3 million, resulting in a cumulative total of $93.2 million, or 4.2%. The most significant reductions during this period include, in 2018, a $3.9 million decrease in personnel related to a change in the discounting rate due to historical trends in the number of retirees, employees on long-term disability, WCB, and position vacancies. $2.7 million reduction of 20 FTEs intended to staff the Rossdale station that were instead staffed by reallocating existing FTEs in 2018. In 2020, there was a $1 million reduction for revised hydrant protection water services. Also in 2020, $1.4 million was saved, optimised apparatus replacement and renegotiating fuel contracts. And in 2024, $1.1 million for OP12 position harvesting of 6 FTEs. Next slide, please. EFRS is also proactively actioning opportunities to toggle our levers through continuous improvement endeavours. For example, after a review of comparative municipalities, we revised our scope of response to medical calls using a 4-point plan. In May 2024, EFRS and EHS launched a 4-point medical plan to manage surging call volumes. This impact was immediate. EFRS response times to medical calls dropped from 49% to 31%, diverting over 10,000 calls. However, as anticipated in late 2024, this relief was temporary. Medical services demand has since rebounded and is currently accelerating, prompting the further introduction of further reduction measures in early 2026. Next slide, please. We've looked to shift how we do things to scale for city growth. For example, addressing the challenge of monitoring and protecting 7,400 hectares of river valley and natural areas during wildfire season without significantly redeploying fire crews to wildfire monitoring. Historically, surveillance of this vast terrain required manual patrols that diverted fire crews from their primary emergency duties, creating a significant strain on resources. To address this, EFRS launched a drone monitoring program in 2024 and rapidly expanded it in 2025. By implementing autonomous drones and docking stations at 5 strategic fire halls, we now conduct routine daily flights that provide continuous oversight of high-risk areas. The result is a more efficient, data-driven approach that ensures crews are only deployed when a genuine threat is detected. This optimization of resource allocation significantly enhances our service level performance and will be a foundational component of our upcoming wildfire urban interface strategy that we'll be presenting to Council in the coming months. Next slide, please. We've also reviewed and shifted service levels. For example, in late 2024, administration analysed data on 3,226 EFRS consultations that were completed during 2022 to 24 and found that 90% of inspections did not identify safety hazards that were significant enough to require immediate corrective action prior to the business opening. Only 0.2% of businesses resulted in a licence refusal due to deficiencies that were not resolved by the business. As a result, in June 2025, EFRS worked with UPE to streamline business licensing by removing mandatory pre-issuance fire reviews, shifting to a post-issuance inspection model that maintains safety standards. EFRS continues to prioritise high-risk fire inspections within 10 days of being notified through the internal notification process, and will respond swiftly when a complaint or fire safety concern is received. Next slide, please. Another example of how we've revised service levels is how we've approached our growing issue with calls coming from alarm systems in residential and commercial buildings. Over the last 5 years, alarm calls have increased by 60% from approximately 9,140 calls in 2021 to over 15,000 in 2025. Approximately 90% of these calls were classified as unwanted alarms. Unwanted alarms divert resources from actual emergencies and compose unnecessary risk to firefighters and the public. This is becoming a common problem across North America and, quite frankly, across the world. And based on a review of comparative city, EFRS took a two-pronged approach. In 2025, an update to the Fire Rescue Services Bylaw, 15309, allows the city to charge an unwanted alarm fee on property owners payable for the fire rescue services. In 2026, fees range from no charge for a first response to $1,147 for residential, or $1,792 for non-residential for a fourth response. This is based on cost recovery and intended to shift the behaviour rather than generate revenue. Later in the year, deployment to residential calls shifted from deployment of 4 apparatus to 2, reducing the strain on the citywide network of fire apparatus. 2026 will be our first full year of data collection. Next slide, please. This final slide summarises our journey and outlines the path forward. Through our budget deep dive, we've identified 3 key observations. First, our scope, specifically regarding medical calls, requires continuous review to ensure resources are deployed where they add the most value to residents. Secondly, scaling. For city growth may be supported by alternative approaches to building our station footprint. Initiatives are underway to inform how we can integrate different strategies in our plans. Third, our core focus remains service quality and speed, because in our profession, every second counts. These observations drive 3 primary optimizations in the coming years. Refining medical response. We'll build on the 2026 medical update and the success of the 4-point medical plan to refine our procedures in alignment with plan changes currently underway within emergency health services. Accelerating infrastructure. For the 2027 to 30 cycle, we're committed to pursuing alternative station build strategies that are cost effective without compromising functional requirements. And strategic deployment. We'll continue to optimise the deployment of existing resources and the location of new infrastructure to consistently meet service level targets across the entire city. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. And now we'll move on to those questions. We'll see who's clicked on. Councillor Jans has clicked on. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Trying to think how to phrase this in a way that we could maybe have a conversation in public, but given the fire events in the city, a number of them are spontaneous or I'm going to say spontaneous or naturally occurring, or like accidental, but then there's intentional and arson. Do we have a breakdown of the fire events of last year, which percentage falls to which?
Yes, we can get that. The team in the background
it does
will
exist.
work on.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
Of the ones that are arson, is that a determination by yourself as chief, and then it goes to the hands of the police, or the police determine it to be arson?
We work in collaboration with EPS on events that are suspicious in nature. We have a dedicated fire investigation team who can determine, for example, if accelerants were used. We have a canine dog that helps us to identify, accelerants in that specific example. And then if it's suspicious in nature from a crime perspective, it's handed over and EPS comes the lead on that incident.
Yeah.
We support as needed.
Because it seems maybe 75 years ago, people falling asleep in bed smoking was a cause of fire. It seems today we have an issue with, I wonder if we have an issue today with insurance fraud or arson or other things like that. And if so, how are we protecting ourselves, and how are we ensuring ourselves as a city, not literally ensuring, but how are we ensuring that things are, like, we're mitigating the malice threat?
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to kind of maybe the malicious intent. I would still say, you know, the trend in the fire service, not just here, but, you know, across Canada, cooking and smoking, you know, candles are still the predominant causes of fire, you know, in far higher proportion to, you know, what you've described.
Well, that's reassuring. I'm glad to
Yeah.
hear we don't have a major fraud problem, but do we, yeah. And I realized that there were a spat of fires earlier this year, and I don't believe an arrest has been made, but it does appear that those fires there's been a cessation, so I'm assuming that action is undertaken, and I'm sure we can't speak about a specific case right now, but what messages of reassurance or confidence can we send to Edmontonians that, you know, we're actively protecting active construction sites?
I think that's a combination of the construction sector and EPS to speak to as much as anything. You know, we did that media event, and when we have cause for concern, a lot of work goes on behind the scene that's unspoken and appropriately unspoken, just so it doesn't, you know, kind of notify anybody that might need to be caught. So I think what we can reassure Edmontonians on is both EFRS and EPS take these situations very, very seriously. We have a tremendous working relationship, and we're on it immediately, and a lot of cares in the background. There's no dragging of heels or kind of like hoping the problem goes away. We work proactively to try and address it, recognizing, you know, a city as large as this, to be able to monitor each and every square foot and each and every construction site in a city is hard to achieve for any city. So I think that, you know, it's a balance there. We do as much as we reasonably can.
Yeah, and a new thread, we want to be good neighbors and support our region and everyone, and I understand sometimes that we do deployments to support partners in some cases, and I understand that those are to be cost recovery. How do we monitor and track to make sure that any invoicing or billables or things are done?
Yeah, it's standard practice in the fire service, you know, the mutual aid thing. You know, I think the most recent one that springs to mind is when we went out to Strathcona County and assisted them. And, you know, they happily paid what was a significant bill. You know, we monitor everything from staff hours out there, the number of vehicles, equipment that might have been used or damaged. Because of the type of things that were burning in that particular example, we offered up the chance for proactive medical assessment because of the nastiness of some of the materials that were burning, and that cost was borne by Strathcona County. So, you know, that's the extent that we go to make sure that Edmontonians are protected financially in those situations. We want to help out, but equally we want to protect Edmontonians in the process.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Chief, for that presentation. My question is for, I guess, admin on this aspect. Since I know that we're growing in the city so quickly, and as my understanding, we're probably looking at the need of 6 fire stations in the future. When we look at designing the build and design of a fire hall, is there a benefit if we're looking at we need 6 instead of designing each one differently? Is it would we be looking at, say, like I'll use the term cookie cutter to design like those 6 so we have one plan that it can take care of the 6? Would be actually beneficial potentially and save in cost?
Thank you for the question, and absolutely, both the EFRS and our partners in integrated infrastructure services are keenly interested in any kind of innovation and efficiencies that you're speaking of. I know Pascal is on the call, and perhaps she can give you a bit more flavor.
Thank you, Jennifer. Yeah, Councillor Elliott, I wanted to flag that last budget cycle in 23-26, Council asked us to do that exact process for the Walker and Athlone Fire Station, and so both were designed together and follow a similar design that's adapted to the site. Now, we've worked very closely with EFRS on that design, and we think it is a streamlined version that supports well their operations. And so what we would be looking for in the future builds is to leverage that design and move forward. But as the chief noted in his presentation, we are also going to explore potentially other types of construction, modular or other forms with partnerships and things like that. And so we'll keep that door open to either use the design that we have most efficiently or to work with partners to deliver something that would take other innovation into account.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Because I know talking to some of my colleagues in the fire department, like for example, they brought up to me about the Windermere fire, about talking about redundancies, and actually some of them called it very extravagant building, and some aspects are so big they can't get out of the station within I think it's a 90 seconds. So I think having another look at the building design, if the information I'm acquiring is legitimate, needs to look at that. And when you look at other potential areas, is my understanding there's companies like in Red Deer, like Eagle Builders. Would you look at every aspect that's out there, like across the province, or even, across the province or even other provinces, to try to find designs that you speak of?
So Councillor, this is Sarah Nichols. I think, we are working really closely with fire, and one of the things we've done in our most recent designs is do a review of the program requirements from both the architectural point of view, the energy use point of view, and then also the program point of view, to try and get it as streamlined. So I think we've had two things about speed and cost that we've been working on streamlining. And so I think we do have a simplified design that's being put into place for Walker and Athlone. But we are working on further streamlining that program, as well as exploring alternative methods of delivery that could be deployed either quicker and or more cost effective. We've also been having active conversations, so I know I've been having conversations even this week with my colleagues at the City of Calgary.
Okay, well, thank you kindly for that, and that'll be all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark.
Well, once again, one of my colleagues stole one of my questions there, because I was going to ask about the design, but Councillor Elliott beat me to it, so that's good. I just have one other question for the chief. When I'm looking at the user fees from the revenue back from 2023, because it was about 18 million, and now it's gone down to about 3 million. When I'm looking at your financial data here, so I just don't know exactly. I know you said that was some permits or fire inspection services. So I just want to kind of see why it's gone down so much, or has gone somewhere else.
I'm just going to see if anyone on the team wants to jump in to assist there.
And just so that I'm clear, you're referencing which document?
Attachment 1.
Thank
Branch
you.
Fire Services, yeah, just under revenues and transfers.
Thank you. Maybe as we're getting that information, is there another question that you might have?
No, that's all I got. Yeah.
Well, then how am I supposed to stall?
I don't know.
Well, we can just go to Anne, or Councillor Stevenson, and she can ask, and then we won't count it to her time if you have an answer after her 5 minutes is done. So, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I might even be able to be under 5 minutes. So yeah, really appreciate the presentation. Thank you so much. Just want to dig in a little bit more for the new fire station requirements and understand how EFRS is working with development services around off-site levies.
So I know that this, there was a number of inquiries during the annual one-on-ones I had with councillors, and, the base question I think that was asked for me, and we are working collaboratively with development services, is, does the off-site levies pay fully for fire stations? And the answer is it depends. And it depends on a number of things. It depends on the composition of buildings in that station area. So if there are a prevalence of industrial facilities in that area, they don't generate off-site levies. So depending on the percentage that they consume in terms of the total number of properties in that potential station area that's going to be served, they wouldn't pay for the fire station. Whereas if we looked at, say, the southeast, where Councillor Wright is looking at, that potentially could be up to 100% funded because it's all new build, not yet built. So that's the other variable. If things were built prior to the implementation of the offsite levies, the bylaw in 2022, that wouldn't generate offsite levies. So some stations that we've built or in the process of are not going to incur 100% of the cost. We've got revenue projections for each station area and proposed stations as to how much revenue we can think we can realise, but it does really vary depending on the type of property and when they were built.
And sorry, just from my understanding, I appreciate, you know, in existing neighborhoods, yeah, there's no mechanism for that offsite levy. Like, there's no redevelopment, there's no offsite levy happening. But I don't think I understood that the current offsite levy is only applied to residential.
That's as we understand it.
Okay, I don't know if Ms. Petrin is on the line.
Maybe I could just jump in and I'll add, I'm not sure on the scope of which anticipated fire halls are captured, but I think the issue arises more where you're building a fire hall in a redeveloping area because you don't have the ability for an offsite levy to be built there.
Absolutely, yeah, no, I'm thinking specifically around our developing neighborhoods and new areas. Okay, well, something to come back to there. Yeah, just briefly, really wanted to commend the continuous improvement. I think the permitting shifts is really well aligned with our economic development priorities, so appreciate that very much, and the problem properties as well, as always, really appreciated for the safety side of things. Got 2 minutes if you have Councillor Clark's answer.
Just waiting for...
We do, and so in confirming with finance, the reason why there's a difference, it was due to the wildfire invoices, so that was the reason. So it was an excellent observation.
So because they didn't occur in 2025, we didn't have the expenditure yet. So you're clear on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Just to build on the line of questioning around offsite levies, recognizing that scaling for growth is just one of those consistent challenges. Do we know of the projected stations which are captured or which would be captured by any offsite levy programs? We do.
Yes, so I'm looking at a table here, and for example, the Wedgwood one, we believe that we could generate approximately 9.6 million toward that for funding. Riverview, 21.45 million. Big Lakes, 5.49, because there's a lot of this, obviously that development has already occurred. Cumberland, only a small amount, 174,000. The EETP station, which is down the road, 3.45 million. The Northeast EETP station, nothing, because it's going to be industrial, that one. Northeast Horse Hills Fire Station, we believe 10.1 million. The Horse Hills Fire Station, 22.5 million. Walker Fire Station, 6.8 million. The Southeast Fire Station, all of it, 26.1 million. And the Blatchford Fire Station, 4.3 million.
Okay.
And just to close the loop, I apologize, Councillor, I can confirm that industrial lands are captured within the basin, so they are accessible.
Okay.
Okay, so that might be higher.
Different. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much for sharing, just even for us to get a sense of the scale of contribution. And just help me understand on our end when we're making decisions, funding decisions around moving ahead with stations, how are offsite levies factored into that decision-making process? Because it comes after the fact, right? That's my
Yes.
Yeah, so
Is Stacey here?
I guess this is more of a Stacey question.
So right now we're working through the long-term strategy for offsite levies for the 27 to 30 budget. We'll come with some updates in the spring SCBA about some of the interim strategies and then coming forward with a longer-term strategy.
Okay, and is that for fire halls in particular, or is that a broader look at offsite levies?
It's for fire halls in particular, but each of them are a little bit different.
Right. Okay, thank you so much. slightly different questions here, just on medical calls. Understanding that we've made some changes, we're starting to see those numbers go down, but they're coming back up again. Recognizing there might be some room for some additional changes. How far can we go with those additional changes?
So we just implemented in the last couple of months another significant change, and that will drop probably a similar number of calls to what we did back in 2024, probably another kind of 10,000+ calls a year less. There is still capacity. I think that there's a couple of more call types where we could potentially question, do we really add value there, or are we better off focusing on our core business? So there's a little bit more. I think the thing to understand, and you know this, the size of the pie that we consume is continuing to get bigger. So even though we try and trim the percentage of that pie that we're responsible for, it continues to grow. So we do shed calls, but we're fighting a rising tide.
So how I guess I'm trying to get a sense of the runway, right? Like how long until we can no longer be shedding calls and making these kinds of incremental changes?
Right now, based on what we know right now, there's maybe only one more change that we feel that we could make. But it's not insignificant. We go from 50-odd thousand calls a year potentially down to 30,000 calls a year. So you think of that in terms of wear and tear on vehicles, availability for our primary business, wear and tear on our crews. It's not insignificant. 20+ thousand vehicle runs a year.
For sure. Yeah, no, I appreciate that point. And just, I might not have time, but you mentioned wear and tear on vehicles. I do just want to ask some questions around downtime, renewal, and our fleet maintenance, but I don't think I'm going to have time, so I'll come back for that.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. When you went through the list of the off-site levies and how much would be contributed, you mentioned the Southeast Fire Hall. Are you referring to Walker? Or is there another one?
No, currently we are referring to it. That's an additional one. We're currently recalling it the Southeast Station. It will be probably given a neighbourhood name at some point.
Okay, but it's
that's
not Walker.
An addition.
Okay.
No.
And so those costs, so the levy is calculated at the time of the development, right?
Yes.
Not at the time of construction.
I don't know if somebody more informed than me wants to.
I can speak to this, Councillor, if you'd like. So an off-site levy is applied at a rate that's in the bylaw. It's a standard rate for basin, so the area that benefits, and that gets applied at the time the development permit is issued or the subdivision of the neighborhood, depending on what type of permit or subdivision or development we're dealing with.
Okay. So if they start developing in the southeast, in the Kettles Lake and Alsace and Dakota and everything, today, and we're not planning for a fire hall there until in the future, will we really be able to pay for all of it from those levies?
Well, it would generally go into a fund, and that fund has to be used solely for the purpose that it's dedicated. So there is an ability, in anticipation of the need, to start collecting the money from the outset of the development.
But then how do we cover inflation, escalating construction costs?
It's all factored into the rate so that the per hectare rate for any development would be, it looks like from these numbers, for example, Southeast, $22,000 a hectare. And so there's a formula, and I don't know the intricacies of it, but it's projected what the cost would be at the time that the fire hall is constructed.
So what was collected in the other developing areas for the 6 stations that are being requested now, those levies will actually cover the cost?
I can't speak to the entire, to the
time
value
value
of
of money.
I can speak to the legal side in terms of the mechanics, but in terms of the funding, I can't necessarily speak to that.
Nancy can offer a bit of color to this.
Okay, thank you.
So one of the things we're looking at when I talked about the long-term strategy is bridging the gap between when we would collect all of the revenue for the off-site levy compared to we'll collect the off-site levy as land is developed, but we require an upfront cost. So there might be an interim financing required. And in some cases, you might not recoup all the costs if not all the land is developed in the future.
because the money that's collected is invested? Is it? Like,
It's held in an interest.
like
I believe
$100
it bears interest. and then
$100 from 10 years ago doesn't buy you the same as it does today?
Yeah, I'm just, like, so offsite levies are things that we're still working our way
Okay.
through. When we collect, though, if we're preserving money, we generally put it in an interest-bearing account, but an interest-bearing account doesn't necessarily produce the same returns to match inflation escalation. And these are all things that we're still kind of working our way through as we refine offsite levies.
Okay, good. Glad to know it's being looked at. Because I do hesitate in the fact that it'll all be covered. But and the other thing you talked about was an increase. The medical calls are now coming back up. Are we still using the same protocol in that?
The trend is upwards, but if you look purely at the count of the number of medical calls, we've shed them a number significantly. But
it did come down.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did have the slide up. Yeah.
Yeah. So I can tell you the numbers that we were talking about.
But I think it was from 31 to 35 or 36 for.
It went from 54,000. And we could drop another 10,000 if we make one more change. We're expecting around 40,000 calls a year right now from 54, and we've one more change in our pocket potentially to contemplate, and that would take us down to 30,000 a year. But that's set against the context of EHS, the number of overdoses and things like that continuing to go up. So we've made changes in the types of calls we go to, but the types of calls we are continuing to go to continue to go up. So if more people have overdoses, our call number ultimately will still go up. But as a total, it's less.
Councillor Morgan?
I'm 5 seconds over.
Thanks. I'm going to ask the same thing I've been asking all afternoon here. Just violence against firefighters on in responding. I'm understanding that there may be some advocacy work going on with the union there federally here. What are we doing to help mitigate that on our streets?
We're doing as much as we reasonably can. I think some of the general, issue of social behaviours is kind of, beyond our scope and kind of responsibility. We do as much as we can to protect our crews. We've trained them in kind of, ways to de-escalate situations, things like that. We're doing as much as we can, but it is a growing problem across the fire service, just in terms of, that respect that people show toward uniform maybe has changed over the generations, and sadly, our frontline staff see that change in standards, if you will. It's a reality, and we're doing what we can, but it's an unpredictable thing that's hard to truly control. If I'm honest, Councillor Morgan.
And if I may add, I do appreciate your focus on our frontline safety, especially when no one goes to work expecting to get punched in the face. Like, that's not actually in their job description, so I do appreciate that. And it does give me pause to think about what stronger legal penalties might we lobby for in terms of legislation. So in this example, for making assaulting a firefighter an automatic aggravating factor, for example, in sentencing, similar to the protections that EPS gets. So this is something that we can definitely take away, not just for the EFRS, but for the peace officers, for transit workers who already have some legislation federally. I think you've made some really great points that we'll follow up on.
Right on, appreciate that. I'm kind of curious about what kind of coordination you folks are doing right now in terms of like major incident prep, I guess, or
yeah. So, just for example, very timely question, Councillor. 60 people from across the city and various organisations across the province got together this morning in Edmonton to discuss a flooding scenario in the city. So that's just but one example of what we're doing to prepare and make sure that we have excellent coordination and understanding and awareness of each other's capability, resources and responsibilities. So flooding was the focus today. Last year we had a lot on wildfire. We had a major incident, a physical incident at the U of A, major incident there with multiple partners. So I think you can be reassured, and Edmontonians can be reassured, we take that preparedness very, very seriously, and we exercise regularly.
In these scenarios, they're actually like doing the scenario. You're kind of working through it, and with the frontline folks too.
It depends.
Yeah.
Today's was more of a tabletop where people were in a room at Edmonton Tower discussing, what would happen before a flooding. If there was raising water levels, how would we prepare, whose responsibility is, if there was a need for sandbags, where would they come from, who would lay them, through to what would happen in a response, who has what resources, what could we draw upon, and then post-incident, what do we do in the aftermath, what we do for debris management, helping people with insurance claims and so on and so forth. So sometimes it's what we refer to as a tabletop scenario, because as you can imagine, running a full-scale incident that involves hundreds of first responders is very, very time-consuming and also takes them away from the primary service. And if we brought them in on overtime, obviously there's a cost there. We did do that for the U of A exercise, and that's a responsibility every municipality has at least once every 4 years. So we fulfill that. But sometimes, the benefits in having tabletop exercises are much easier to achieve, and you can still get a heck of a lot out of them.
Sure. I kind of think about command structure too, and just wondering about like that relationship with police and EMS and transit and all that too.
Yep. So we're currently underway with an interoperability project, bringing together, the type of partners that you talked about there, where we better understand and coordinate and document procedures around who does what when, and identifying who would be a lead agency, where there's a need for unified command. And that's a process that we're working on. We've been down to Calgary, seeing how they do business. We've been out to Vancouver. So we're trying to bring in kind of industry best practices, if you will, and make sure that Edmontonians' procedures is, leading edge.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Councillor Parmar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask a question about the wildfire risk. In terms of, as you mentioned there, we have a lot of hectares of river valley. Is there any need, or has there ever been any need for any prescribed burning in the city?
It's a new territory for us. I think maybe Craig's here. His team would be better to speak to it. We have done a number of prescribed burns in the city, I think from memory at least 2. And it is something that we're actively looking at. I read an article just last week, and BC are actually setting up a training course for prescribed burns, because I think as a country we veered away from it for quite a while, and I think they're recognising that there might actually be value there, the greater good of that. So I think we're very much in transition, and you're very much on topic as to what's going on, but we're certainly utilising it. And I think we're bringing back the wildfire strategy collectively in April, and I think we'll be able to get into that in much more detail then.
Excellent, thank you. Craig, did you have anything?
Yeah, I can just add that the Parks and Roads team works really closely with the FRS on this. The prescribed burns is one, but deadfall management. And then in details in terms of routes to get to certain areas in the river valley, like entrance points and how entrances, egresses, those types of things. So I guess just to say that there's a lot of ongoing work in terms of how do we prepare for the upcoming season.
Excellent, thank you very much. And just trying to understand about the preparedness for Edmontonians. What are we doing to make sure that Edmontonians know that wildfire is a shared risk, right? And so there are a lot of things that people can actually do to mitigate their own risk in their environments. And so just wondering how we are working that way.
Yeah, for sure, and it's a good comment there. And I think what we've seen in the academic level analysis that's been done, sadly, in communities that have suffered wildfire, is the understanding and recognition that you know, sometimes people rely on emergency response, but really the real power and value is in what people can do for themselves in terms of their landscaping, their choice of materials when they're building or renovating. And what we're doing about it proactively, and again, you'll see in the wildfire strategy, we very much embrace the Fire Smart principles and the different pillars around it, from development through to response to, you know, what people can do for themselves. And we have an educator whose primary responsibility is initiating Fire Smart in the communities so that people are educated and understanding. We're actually going to be doing a targeted postal campaign. The city did a risk assessment of the whole city, the river valley and the ravines, to identify which neighbourhoods are most at risk potentially. And those communities that were deemed high risk, we will be sending specific information to each and every resident so that they have it firsthand and then can go from there. And we'll augment that with neighbourhood-based education programs.
That's excellent, and we will probably receive a memo on that, and then understanding our risks in our ward as well. Okay, perfect, amazing. Just to quickly shift here for water fire rescue. So there was about 100 and change events for water fire rescue, which is an incredibly specialized, you know, just how are we feeling about that? We obviously live right beside the North Saskatchewan River, you know, just in terms of Edmonton in general. How comfortable are we feeling with the training? Do we feel like we need more resources in that area?
I think what I would say is I'm very proud of our water rescue team, and you know, with the backing of council, we've got the resources we need, and obviously, you know, there's a need to renew those resources in terms of boats. We brought on board, you know, the jet skis and things as well for a quicker response. The main focus for us in terms of the river and river safety and whatnot is educating the public. And we'll see that in the coming months as the river starts to thaw. You know, dogs get out and they're living the best life down by the river, but they run out onto the river and then people go in to respond. And sadly, we've seen way too many times the need for our response because people have gone in after their pets. And a lot of that is about trying to change behaviour. So you'll see, you know, roadside campaigns, social media campaigns and things like that. And we're doing all that we can. We learnt a lot last year and we'll be replicating that and trying to enhance it in order to try and change those behaviours so our crews are not put at risk responding to people that shouldn't need to be rescued.
Thank you.
And if you did see our Be the Smarter Mammal campaign, that was absolutely targeting our dog parks. We put all our signage in places where we have the evidence of people making some maybe poor choices, and that was really well received and had a lot of great uptake.
Thank you. Did you want to move another round?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador, I think. And please vote.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. I just need one more vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. Just to come back to some questions around fleet replacement and maintenance. So I'm just reflecting on the conversation we had earlier with ETS, how we know that we're running hundreds of buses past their typical lifespan, and then that comes with significant cost. Wondering, and I apologize if I missed this, but similar analysis on your side around just the health and sustainability of our fleet and how much it's costing us on the operational side to run things beyond their typical lifespan.
Yeah, I think I'll start and speak in general terms, and then Craig, I know, has got Heidi Hicks on the call, so she can speak specifically to the fleet maintenance question. The cost of fire apparatus is a challenge for every fire service in North America. We've experienced quite literally a near doubling in the last few years in cost of fire apparatus. And obviously the fleet reserve can only go so far, so we are kind of stretching the life and the capability, and obviously the older the vehicle, the more maintenance it requires and the more time off the road. So it is straining our ability to provide that frontline service, and it's a challenge for every fire service, and it's one we've got to face. In terms of what we're doing as a fire management team, we've shaved approximately $500,000 off the specification just for one apparatus as an example, as our commitment to try and offset some of the financial pressure. So please know we're taking it seriously. We're not just coming cap in hand and saying, hey, fire trucks have doubled. We're looking at what we can proactively do to try and offset some of that pressure. But we've got to order 37 fire trucks in the next budget cycle, and they've literally nearly doubled in price. So, you know, that's a financial reality. I think we're doing fleet reserve analysis right now as a corporation, and you maybe heard that we've got enough fleet reserve to last us the next couple of years, but it may well come to council during the next budget cycle to look to have to increase that fleet reserve. So I think that's, you know, a high level. And Craig, I don't know if yourself or Heidi wants to speak more specifically to some of the fleet maintenance challenge.
Yeah, I can speak to it, Craig.
Yeah, Heidi, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I'm Heidi Hicks. I'm the Director of Fleet Maintenance. So yes, as you mentioned, it has been very challenging over the last couple of years. We do have quarterly business reviews with our partners, and we're looking quite a bit at life cycle management, making sure that we're proactively showcasing that and preparing for what that looks like in different classifications for our fleet. We're also looking at our contracts and our parts supply chain, which is really a big focus right now and part of our parts transformation. So is there other suppliers and vendors? Is there certain things that we can do to make sure that we have parts on hand, to make sure that the downtime and costs are in check with how we can support fire in the future? I don't have the financials in front of me right now, but I can get those and supply those to you.
Yeah, I think it would be, I would appreciate having some of those numbers just to be able to understand, you know, what potential cost avoidance we could be seeing on the operational side by ensuring that our fleet is actually kept to a more healthy lifespan. With the fleet replacement reserve, am I correct in understanding that that in its entirety is sort of being looked at and being reviewed? Is there a formula behind that that might need to be reconsidered given some of the cost escalation that we've been seeing?
Yeah, I can start and pass to Stacy here as well. We've actually got a memo to council on exactly this topic. That's just in its final stages here, but it gets into the detail around fleet replacement, the reserves, the fire truck costs, those types of details. So
perfect.
We'll be sharing that here shortly, and I'll just see if Stacy wants to add anything else.
I guess that maybe the only thing that I would add is, because I think I answered a question when we were last year on fleet reserve. One of the things that we have to look at and be mindful with fleet reserve is when we calculate that renewal gap, it doesn't include the fleet, necessarily include all of the fleet renewal, and the importance of that reserve in making sure that we don't have long-term implications on fleet replacement that ultimately need to be addressed through that reserve.
That is a very important point. Okay, thank you for that clarity.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Yeah, thank you. Quick one. Am I to read correctly that we hired 165 new FTE or new union members to the department over the last 4-year budget? Is that correct? That would be, I was looking at attachment 1. I'm just make sure I'm doing apples to apples.
We're just pulling that up. One moment, please. We can answer your next question.
Sure. I wanted to ask about overtime. I don't see mention of overtime in here. What is our overtime percentage and how are we managing that?
So the structural budget variance for overtime is projected to be 2.9 million. You know, we have a significant number of people off at any one time in a service like ETS where you run minimum staffing. You know, there's a reality there that we have to pay overtime in order to bring people in to make sure we've got that minimum staffing. We have very proactive kind of, you know, health, safety and welfare programs in place to look out for our people. You know, we just implemented a voluntary program where people can go for a mental health assessment for themselves on an annual basis, as well as the physical assessment that we offer. I would say we have amongst the leading collective programs in the country in terms of what we do to try and support our staff. But the reality is, and many of you have heard me say this before, being a first responder in Edmonton is hard. And the burden that they carry and the sheer increase in calls, it takes its toll. And at the end of the day, I'm incredibly proud of our people, and they are superhuman, but at the end of the day, they're still human. And, sometimes the type of things that they see, it has an impact.
And I'm thankful. Thank you for sharing that. I overtime can also be just we don't have enough FTE, and we need to do more recruitment and filling more.
Yeah, and I think that's a very valid point, and we've.
Like, are we understaffed and then incurring more overtime? Or is this a function of...
No, we try and always staff up to the FTE complement that we have. I think the staffing factor, which is, we look at the ratio of the number of FTEs that we have in relation to the number of FTEs we need on a daily basis, or minimum staffing. That's something that we need to constantly reflect on, to anticipate changes in the availability of people.
And that was my first question. Like, it appears we may have, if I read it correctly, it appears we added 165 new FTE over the last 4 years. However, I'm wondering if that takes into account attrition or replacement, or these growth, I'm trying to sort out growth positions versus just replacement positions.
So our FTEs changed by 14 from 2023 to budget 2026. But maybe which page exactly, because we're all looking at that attachment. And are you doing napkin math, Councillor Jans?
I 100% am. And
it's that's why I looked a bit surprised, because no, I wish we had, but no, we haven't. The net impact has been 14. We brought on the Windermere fire station, but we've made some changes to utilise some people to offset some of the overtime costs. We've nowhere close. We're looking at a table right now, and as Jennifer mentioned, the net difference is 14.
I'm glad I asked. I apologize.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I just wanted to make sure there.
Thank you.
My other question, is there, and this is to legal, is there any ability to basically take, I don't know how else to say this other than kind of a War Measures Act approach here to some of this critical infrastructure where a certain small group of companies have basically a monopoly over fire trucks and fire equipment? Is there some way that we can come in and say, this is of national security importance, that we need to ensure that it's an infrastructure crisis here? I'll leave that one. I'll follow up with legal offline. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan.
Thanks. A couple questions here. The alarms, the 60% increase from, what is it, 2021 or whatever. Is there any way to, like, I don't know, maybe there's work already being done with like city facilities or anybody else, like any other partners that have people on staff that can turn off alarms if they're a nuisance? Is that something?
I would say it's not really a behaviour we want to encourage, because people might turn off an alarm that is alerting us to a real incident. So it's a very delicate balance between not absorbing the burden, but equally recognising there are times where an alarm functions as intended, and we get there and it's a real event, and I think we've all experienced those. Again, this is a worldwide fire service thing that fire services across the world have wrestled with and are constantly trying to evolve and recognise the burden of these calls. Fundamentally, a lot of it is about trying to change the behaviours of the property owners, whether it's poorly maintained systems, incorrectly installed systems. Sometimes it's about the behaviours of the tenants and taking control of them. So a lot of what we're trying to do is really change those behaviours to drive down the burden. And that I'm talking about typically in larger buildings like high-rise apartment buildings and office blocks. What we're seeing as a modern trend in the fire services is these residential monitoring alarms that have become the trend in kind of all new builds, and people innocently take on those new systems, and then eventually they end up bearing the burden of the subscription. But oftentimes they can be poorly installed, or the detectors are put in places that are in too sensitive an area and not appropriate. So we're wrestling with some of that, you know, and it's something all the fire service is wrestling with, and we're just looking at how we can. We're constantly evaluating, and please know we're taking it seriously and trying to reduce that burden so our crews are available for calls that matter.
So are the wanted calls in more public spaces or more like private homes? Or do we know?
We can get that breakdown for you, but the biggest trend in recent years has been the increase, because of the increase in prevalence of residential monitoring systems.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. That's, yeah, okay, thanks. Not what I expected. The 6 stations, maybe you already said this and I missed it, but do they have dedicated land, the 6 stations that we need to build?
We have a number of stations that do already have land. Cumberland and Big Lakes, we own land. We're actively in conversation with Riverview and Wedgwood, nearer to having than not. And we're just looking at Chappelle and Horse Hills area as potentials. We're just trying to fast track that process and speed up, you know, the rezoning and things like that to really try and expedite the build of the station should they be approved.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. Anyone have private questions? Yeah, and we have 9 minutes, so we're going to take a motion to go in private.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Morgan. Please vote. Go in private. And we'll clear the room, assuming this passes, but if you're in the room and you're not going to be here in private, you can
Yes.
start packing up.
Thank you,
So
Councillor
I
Rutherford.
imagine this will pass.
Councillor Prince Pays, yes?
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Just need one more vote. Councillor Wright.
I'm a yes.
Thank you.
Not
We have
sure.
all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 12-0. We are clearing the room. to get rid of the 27th, so that frees up that day, and you can go to AB Munis, you can host a wedding, you can do whatever you want.
We're live anytime you're ready.
Okay. So that item is complete. So just as a quick agenda management, we have 3 items remaining on our agenda with this, and that's going to be 3.9, the community services social development, and then community standards, and then community recreation and culture. We have 3 days currently remaining, March 24th, March 25th, and March 27th. We've been at the current rate, we've been doing about 3 per day. So it is likely we could finish it all on the 24th, but I think we should at least save the 25th. It's always good to have a little bit of a buffer. Who knows what happens? So let's, but if there's a willingness, the clerks have a motion ready. If somebody could move that we remove the 27th from the, I think Councillor Parmar was rushing to the microphone to get rid of that day. There we go.
I move that the orders of the day for March,
For that whole meeting?
special city council meeting be changed to adjourn at 5 p.m. on March 25th, 2026. Second.
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Any questions on the change to orders of the day? Not seeing any, please vote to change the orders.
Just need one more vote. Councillor Elliott, are you there? We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. So again, thanks for coming back, but we're done. So thanks for coming to get a few extra steps in. We are going to be on recess on this meeting until March 24th at 9:30. If needed, we would continue on into March 25th, but currently that day is held in our calendars. So I just remind councillors, don't book anything that day. That is still booked as a council meeting. But now March 27th, based off this motion, is freed up. But we've got lots of things that can be done that day, including the Alberta Municipality Spring Municipal Leaders Caucus, which is here in the city. So, but you can choose to do what you'd like with that day. And I think that's it. We are adjourned, or on recess, not adjourned, we are on recess until March 24th at 9:30. Thanks, everyone.